never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had a doubt until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus, Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome to Las Vegas and the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We're here at the spectacular Wynn, and for the first time, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour comes to the United States. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 5 days, we're getting ready for a world-class competition with the best players, the best content creators, and of course, the best commentators the world has to offer.
The stakes, sky high. The city, Sin City. This isn't just about chess. It is a showdown between the best players on the planet. And it's happening right here in Vegas. This is Chess Unfiltered, a spectacular test of courage, speed, and ultimately, raw skill.
From rapid-fire moves to strategic brilliance, freestyle chess showcases every aspect of the game. The rules are exciting, the tension is real, and only one will rise as champion. Watching these elite grandmasters compete under pressure is truly unique in the world of chess.
Freestyle chess isn't just a tournament.
It's a revolution in the world of chess.
And Las Vegas is the perfect stage for it.
Ready for 5 days of drama, brilliance, and a prize pool of $750,000. Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Vegas.
Baby.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in Las Vegas. I, as always, am joined by the incredible Tanya Sachdev and the incomparable David Howe to bring you all the freestyle chess action here on this beautiful stage at the Wynn Resorts. And what a beautiful host this city and this resort has been to our event so far, Tanya. I think that's where we have to start. We've had 4 days of intense chess action. We're promised one more.
And what a showdown we're going to have right on this stage, a new Grand Slam winner here in Vegas. It's the ultimate day of chess here. We set ourselves up for some brilliant, brilliant matches. It's Vegas, it's winner takes all. To start with Magnus versus Hikaru, and then, of course, the grand final with LEVON taking on HANS.
I have loved every single moment. It's my first time here in Vegas. It's been incredible. I was at the Backstreet Boys concert yesterday, which helps. But yeah, the players, they've been loving it too. Every time we talk to them, they've had a smile on their face. This is where it all boils down to, though. It's going to be an incredible day of chess.
So you were partying last night, huh?
It was Saturday night. What can I say?
I mean, how can you not take advantage of all the experiences that Vegas has to offer, and what a beautiful host this city has been to us, and it promises to be that for at least 24 hours more as we decide who will be our grand champion here in the Las Vegas Grand Slam. But first, let's take a picture of the whole tournament. Let's walk it back. Let's remember how we got to where we are by pulling up the brackets. We'll start, of course, on the upper side of things, where we have Hans Niemann and LEVON Aronian staring down each other in our grand final. They got a day off yesterday, and I I'd say they earned it because they really have put the rest of the field to the test the entire way to that grand final. From here, we flip down to the lower bracket just to take stock of things because like you mentioned, Tanya, it's not just that grand final that we're looking at. It's the third place matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. We've also got a number of other players playing from everything from 5th all the way down to 8th place. So still a lot of money and tour points rather on the table.
Absolutely, everything to fight for all these matches that we're seeing. I think but we start the day with the big one, the marquee one that we've got with Magnus versus Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, this is the greatest rivalry of modern chess. You know, it's what the fans love. It's a blockbuster match every time it happens. Let's not forget in Paris, this was the finals between these two. Magnus came on top, took his first slam. Hikaru runners up. He's looking for the win, and I think today's match, it all comes down to who gets that first win. I'm going to make a prediction right now, James. If a player scores first, I don't think we go into a tiebreak. It could be Hikaru, it could be Magnus. Magnus doesn't like these early morning matchups, you know. Prague striked first yesterday. Can Hikaru do it today?
Do you agree, David? Is it about who draws first blood in that matchup?
I think Hikaru needs to draw first blood. He very rarely comes back against Magnus once he's behind. It's tough against Magnus. He has so many different gears. But as Tanya says, Magnus has started the day with a loss a couple of times here in Vegas. But either way, with the winner taking away $100,000, it's going to be a big match. And incredible that it's not even the grand final.
It's 100K, it's pride, it's redemption for these guys. I mean, they want it to be center stage, but they're not. They got to make the most of it. They know that this is the matchup the fans want. They want to get the entertainment on.
And can you believe it? You said it, $100,000 for third place. That, as we pull up the entire field of what's at stake here, you can see 200 grand there for first prize. That's LEVON Aroni and Hans Niemann who's walking home with that, alongside 25 all-important circuit points. That's going to feed towards our eventual final event at the end of the year in South Africa, but still everything to play for from 8th all the way up. So we talk about the differences in prize money. I mean, come on, there's plenty of motivation still for any of our players.
That's right. They're professionals for a reason. They're world-class players for a reason. The hunger is there. I think, yeah, all eyes will be on that third, fourth, and first, second games. But even the rest of the warriors, the fighters who've been here all week, especially the likes of Fabiano Caruana, who's played an incredible amount of hours this week. The hunger, that's what drives them.
You talk about chess or Avalon right now?
I'm talking about all board games.
Well, we know what they're playing for. Let's take a look at those overall Grand Slam standings, because you'll see some names that I don't think are going to surprise anybody up at the top of the table. Magnus Carlsen, he's been leading the field for pretty much the entire year, barring that first event where Vincent Keimer came out on top. And then you can see Fabiano Caruana, the very man you were just talking about, who's already had to play some of the most hours of chess here on this Las Vegas stage. He is vying for that top spot in the individual event, but even with the number of points that he can start racking up, he can keep pace, let's say, behind people like Magnus Carlsen. What do you make of this field? What do you make of some of the people who are trying to insert their names into the conversation as we make that race for South Africa?
Yeah, there's a lot to play for. There were some players, for example, Pragnananda, who weren't at every single Grand Slam event so far this season. The likes of Hikaru as well. He missed a big one in Grenka. So it feels like everyone is still playing for those points. Everyone still wants to put themselves in a good position before the tour finale in South Africa.
Thinking of young guys like Javukir and Noterbeck, who entered tied for 9th, right? They are going to be kind of on that bubble as we come down the stretch. There's still plenty, though, of room with future events for people to rack up a few more points and ultimately qualify for South Africa. We know what we're playing for today. Let's remember how we got here. Let's roll through the highlights of yesterday's action as we broke down towards that third place matchup.
The biggest names of the chess world on the stage of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. A showdown unlike any other. World number 1, world number 2, world number 3, and world number 4, all on the spot, all for the third place. Pragnananda takes the first game against Magnus Carlsen, but Carlsen strikes back in the return. With the score tied, it all comes down to the blitz rounds.
Allowing the white queen in now.
Huge infiltration.
A fork.
Wow!
There's a knight fork. Magnus wins the exchange, rook for knight in the process after all that flurry.
And you could see the panic on Pragnananda. And there it is, handshakes. Magnus Carlsen gets the first win.
King B1, the move that might haunt Pragnananda's dreams. What a beautiful display there by Magnus Carlsen, and he completely shuts Prag out.
In the second game of the intermediate matches, Stage 2, Hikaru Nakamura defeated Wesley So. That win set up his next challenge in the lower bracket semifinals, a clash against Fabiano Caruana. It wasn't settled in the 2 rapid games alone. They had to fight it out in a blitz round.
Whoa, did he just come?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Why? What?
Panic, they're playing with seconds left on their clock. And, oh, we're going to see blunders galore.
Yeah, pure panic, pure instinct here for both of these players.
Pieces are falling.
Pieces are flying. For the first time, Fabiano has an opening, but he doesn't see it.
Fabi with 4 seconds on the clock. The rook's attacked. The queen is attacked. He's bungled it up.
Hikaru also makes it through the second blitz game against Fabiano Caruana, securing his spot in the match for 3rd place. And who is waiting for him there? Magnus Carlsen. He cruised through his 2 rapid games against Arjun Erigaisi with confidence and control. Get ready. It's time for the decision day and the last all-important matches. 2 players who dominated most of their matches from the start are now facing each other. One of the youngest players in the field versus the oldest. Hans Niemann versus LEVON Aronian. And on the other board, El Chessico. Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura meet again, but this time in the battle for 3rd place. But at the end of the day, all eyes are on the grand final. Who will hold their nerve? Who will be rewarded for an almost perfectly played tournament? And who will take the victory and the title, champion of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, Las Vegas?
A lot of emotions, a lot of tension, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get to this point for a number of our players. We still have 8, though, stepping out on stage today to do battle here over the freestyle chessboard. Let's take a look at all 4 of the matchups that you can expect to see today. Of course, there's going to be a massive spotlight on our grand final between LEVON Aronian and Hans Niemann. But let's not forget that matchup for 7th place, Pragnananda up against Wesley. So we got Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Erigaisi. They're in the match for 5th place. Of course, it was written in the stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru for 3rd, and that's all before we get to the marquee matchup. Hans Niemann looking to make the chess speak for itself up against LEVON Aronian. Let's start from the bottom. Let's work our way up. Pragnananda, Wesley So. Tanya, I'll start with you. For Pragnananda, it was such an amazing start to this tournament. Maybe an unfortunate fall out of that upper bracket after being pushed to the absolute limit against Fabiano Caruana. Now he's fighting for 7th place up against Wesley So. Talking about this matchup.
I think there are a lot of positive takeaways for Prag. He's had quite a tournament despite fighting for the place that he is in currently, leading that group stage, never being in danger of ever getting out and then finally topping it. Not just that, his match against Fabiano Caruana, yes, he lost, but it was only in the Armageddon. He was the one who was always throwing that first punch in that match, taking the lead. Some brilliant games. It's Armageddon, it's sort of Vegas, anything can happen in that matchup. Then he runs into Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus, for him it was a bit of a grudge match, but let's not forget, he didn't let go before he got that first win in. And what a win it was for him. I think you run into, the world number 1, world number 3, and now you are down there. You have to play Wesley. So Prag is still very incredibly motivated. Both these matches for these lower places, it's a generational clash. I see David's player cards there, 89 to 88. I would probably say that Prag is a higher favorite than what those average predicts, David.
Yeah, it's been tough. Historically, Wesley So, a Fischer Random world champion. He should, on paper, be very good at this format, but this event here in Vegas, he hasn't been quite at his best. There have been a couple of uncharacteristic one-move blunders, and yeah, for Pragnananda, who's maybe a bit more consistent, who's shown a higher ceiling here in Vegas, it feels like he does start as the favorite. I think it's all about who can take their chances. They're both fantastic players, both very technical.
But to that point, I do think that Prag as a player, when he does get on the board and, regardless of what's happened, maybe it's also the exuberance of youth, they tend to forget what's happened, they stick to their style. I think he will be more ready to take those opportunities and try to maximize it. For Wesley, he's got to also forget what happened yesterday, getting his queen trapped.
Exactly. I mean, and that goes right to David's point, right, about some of maybe the uncharacteristic mistakes that Wesley's had on display here on the stage, while the expectation is much higher, and that's where I would maybe lean into that 88 overall score. Of course, we challenged David event over event to come up with new numbers and to continue reevaluating all of these players. And as we evaluate these players, let's jump up to that 5th place matchup. Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi. Fabiano, in some ways, I would track his journey through this tournament in a similar way, Tanya, that you just did with Prague, right? Where maybe it's a sour note to be fighting just for a 5th place finish based on how good and solid of a group stage performance he had to get into the upper bracket and then fight all the way through an Armageddon to push himself forward. Yes, this isn't the position he wanted to be fighting for, but nonetheless, can he do it against Arjun?
I think both these players have just absolutely played their hearts out in Vegas. You know, it's an incredibly demanding format for both, and I think they've had their ups and downs, but mostly ups, but yet they find themselves in this fight. That's just the brutality of freestyle chess as is. And for me, this is going to be an extremely close match. It's also a clash of styles, this one, not just a generational clash, because for Arjun, we've spoken about this so many times. He's always trying to get his kind of positions. Fabi, meanwhile, a lot more universal. I think if Fabi is able to keep the position controlled, you know, a more strategic positional fight, we've often seen Arjun struggle with the top guys. For me, David, this matchup will really be about which players are able to achieve, you know, their stylistic position to their advantage early on.
Yeah, and we see the player cards again. These are based on their freestyle performances this year, both on the tour and online on Freestyle Fridays. And I think for Arjun, he's going to try and put pressure on the clock. His time management is fantastic. Yesterday, however, it wasn't his day against Magnus Carlsen. I think Fabi needs to take inspiration from that, close the game down, lock it, play from a stable position of strength there. And for Arjun, it's just about doing something a bit different. I think for Fabi, if he can kind of overcome the disappointment of the last couple of days, he's the favorite.
Couldn't agree more, though, when it comes to Arjun's perhaps approach and strategy going up against Fabiano. Put the pressure on him. We've seen Fabi stumble late, even with advantages when the time scramble comes, and maybe you can keep kind of playing on that weakness in your opponent. From here, we go to the 3rd place matchup. Like I said, written in the stars, somehow destiny determined that Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura would be facing off here for $100,000. What do we think?
Well, you know, I think Hans said that his match against LEVON was written in the stars. I think this was written in the stars as well, that one way or the other, we do get this world #1 versus world #2 clash. For Magnus Carlsen, it's really been sort of the story of getting and finding his rhythm later on in the tournament. You know, we had the group stage. LEVON Aronian sort of got him below the top 4 in that. But since then, I mean, yesterday what we saw from Magnus has been spectacular. He lost the first game and then winning 5 in a row. And when Magnus gets into that flow, that form, I think he's untouchable. He's unbeatable then. For Hikaru Nakamura, I will say though, yes, on paper, no matter who Magnus is playing, no matter what's his form, many would say he's a favorite. But in this tournament, I think Hikaru's been one of the best performers if you purely look at the quality of chess played. 6 out of 7, undefeated in the round robin. You know, apart from the blip that he had in those critical moments against LEVON, the quality of chess really high. Time management on spot. For me, once again, it's a 50-50 matchup. I think whoever gets the first win in their game 1 takes the match.
David?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus was so dominant yesterday, just so many wins in a row. Hikaru, he beat Fabi, but he was a bit lucky at times. He had 2 losing positions in the first set of games. So I'm going to say, just based on yesterday's form, Magnus starts as the favorite.
I mean, I really couldn't agree more, though, with the way that you've both prefaced this. Hikaru really does look like he's found peak form at just the right time in a number of ways, barring just one tiny obstacle. But on the other side of things, feels like, you know, the unstoppable force that is Magnus Carlsen, just a train that once it gains momentum is going to blow through the competition, and he's done that here in the lower bracket. That leaves us with just one set of players to talk about. Of course, that's our grand final matchup between LEVON Aronian and Hans Niemann. Again, for so many, maybe not what they expected before the tournament, but I think, David, a grand final that's definitely going to deliver some fireworks.
And I feel bad now because according to my player cards, they were 2 of the underdogs in the tournament. LEVON Aronian had struggled in Weissenhaus in the first Grand Slam. He wasn't participating in Paris. Hans Niemann, his debut in one of the bigger slams here. He played in Grenka, but yeah, who would have guessed that this would be the final? And good news for all the fans here in Las Vegas. It's going to be an American champion. Either way.
Not just an American champion, but a new champion on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. And even that, taking a step back and kind of appreciating what the shape, or rather the shakeup that this event and this entire endeavor has caused in the chess world to have a youngster like Vincent come away with the top spot the first time around, then Magnus striking back, and now again promised a new top dog.
I mean, this is just an epic clash, an epic final we get. You know, LEVON Aronian comes to Vegas a bit under the radar at 42, the oldest participant in the field, with the performance that he had in the previous slam as well. And then he starts his group stage by qualifying by a big, bold statement. He takes down the world #1, Magnus Carlsen, in tie breaks in that one. He went on, he's reached the finals by taking down 3 of the world top 5, Magnus, Hikaru, and Arjun. What a performance by him. I mean, he's been unstoppable in the knockouts. But I want to just talk about Hans Niemann. I mean, it looks like the guy came with a mission. David and I were calling the action when he qualified, and I think he was just so incredibly hungry and motivated for this opportunity, you know. Once again, I think it feels like he's destiny's child in Vegas right here, you know, with the final that he set up. It's not a final anyone saw coming, anyone was looking for, Hans Niemann versus LEVON Aronian, but it's one you can't get your eyes off.
Yeah, no one saw it coming. It's the one we got. I'm going to put the screws to you both. Predictions. Who comes away our Las Vegas Freestyle Chess Grand Slam winner? David, I'll go to you first.
The problem is it feels destined for both players. LEVON Aronian beat Magnus in a tiebreak, beat Hikaru in a tiebreak, playing some of the best chess he's played in years. I think if it's the 30-30 games, LEVON Aronian is the favorite. If it goes to quicker formats, quicker tiebreaks, blitz, it's Hans Niemann. So I think Hans is playing for those shorter quick games.
Who are you picking?
I feel like that was a
Hans
prediction. That was a Hans prediction, yes. All right, Tanya, what do you got for me?
Okay, this is a really tough one, and I actually think the match is going to be super, super close. I'd love to see this go down to the wire. I'd love another Fabiano Prague kind of a storyline where we get an Armageddon between these two, but I will say LEVON takes this one.
All right, so we'd all love to see it go the distance. We'd all love to see them pushed in every possible way. We're moments away from the opening ceremony, but before we get there and introduce the players, let's remember all 16 who stepped on stage just 5 days ago. Take a look. To help me introduce our grand finalists and kick off this show in the right fashion, please join me in welcoming to the stage one of our founders, the incomparable Holly Buettner.
Hello, James.
Hello there. Dressed for the occasion, dressed for chess, dressed for Vegas.
Exactly, that was the plan.
Before we get the players out on stage, for you, as we've watched the events develop from one to the next, we hit Vegas, the city of spectacle. We've got these fans in the audience. Has it delivered on everything you envisioned?
Everything and more.
Alrighty, then are you ready to do it? Are you ready to bring the top 2 dogs out on stage who are about
Can't
to fight
wait for the finals.
All right, well then without further ado, let's meet our grand finalists. Check. Hans is missing.
Where is he?
I don't know.
He was just backstage when I was there.
I know.
Is he scared?
If he's missing, that's the big question. Is LEVON, do you find LEVON to be a scary person?
Well, he's the Armenian lion.
But he might be, but I find him to have a smile that is so disarming.
It does.
All right. Well, let's do it this way. Let's bring LEVON, the Armenian lion, first, shall we?
So, the Armenian lion, the chess player that has given us breathtaking matches, had us on the edge of our seats at the tiebreaks with Magnus. He fought his way up the ranks. The free lion in Las Vegas. Please welcome LEVON Aronian.
LEVON, ever the showman. His opponents, Please welcome, after a blistering start to his group stage, showing an intuitive understanding of the positions in freestyle chess, he cruised into the upper bracket. There, he was met with stiff resistance, but after a grueling tiebreaker in the quarters and taking down one of the world's best in the semis, he's earned his shot to write his name into freestyle chess history. Please welcome to the stage, Hans Niemann. Let's bring LEVON up. We want to get a shot of the two of our top competitors here after a day of rest just yesterday. So excited to have you both on the stage. I don't want to waste too much of your time because I know you're itching to play some chess, and we've got plenty of chess action out in front of you. But I just wanted to wish you both the best of luck, and I wanted to thank you so far for the show that you've put on the Las Vegas stage for us to this date. Gentlemen, take your seats, and we'll soon get to the position lottery.
Wow, wonderful. So, for the position lottery, we have some special guests tonight. Please welcome the cast of The Awakening at Win Las Vegas, a breathtaking spectacle that blends an immersive experience with acrobatics, breathtaking puppetry, captivating choreography, and cutting-edge technology. Please welcome... No, actually, we first want to watch what they see before we get them on stage.
Let's bring them out. Let's bring them out, and then we'll show everybody what they could expect to see from the cast of The Awakening.
You're looking great. I didn't think someone would beat my outfit today.
I know definitely going to push the two of us to step up our dress the next time we come through Las Vegas. We appreciate you both joining us on the stage, and we've got a couple questions for you in just a moment. Before we do that, we got to give the fans at home a quick look at what they could expect here if they were to join Win's Awakening. Well, excuse me real fast while I go try and secure tickets for tonight's show before I have to scoot on out of Vegas. Real quickly, before I get you to pull our first position of the day, two questions for you. First, what can people expect from this show? We got a little taste, but I want to hear it straight from the artists themselves.
Awakening is a groundbreaking spectacle filled with the most innovative technology on the planet and groundbreaking acts from all around the world. It's something that's never been seen before anywhere, and you can find it right here in the heart of Las Vegas.
All right, so those who are coming to Las Vegas, the next question becomes when, where, and how do I see this show?
Oh, absolutely. We perform twice a night, Friday through Tuesday at 7 and 9:30. You can get tickets here at Win or at awakening.com.
There you have it. Get to Vegas, get to the Win, and get to see Awakening. We have all the players stepping on stage, and they're itching to play a little bit of chess. So we have one more job for you, and that's to pull the starting position from our beautiful lottery over here. If I could get one of you to slot right behind it, and one of you to step up forward and draw the position. Grab onto those handles, my friend. Let them rip.
What position do we have?
548.
Position 548. We'll come right off to the board. I will get this to the rest of our positions that have been played so far at this Grand Slam. Thank you so much. You were amazing, and can't wait to see the spectacle that you've got going on.
Give it up one more time for the cast of Wings Awakening. And now we have it, folks. The battlefield is set. Position 548 for our first bout of the day. We have 8 competitors stepping on stage. They get their usual 10 minutes here to discuss and strategize within their pods, and then they'll step out there on the arbiter's call.
Good luck to everyone.
Good luck to all of our competitors. We'll see you back in the studio to break down all the action.
You mean 92, this type of stuff?
Yeah, I will.
Or 92?
I'm not just sure.
But the second...
You're just going to take? Take, how do you...
I just think we should be fast to develop. It will be in time.
I don't think you can take this guy.
Why?
How do you think you can take this guy?
97? Yeah? You don't like F5, yeah?
Yeah, but why not just C6? Sorry.
So okay, C6, F3. F3 we can meet with D5, yeah?
Copy, maybe?
We can meet with D5.
It's like your game gets back.
No, wait, E5?
No, E5 taking queen.
Yeah. E5 we don't have.
F6, E4, E5.
Just like this, yeah?
But maybe white is better place now compared to like 93, you can go in.
So what if we just copy 96, can you take 27? I think maybe it's like your game is Magnus where we shouldn't put the knight on E6. Should wait with this.
Can be slightly better for white, huh?
Do we have options besides D4, D5? Maybe we can delay D5, like...
C6.
C6, yeah? Yeah, I don't understand what you want.
It's reasonable.
Because I can't go 96. Yeah, okay, this is the point. Yeah, wait. Yeah, but if I trade on D4, I don't know about the structure. 96 here, knight F5. I don't like this.
And the same style.
We could do the same with black, no? I mean, if we want to play C6, F6 against anything, we can.
Yeah. This is available, yeah.
But E5, what's wrong in this version?
Yeah, let's say C3.
Now we can maybe stop this.
But I don't know, D5 isn't D5 square too weak?
I mean, here, C6 and knight G6. Yeah, no, this only makes sense for that. So maybe we play C6, D4, F6.
F3 and D5 or?
We don't mind H4, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe you might.
But the thing is, H4, H5? Like, what is our benefit from this?
H4, D5, H5, knight E4.
G3, 96. There you go. EDCD and knight. Let's go.
And this whole thing is dubious.
No, probably it's not. I just thought
Probably fine.
be more flexible.
Because they probably can force us somehow to get this, no?
D4 was a better.
Same thing. Yeah, there's knight C6 and C.
Then C.
Yeah, maybe it is. By the way, also F6 is for C6. Is this too slow?
We can start with 1F3 to avoid.
Yeah, that's, yeah. I mean, there's
Now C.
D5. Okay, then we can do D4. Yeah, it's actually clever. Then D4. C4 is also possible. D4, F6, yeah?
C to D4. 17.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we just have to play symmetrical position. Yeah.
This is probably the best net to start with.
Yeah, I would say so.
C4 B2.
It's position 548 for our first bout of the day. And Tanya, I want to start where Magnus just left off. We overheard him say just now, and somewhat unhappily so, feels like we kind of have to play into a symmetrical position.
And the more you look at it, the more you understand. Our heat map helps as well. You know, you've got all the majors on the edges of the board. So sort of breaking symmetry in the center with a defended pawn break is going to be that much harder to get going. The moves that the players were looking at, whichever pawn move you start with, trying to activate your minors on the center of the board, the one in front of the bishop or the knight or the king, black will respond with the same. And then white has no clear path to actually strike early on, which is why Magnus sort of ended that scene that we just saw, saying that, you know, we have to sort of accept the fact that symmetry will appear and we get a long middle game. But that said, I still think, David, it's actually got the characteristic of quite a bit of freestyle chess, especially with the queen in the corner of the board. You know, the king in the center, I'm expecting castling towards the right side. But I think it's not going to be very easy for the players to really get this to be chaotic early on.
Wow, and look at this board, the contrast here. It's as if they're discussing a middle game position, like 15 moves in, Fabiano and Levon Aronian, with Prag there as well. But yeah, it felt like Arjun and Magnus maybe not going super aggressive early on. I think that will favor Magnus' style, but whether that favors Arjun's style, that's a big question. Two very distinctly different players there, as we see Levon Aronian approach the board, the moment of destiny.
Very cool shirt there by Lev. I have to say, he really saved the best for the last.
Hey, yeah, but he never disappoints, right? I would kill to spend a day inside his wardrobe. Just raid the closet. Either way, he steps into the ring here against Hans Niemann, 30 seconds away from the beginning of our final bouts. Our grand finalists, Hans Niemann and LEVON Aronian, looking to take home $200,000 and 25 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam circuit points to their name. Who will stand atop the rest here in Las Vegas? A question soon to be answered.
On paper, starting with black in final. Often you start on the back foot, but Levon Aronian's been so good with the black pieces. Can he strike yet again with that color? Okay, the clocks will start. The arbiters will give the players the signal here. The gong might sound, and we're off on the final day.
Levon Aronian at 42 has got to be the comeback kid of Vegas. He's been unstoppable since the knockout stages, and it all comes down to this for Levon and Hans Niemann. One of them will be richer by at least $140,000, but now it's all about that Grand Slam win. That's what they want. We do see the first moves coming in. It is a central pawn moving ahead, something that our heat map was pointing out as the most played move in this position on our Chess.com database.
Yeah, Hans has never been in a situation like this before. He's never played such a big final, such big stakes with all of the top players. Levon here has been in this situation countless times meanwhile, so it's very much experience versus youth, as Hans Niemann starts by erecting a very solid pawn chain, all on the dark squares here.
Yeah. And to your point, David, I think Hans's success here has also been so deeply meaningful. You know, this entire tour co-founded by Magnus Carlsen. And here is Hans at 22. He sort of outlasted all of them, right? He's ahead of Magnus. He's ahead of Hikaru right now, playing for the finals. He even openly was celebrating when Levon Aronian knocked out Magnus from that race for the top finishes. And here he is fighting for that final win against Lev. It just means so much to Hans, this match does.
Oh, unquestionably so. And characteristically moving quite quickly here in the 30 portions of the game. We've had some discussions with a number of players about, with this 30 minutes to your name, you know, how much of that do you want to invest early on to make sure you have a solid starting position, make sure things don't fall apart too quickly. But both of these players seem happy to move at a decent clip very early on.
You know what Hans tweeted today?
Ooh.
I don't need an apology. My comeback will be on the chessboard.
Interesting.
Time to show it. Time to show it. I mean, I'd say he's already done a great step in showing just that, in even making it to this final table. But what a statement it would be in his first big event and big final table to take home the top prize.
Yeah. In the meantime, on the board, he's getting ready to set up something that we would normally call the stone wall structure, just because you stop the opponent from breaking out with any pawns. Hans Niemann's last move is a twofold purpose move. I was going to say black can no longer fight and kind of push in the center, no longer able to break open with pawn to e5, but also the white queen able to enter the action in the near future. Levon happy to play copycat chess. So both sides have beautiful squares. The white knight would love to sit on a square supported by its pawns, and likewise a black knight would also love to occupy the e4 outpost. Both pieces have easy routes to those squares. There we go. Hans Niemann about to land his knight, and I'm expecting Levon Aronian to do the same. Tanya, it just looks very symmetrical. It's going to be very blocked for a long, long time.
And this is exactly what Magnus was referencing in his analysis, right? The nature of position just goes on to show the feel that Magnus Carlsen has for freestyle chess, just understanding in those first couple of minutes that it's going to be extremely hard for white to get those breaks in. I'm just wondering, David, if there is a possibility that even Hans is setting up, in fact, trying to get that pawn in front of the queen to move 2 steps forward, get an early trade on, or open those lines, open those diagonals for the bishops. And maybe he just feels that he wants to try to complicate matter rather than play a strategic fight. Like you predicted, both players mirroring each other right now. 2 plans I see for white. You could either reroute it to the center of the board, as you mentioned, or try to get aggressive early on with the g-pawn push.
Yeah, that would be quite fiery from Hans Niemann. And very kind of on brand, that type of move, pushing his pawn forward, early tension. I was a bit surprised to see Hans go for this block structure, but it will prolong the fight if he just continues maneuvering. Moment of truth. He was reaching out, takes his hand back. What's he going to play? Prediction, Tanya. Will he blow it open with the pawn, or will he just continue improving his knight?
You know, I think fans and us commentators, we'd love to see a move like the G-pawn moving forward, because you know that's going to be a fiery middle game, something that Hans, the fact that he's slowed down, he's taking it in, I think it's definitely on his radar. He knows it's extremely committal. That's a double-edged sword move. You know, you can't go back from a move like that. So huge moment here for Hans, and I think this will determine he reaches out, and it's a more strategic positional approach, Hans keeping things under control.
Yeah, so he is going to jump that knight forward, again, eyeing that central square that David pointed out just a bit ago. So far, this board playing out to the symmetry that Magnus Carlsen had suggested we would see, or very likely to see, or need to play into. Why don't we compare that to Magnus Carlsen's board up against Hikaru Nakamura? We can just put them both side by side here to see if the symmetry is still in play. And, I mean, there's an opportunity for it to continue as well on Magnus and Hikaru's board, however, in a different fashion.
Yeah, symmetry here, I think it was just one of those positions, right? There are certain positions in Chess 960 freestyle chess that are just very favorable for white, and that's because the opponent cannot copy you. But there are also a lot of positions where the opponent can copy for the first half dozen moves. It's very hard to break the symmetry without taking massive risk. And on that left board, we might see the big helix structure. What did we call it yesterday?
I called it a double helix.
Double helix. And
the DNA.
Hikaru Nakamura sets up that beautiful pawn center. Nobody really wants to touch anything. It's like the X-Men with the big X in the middle of the board with the pawns.
Well, how do you make the decision then to finally be the person to break the symmetry? And who is the onus on in this game? Is it one color or the other? Or is it just the person who wants to play for a victory? Like, what is the ultimate deciding factor in where it breaks?
And I think this is one of the hardest things in chess, right? Because when there's so much tension, for humans to just keep that tension going is extremely difficult. All it requires, well, I say all it requires, but a very difficult skill. It's called calculation. You've got to sit down and really go through all the lines and the options that you have and figure out how you evaluate the positions. And if not, it takes nerves of steel to just sit as is. You know, ask your opponent to be the one who blinks first and continue with the development. I don't know how easy that would be to just stay still, but perhaps neither side needs to just rush just yet with a pawn trade in the center.
Yeah, maybe we do jump into that board just for a moment to break it down, because that's the one with tension. The Hans Niemann, LEVON Aronian board, for now, it's very stable. Neither side really wants to blow anything open. We're going to see a lot of maneuvering. There's two types of different symmetrical position. One, where it's going to explode and there's immediate kind of face-off. And we see the center of pawns here. That's a lot of tension. The other type of maneuvering position is where you just slowly improve your pieces. And I'll just highlight the whole pawn structure here for white, the whole pawn structure for black. And yeah, calculation, as Tanya said, is all about which pawn to capture first. White here, Magnus Carlsen will look at taking this pawn. Then he'll kind of pull it back. He'll compare and contrast what happens if he takes the other pawn. And if he's happy with neither, then he'll just improve a piece and say to Hikaru, you do you. You try to keep the copycat game going as long as possible.
You know, in this matchup, Magnus versus Hikaru, it's sort of like the storyline of resilience versus redemption right now. For Magnus knocked out of the group stage, having to fight currently for that third spot, he said it in one of his interviews that for him, the lower group stages is he's playing it for the love of the game. And we've seen that kind of chess emerge from him, you know, ever since he got, well, his rhythm, his flow going. Just the chess that we've seen has been vintage Magnus. Yesterday, taking down Pragnananda and Arjun back-to-back. 5 straight wins. The beautiful endgame technique that he displayed. It really is love of the game, and I think the position that he has, he knows it's fun, and he's going to be enjoying that. And I think more of that on display. He does keep the tension. A roller coaster run so far for Magnus, eyeing that third spot, and it's resilience for Hikaru Nakamura. You know, while Magnus looks for his redemption, I think Hikaru, after finishing at the top of his leaderboard, losing out to LEVON in the quarterfinals, the win that he had against Fabi, he's got everything to prove against the world #1 today.
Everything to prove. Is this the position in which you can prove it, though? Or are we thinking that it's more about holding fast and stable? We talked earlier in the pre-show, David, about maybe Hikaru being the one who needs to, strike first blood in a matchup against Magnus Carlsen if he does want to unseat him here in the third place matchup. And here we have the first move of asymmetry on the board.
Yeah, the first break of the symmetry. I have a feeling we might get back.
We'll return to it, yeah.
Via a different move order, especially if Magnus Carlsen now moves the white queen out of the way, which is one of the most logical moves, just to get the white king castled. Then black might do the same, the black knight coming out. And I mean, these two, they've met in so many finals. We talk about it's a great rivalry, but Hikaru's never defeated Magnus in a big match other than one Speed Chess Championship final. It's that simple. In the key games, it's Magnus on top.
We got to go back to Vincent's comment about the trauma of playing Magnus, and is that at play here? Did Hikaru step into the arena today with thoughts of previous performances against Magnus in his mind, or was he able to find, clarity and step into it with the confidence that today is his day to take down the world number one?
And I think that's a great point you make, James. And I think for Hikaru, if you look back at his career trajectory, the player that he was, let's say pre-pandemic, he was always one who was going for these aggressive attacks and like those tactical positions. That's sort of like your vintage Hikaru as we came to know him when he was growing up. And I feel like that's the kind of chess where perhaps you need to draw Magnus Carlsen to get your chances against. But as Hikaru has evolved into the strongest version of himself, he's become a lot more strategic in his approach as well. But that's Magnus Carlsen's biggest forte. And maybe that's the reason that over the years it's been so much more harder for Hikaru, unless it comes to those time scrambles where he's not even second to Magnus, to really try to get those big match victories in. You speak of trauma, and even back then, Magnus was dominating the matches. Finally, Hikaru getting his breakthrough, I think it was around 2017, 2018, gets those wins against Magnus Carlsen, then finds his footing. But as you said, David, the last couple of years, epic rivalry, epic matchups, but in the end, somehow it's always Magnus Carlsen coming on top. And, it reminds me of this interview that we did with Magnus, where we asked him who is his biggest rival. And he said, I don't have any rivals. Tier 2, Hikaru Nakamura.
Especially in rapid chess, the quicker formats, especially in here freestyle chess, where Hikaru is super consistent. But yeah, he did say in interviews, Hikaru, that one of his biggest regrets from his whole career was playing Magnus in a blitz match just in their hotel room, just a private one, in I think it was 2010. And Magnus was very dominant in that blitz match, and Hikaru just said, he's been in my head ever since.
Wow.
It took him years to get over that trauma that Vincent Keimer was talking about. Imagine just one friendly evening, just chilling out after a tournament, and that affects a whole career.
And to plague you even decades later. But it also goes to show the storied history between these two players. The history, the pieces of history of chess history that they've each individually been a part of, and they continue to be a part of defining the chess world. Referring to your point about Magnus Carlsen, Tanya, I mean, maybe didn't feel he's had a rival. Part of the inception of freestyle chess was so that he could be more challenged. I'd say he got what he wanted so far this year in 2025. He has not been just the picture of dominance that maybe we would come to expect from him, having lost to Vincent Keimer in Germany and now not even in a position to vie for the #1 spot.
And I think that's exactly the reason why Magnus Carlsen loves this format, because he finds it a challenge even for himself, Let's not forget, he came into this tournament with 6 back-to-back tournament victories as well. So make no mistake, Magnus, even when he's out of shape, is the world #1 for a reason. He is, considered the GOAT. I mean, just the performance he's had over the last few months. But when it comes to freestyle chess, when it comes to this format, the demands of it, even the world #1's figuring his way around. He did win Paris in fantastic fashion. What happened here against LEVON in that fight to get into the quarterfinals, as Magnus put it himself, it was a complete collapse by him. Very uncharacteristic, and this is the matchup we went. You were talking about the storylines. For me, one of the most entertaining factors on that has been their story off the board. There was a moment when Hikaru proclaimed that Magnus Carlsen is Sauron. And, the all-seeing eye of Sauron, and he would show up at matches against Magnus wearing shades, wearing dark glasses on. So all of that's happened in the chess world. Completely bizarre.
Yeah, poor Bilbo here, or Frodo here, poor Frodo Nakamura. But in the meantime, yeah, it's become a bit more mellow. Both players, their rivalry, it's become fascinating to watch. But this position, finally some break in symmetry, the Black Knight posting up. Although the White Knight, one of them, might do very similar shortly. Neither side wants to blink with a pawn structure, meanwhile.
Yeah, this is just absolutely spectacular. And if we even check in with our LEVON Aronian versus Hans Niemann battle, you'll again see that symmetry has continued here between the two top dogs in Las Vegas. It's Hans Niemann challenging LEVON Aronian in our grand final. Developing more pieces, the knights come out. So a different structure than that of what we just came from, but even still, everything just mirrored from one side to the other, waiting for the first punch to be thrown.
Yeah, and it's awkward. Again, it's who blinks first. The knights are all looking at each other right now, just to put some moves on the board while Hans Niemann looks deep in thought. If he takes the Black Knight, we see the infamous pawn structure here, the Connect 4. Very strong, I'm going to say, this pawn structure. It cannot really be eroded anytime soon, and not good news for the enemy bishops. And likewise, for example, if White continues, Black here doesn't have to trade knights. You don't have to blink. If you do, then the pawn structure becomes super symmetrical, and this is actually pretty much how Nodibek Abdusattorov and Javokir Sindarov drew a game in the round robin, with this exact pawn structure, so blocked. Bishops do not enjoy block positions, and neither side happy here. Tanya, it feels like nobody wants to take the knight first. They might just start dancing around each other's knights, and we might see the symmetry continue.
You know, the kind of chess that Hans Niemann has been playing, I have to say, it's been a treat to watch. He's going for the initiative. He goes for the attack when he gets the option. He's happy to sacrifice a pawn or two, you know, if it means clamping down on your opponent. And a break that we earlier pointed out, I think that's going to be the key factor. Will Hans Niemann in this game ever decide to push that G-pawn? And the moment that happens, the position completely explodes. And the more he thinks, I think he's trying to make that work, you know. And at this moment, I also want to get our chat involved in this big matchup, James. We usually ask them, oh my goodness, and just at that moment, G4 for the score. Hans Niemann sticking to his style. This is fireworks. He takes a sip of, I think that's OJ with him right there.
Well, Hans strikes, and maybe this is the perfect time to ask the question I think you plan to ask for our fans at home. Who do they think is going to come out on top in this matchup?
I want to get that in, but I was going to put it with a twist. I want to know who they're rooting for. You know, who do they want should win this matchup? So let's put that plot twist in and throw it to our chat. Let's see if Levon's got more fans watching or Hans Niemann.
Okay, let us know in that chat from home. Who are you rooting for? Not necessarily who you think is going to come away with it, but who you want to see hoisting that trophy and taking home a $200,000.
Oof, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's not pocket change, that's for sure. That's a huge, potentially career-changing sum of money for a lot of players. And for someone young like Hans Niemann, he's going to be funding a lot of blitz matches with pro players with that money. And for LEVON Aronian as well, it's such a pleasant surprise. When he was here in the studio, he didn't realize that he was guaranteed at least $140,000, and the smile that broke out on his face, Tanya, was a joy to behold.
I mean, I gotta say that first of all, chat is just flying right now. It's Hans W's and LEVON W's, though, left and right. I really would say that this feels about dead even in terms of... Oh, here we go. Now the poll is up, though, so now we can get some real numbers to it. So get in there, everybody. Make your voice heard on that poll. I'll reveal the results in just a minute or two's time. Hans out of his seat, though, after throwing that first strike. He says, okay, I took some time to think. Now it's your turn, LEVON.
Yeah, and no more symmetry. That is almost guaranteed here. I'll just put it on the board. There's only an extent to which you can play copycat chess, and if LEVON Aronian tries to copy and fight fire with fire here, then I think the luxury of the first move would pay off for Hans Niemann. First, he would take a pawn. Black would do the same, and after he gets the first hit, for example, trading this set of knights, then, yeah, at the very end, White goes up a full pawn. So I don't think LEVON can keep the symmetry. I think he's going to be more inclined, Tanya, to just keep the structure intact. Whether he trades a set of knights off is questionable, but he could also just protect the pawn that's just been attacked.
But David, the most critical question here for both LEVON and Hans is that there is a pawn hanging on the board, which can be forced, right? You could take both the knights off, trade, or as you like to say, take, and then you pick up that pawn in G4, you go up a pawn and ask Hans, prove prove your compensation, my friend.
Yeah. I even forgot this pawn was hanging, to be honest, because capturing away from the center, I mean, I'm so biased at this point towards not allowing the opponent to disconnect for. I mean, that is the compensation. Essentially, black's dark square bishop is blunted for pretty much the rest of the game. It's never really going to break out of this structure now. And yes, you're a pawn down with white, but you are the only one who can fight to break out in the center. This pawn is doubled, your extra pawn. White is very quick to get castled on the long side. And I don't know, yes, he's a dynamic player, but Levon Aronian, he's not a greedy player. He's the opposite of me. He's not a pawn grabber. I'm very skeptical that we'll see this, even though the bar doesn't hate it. The eval bar says black can go up a pawn and still kind of continue the fight. 3 versus 1 on the right half of the board, so maybe if Levon Aronian is feeling super ambitious, but this is risky. And he's deciding.
He reaches out, and he keeps things intact in his position. So none of those dynamics. I think he's just denying Hans what he wants right now. Throughout this tournament, we've seen this narrative, right? Hans giving up pawns and then playing for the attack. And Levon's not allowing any of that on the board right now. He's not taking the fight to Hans. He knows Hans will bring it to him.
I mean, it's great. I love to see Hans sticking to his guns, right? Sticking to the way that he has played to get to this very spot. But then exactly to your point, Tanya, I think LEVON understands the type of player that he's up against, right? And he says, okay, I'm not going to make it so easy for you to craft and ultimately push the game in the direction that you want it to be played.
Did you see that expression by Hans? He was really surprised. It almost feels like Hans is wondering, Lev, what are you doing? This has got to be better for me. At least that was the read, or that's the read I'm getting from Hans right now. He's very surprised with the way Levon's handled this position.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm super surprised as well. Knights on the rim are dim, as we say. I haven't seen too many cases of that, actually, this tournament so far. But this black knight doesn't look great. Yes, it's attacking a pawn, but that pawn can easily be defended. For example, with another pawn, white can step forward, or more likely, by moving the knight out the way, using the bishop to defend. And this black knight is just going to be, I don't know, a bit of a bystander in this game, it feels like. Maybe his intention is just to block the advance of the white pawns. Knights are great blockaders, but yes, it's hard to attack that knight as well, but it just feels odd to sideline yourself like that. So I totally understand why Hans Niemann gave a bit of a frown in the last couple of moves. Levon Aronian playing quite quickly. It's not Levon's type of position either. I would say that both sides are in positions where they're not unhappy, but they're not super excited about their chances of dynamism either.
That said, Levon's had incredible success from the black side of the board here in this tournament. What do we make of that? Is that more a product of being of reactive play, of kind of, again, absorbing what my opponent wants to do, identifying, and then looking just for that one single counter strike?
Yeah, especially in the bigger matches with black against Magnus Carlsen, especially in their blitz playoff with black. He was just kind of waiting when Magnus struck. It turned out to backfire, and he counterattacked Levon. Same against Hikaru Nakamura, ground him down in a long endgame when given the chance. And especially against Arjun Erigaisi, when he had a lost position at some point, Levon Aronian, waiting, super patient. He just seems really zen right now, Tanya.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch Lev this whole tournament, and I think for chess fans especially, you know, rooting for a Lev tournament win, because it just feels like the chess world's been denied of that. Lev's been denied of that in the recent past, and this format so suited to his creativity, but just sort of been under the radar, especially after his first slam performance and what he's done in this tournament so far. So deserving of where he is right now, Levon Aronian. But you know, he's up against Hans, and I think this is just really a dream final, even though nobody saw it coming. I really want to just get back to one point here. What you guys were talking, Hans sticking to his style. You know, he's pushed that G-pawn up. He's got this space on the right side of the board, but the position's now blocked there, right? He's kind of put Levon's knight on the edge. But I think the point is that David Hans also controls certain ideas of breaks on the other side. I think he's about to shift his attention to the left side now, especially with this last bishop move. The point is that you want to push your pawn slowly but steadily towards the center and then strike with the second break. Hans is the one who's early on made a statement in this game that he's going to be asking the questions of Levon Aronian.
Yeah, if neither side breaks out on that left side of the board, it's just going to be blocked and nobody's going to break through. It's just going to be a dead draw, and we'll see the players just go back and forth. But ultimately, there are so many pieces left that it's likely that at some point someone will get impatient and try to blow it open.
Hans asking questions of LEVON. You asked the question to the fans just a little bit ago. Who were they rooting for to take it? With 50% of the vote, LEVON Aronian, to 42% of the vote for Hans Niemann, and 8% of the fans at home just here for the chess. It's a slight edge towards the Armenian.
8% to chess win the result. This is the result. Wow, so it is very close, and that's awesome to see, you know, fans rooting for both players and just knowing how much this means to each one of them, just their story arc that it's been at Freestyle Chess. You know, for Hans Niemann, winning this would be the biggest redemption after everything that's happened since 2022.
Yeah, he looks very relaxed, Hans Niemann, leaning back. Spent a bit of time on the clock, but that's not too significant right now. They still have plenty left. And we're in the middle game. Yeah, this one's going to be a long, long battle. It's going to be so attritional. I expected fireworks, I must admit, Tanya, but that's not the way.
I have one question for you, David. Do you think that because Hans perhaps fancies his chances just to increase a little bit more the shorter the time control goes, you know, he said it himself that he's younger, he's faster on the clock, he's shown better nerves throughout the tournament. I mean, he's been incredible in those time pressures, that he perhaps doesn't want to make it super messy in these 30-30 games?
Yeah, it does look that way. Maybe just kind of limiting the opponent, controlling the scenario, controlling the narrative here. Hans Niemann, yeah, he's blocked it up, and it was his choice.
And now's a good opportunity for me to remind everybody at home that we actually have 4 different boards in play. Our top 2 bouts each working with 30-30 time controls, but it's down in our 5th place and 7th place matchup where the players are playing a much faster time control. They kicked things off with 10-10 today, but the same position. So I wanted to jump over here to Arjun Erigaisi versus Fabiano Caruana, because obviously with shorter time controls, I would not have expected them to play maybe into such a stable, symmetrical position for so long, but also the game is more advanced as we would expect. So maybe what can we learn from this as well as would be applied to our top boards is a curiosity of mine.
Yeah, it's interesting. This opening kind of mirrored Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura for a long, long time. And ultimately, the symmetry was broken, and it was Arjun Erigaisi taking a risk by pushing his pawn, or actually trading the pawn up to this point, where it's either just going to be very weak and drop off. It does look like it's a bit surrounded, or it's going to be a huge strength that's going to tie it black down. I do like Arjun's rook. That's probably the most beautiful rook I've seen in this whole week so far in Las Vegas. Entrenched in the black half, guarded by pawns, guarded by a knight. Black has very little influence on the dark squares, but Tanya, the breakthrough. It's always a question in these block positions, very similar to the game we just came from. Can either side really make headway?
That's a big question, right? And look at the clocks as well. About a minute on the clock, and a very, very complex middle game is what this is. With the bishop pair, the d pawn that you highlighted, potentially the white rook stepping up to the 7th rank and creating a very, very scary pawn on that spot. Also a knight jump attacking the queen once the rook does vacate that square. I'm just slightly preferring Arjun's chances here, given the activity of the pieces. You know, the knight, the stronghold that you have is black. It can be traded off at the right moment as well. But Arjun ticking down on those seconds, under 40 seconds right now. He goes for a plan on the left side. He wants to play across the board. That's full board awareness. Arjun wants to push that pawn one step forward and destroy Fabi's pawn formation on the left side there, asking questions across. I think this is scary for black to handle.
Yeah, I only have one question. Will we see Connect 5? If black ever takes the white rook, white can re-establish a beautiful pawn chain. I don't think we'll see it unless Fabi here is really, really desperate.
That dream of yours, David, will not come true on this board.
One day it will.
One day, but I think that is just so incredibly dangerous to also allow the dark squared bishop potentially open up on the diagonal. David Howell really hoping for the Connect 5, but I don't see that happening in this one.
No. Arjun defends his pawn, Fabi moves his rook. Very blocked. I think the clock here is going to play a massive factor.
You know what's also going to play a massive factor is just Fabiano's mindset. I mean, yesterday so close to actually getting a win against Hikaru. He could have been the one fighting for that 100K prize against Magnus Carlsen. So many moments, eventually agreeing for a repetition when from a position of strength, almost close to a winning position. That cost him so dearly. That cost him a lot of money, it did. And for Fabi, how is he feeling about his chances right now? He's playing against Arjun on the back foot in the position.
White's knight about to jump in as well on the square just left behind.
No connect 4. Because Arjun was the one who elected to go for the trade of rooks there on the 8th rank.
Let's give it to David. On
4.5.
connect 5.
4.5. That's all he gets out of me.
I'll take it. I'll take it. It feels like a win. But, either way, it does look like Arjun as well is the one on the front foot, creating the threats, hitting the black bishop. That is a beautiful knight and pawn combo. Abby's heart rate as well, sky high. At least relatively to Arjun's.
Well, and it kind of reflects the position he's in, right? He's getting clamped down on, and this is so typical of Arjun Erigaisi throughout this entire tournament, having those 1 to 2 point advantages somewhere around this point in the game. It's just been a matter of closing it out, sometimes not having that last ounce of energy or oomph in the position to actually bring it to a decisive victory.
I will say, though, Arjun's bringing in a lot of oomph in all his matches. But like you said, somehow in those last few seconds, you know, he got his chances yesterday as well, but far and few. I mean, against Magnus, I have to say, against the Indian kids, Magnus was just so dominant in his performance, as he was, especially in all those endgame techniques. I think all those positions are going in an endgame manual. And speaking of the GOAT.
Yeah, well, Magnus has a little bit of time to step away from his board, and he gets here, right, as Fabiano's falling into time trouble, right? We saw with 4 seconds on the clock there, Fabi makes a move. He's back up to 14 seconds with that 10 seconds of increment. Arjun, of course, also just about to dip below 20 for the first time, and so perhaps a bit of a scramble here down the stretch.
And we've seen some crazy scrambles, including Fabiano, over the last few days. It feels like it's always him. We remember yesterday against Hikaru, the eval bar was doing some real work, up and down and up and down, and Fabiano against Hans Niemann as well. The panic that set in when he was low on time. LEVON Aronian walking around. Meanwhile, we'll check back in on those boards later, but this game feels like it's about to be decided, and it's just a question of which way. We see a trade of bishop for knight. Black's knight was finally removed. Too strong. Everyone's
watching this board. You gotta love it.
It is an exciting one, and wow, that is playing with fire. You've given a free hand to the black e-pawn to move up the board, defended by the queen as well. Arjun up a pawn, but Fabi, he's going for it. He's going for the promotion.
That was very greedy. White's knight was so supreme in the center of the board to kind of trade it off just for the gain of a pawn. High risk. He wants to use the white rook and go behind now, attack the black queen, but the black knight is coming. Queen and knight combo, so strong, especially in speed chess.
And that is a beautiful defensive move. It moves forward, but only to stop a backward square, and Fabi reaches out for it. It arrives on the board, stopping the big threat. Is Arjun about to push his own d-pawn, coming in with ideas of his own? This is a race in the middle game.
Wow,
we might see 4 queens on the board.
Whose pawn's going to promote, Tanya? Who do you predict? Whose pawn is going to be more powerful?
Stopped for now. Arjun's has. That is such a tough question to answer, both looking extremely dangerous.
Arjun reached for his queen. Apparently there's only one move to not be worse with white, and it's a crazy move. It's to give up your queen, to check the black king, give it up.
Oh, he doesn't find it.
That was difficult.
In low time, instead he opts for a king move towards the center of the board, trying to defend the promotion square. Fabi will leap forward with a queen of his own now, centralizing.
Centralizing and coming for checkmate. The queen, knight, and the pawn combined. This is super dangerous attack on Arjun's king. That's why he has to retreat, swoop the queen back to defend the king.
But the white king is so bare, so open. There's so many tempting checks with the queen. You can even go into the corner now with the check. The black knight gobbles up a pawn. Checkmate in one threatened. The black queen coming into the corner would end the game.
How do you defend it? The only way, you got to move the king, but there is no way, and Arjun resigns.
Arjun, the resignation, and Fabi, he's not going to let himself fall into the same position of previous days in the time scramble. This time around, he's the one who comes out on top. He'll take a decisive lead in that battle for 5th place. And as we saw all of the other players in our top 2 battles at times crowding around that table, of course with intrigue just in terms of how the game was playing out, but I'm also wondering how much they learned from that battle as to the direction their game could possibly go.
Yeah, especially for LEVON Aronian, he's going to be taking inspiration from that encounter because it had a similar nature. Very, very blocked, very, very slow. But as a As the player with black, as the counter puncher in this scenario, it's often helpful to just be patient, be patient. That's what Fabiano did, and he took his chance when it came. The other playoff, I should mention, for 7th and 8th, very, very kind of safe, dull, sterile endgame, I'm going to say that. So that one we won't go to yet. But Hans Niemann, LEVON, and Aronian both were circling that board. These sharks, they smelt blood. They knew someone was about to go down in that other encounter. And this one hasn't changed much since we were last here.
And yeah, of course, top players in chess, but also some of the top fans of chess are these super GMs. So if they see a good game, if they see a crazy position, they're going to be out of their chairs. They're going to be there courtside watching it all play out. But we return to our top table here between Hans Niemann and LEVON Aronian. The pace is going to slow down just a little bit, and that's a perfect time for us to be bringing in our newest guest to the Community Stream studio. It's one Matt Thomas. Thank you so much for joining us, president of United Chess Boxing. That's going to be no surprise to you when you see him on camera. This guy is built, but he's also got a brilliant chess mind behind it. First of all, thank you for joining us. How has your Vegas experience been so far here at Freestyle Chess?
Happy to be here. It's been a treat. I heard David say counterpuncher, and the spidey senses started tingling.
You got up. The defenses went up, huh?
Yep. I was in the middle of chanting USA for Fabi, and here I am on the couch next to Tanya. So yeah, really excited to be here.
Well, I mean, Freestyle chess is all about, you know, kind of opening up chess to more people in the world, creating, you know, a variety of chess that can be exciting, as well as trying to connect to different cultural elements. We saw just before this event, we had the Chessival, for example, taking the world of NBA and chess and slamming them together. But you've got experience taking chess and slamming it together with other sports, chess, boxing. I mean, walk us through that. I mean, maybe a little bit of history about how you got involved and why it is that, you know, those two, of all things, seem to fit so well together.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between the two, even though they seem kind of opposite. You know, one is mostly brain, one is mostly body, but both have elements of each other in them. And if you walk into a boxing gym, it's not uncommon to see a chessboard or to have coaches kind of talking to you about how boxing is like chess with your body, and vice versa. I've been loving your commentary, and I can't tell you how excited I am to hear so many boxing references. These combinations, these counter punches, this knockout kind of shot, all that kind of language comes from boxing. So the fusion of the two, to me, makes perfect sense. Of course, I'm a little biased, but yeah. Do you want a breakdown of how the sport works?
Yeah. For those who have no idea, I've had the pleasure of watching one or two events, and I absolutely love it. But I'm sure plenty of people, this might be the first time they're hearing of it. So yeah, how does it work? What does it look like?
Yeah, so just like it sounds like, it is the board game chess, combat sport boxing, and you alternate rounds between the two until checkmate or knockout, whichever one comes first. So I'm never doing both at the same time. I'm not going to take your knight and flip in a little uppercut. You're safe while you're playing chess.
Okay.
But as soon as that chess round is done, as soon as the 3 minutes hit, they pause the timer, pause the game, remove the board from the ring. Then you have 1 minute to put on gloves, psych yourself up, bell rings again, and you're boxing.
Wow. And then right back to the chessboard to play out that same position you left from.
Well, it's a long 3 minutes before we get back to the chessboard. You're hitting each other, your heart rate's getting up, you might be a little dizzy from getting hit in the head, but if you both survive the round, the bell rings again, you go back to your corner, take off the gloves, sit back down to the board, pick up the game where you left off.
And Matt, as a chess boxing world champion inside the ring, what was your favorite bit? Where were you getting the knockout punches? Was it in boxing or chess?
Yeah, so I won my matches via chess, but I actually wasn't the better chess player. Which I think is one of the cool things about our sport is they really interplay with each other. Like in my match, I, at the end of the boxing round, landed a big shot kind of by the temple of my opponent, dazed him. He came back to the board in our final chess round, and he picked up the wrong colored piece and moved it. And that's when I knew. I was like, this is it. This is my opportunity. He doesn't really know where he is.
Yes.
So every move was as fast as I could make it, because we have a timer. If time runs out, it's just like a knockout. It's a timeout. Like, that's a win condition. So I was making super fast moves, and everything was aggressive. and eventually he made a mistake, and I got checkmate.
That is so cool. I've got a question for you, Matt. Out of the players who we've got playing on our stage right now, who do you think would make the most fascinating? Which matchup do you want to see for a chess boxing one?
Ooh, matchup. Well, I've been talking to Fabi about this for a long time, and he uses striking, and he does like mitt work with Christian and stuff to stay in shape. So he's been like getting his technique down, which is pretty cool. Arjun Erigaisi completely, like, he's so impressive with his heart rate management, which is a big part of chess boxing. If you have a super high heart rate, naturally what happens in your brain is all of your bandwidth goes back to your amygdala. You're in fight, flight, or freeze kind of mode. You're very present tense. That part of your brain isn't good at playing chess. You want to be in your prefrontal cortex, memory, pattern recognition, executive function. So his heart rate control is so low, which frees up his brain's bandwidth to be in the part of his brain that's really good at chess. So actually, this fifth place matchup, I think, would be an amazing chess boxing matchup. I think both of them kind of have like the raw materials to be great chess boxers if they ever wanted to try it.
I'm going to start lobbying for it as soon as the show's over today.
Who do you think will win that one?
Oh, it's a good question. I think from a technique standpoint, I think Fabi has it. You know, like I think it'd be a really good match on the board, but I think that Fabi could kind of chip away at Arjun and take it home.
And Matt, chess boxing seems to be growing. Ludwig put on this huge event. I was watching a Netflix movie the other day, and chess boxing was like one of the main features there. How big do you see the sport growing? What are the next steps?
Yeah, I've been thrilled. The last couple of years from Ludwig's event, last year we had 2 exhibition fights in the Paris Olympics the night before the opening ceremony. We're having these kind of cultural moments that expose us to new audiences. I'm here with Freestyle to talk about what an exhibition could look like in one of the future events. So these are really important to show the sport to more people. Even if people are like, this is weird, this is absurd, it creates curiosity and momentum, which it all helps. So my goal is, before I die, we become an Olympic caliber sport.
All right, so, and I hear some applause in the arena, which means that's my cue to check in on the results. That's Praggnanandhaa and Wesley So in the 7th place matchup. They've found their way to a draw here, so not too many surprises in this one. They'll both reset for a second bout of 10-10 time controls to see who will come away with that all-important 7th place and a few 10 grand more than their opponent.
Speaking of bouts, I've got to ask you about one more. What do you think about a chess boxing matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura?
Well, that's the dream, right? You know, I was talking to Jan early in the week, and he was like, Magnus Hikaru would be amazing, but they'll never do it because they don't want to get hit in the face. So we should pair them for tag team chess boxing with pro boxers.
Oh.
And the light bulb went off. I was like, you know what? I'll do everything in my power to help make that happen.
I'd pay for that.
That would be sweet.
That would be the greatest matchup of all time.
Absolutely. Sure. You talk about you know, technique and style. I'm curious. You've also done plenty of work with you know, top athletes across, I think, a number of sports. What are the similarities that you draw between these guys here on the chessboard to other elite athletes, yourself included?
Yeah, so my work is a performance coach. I coach chess boxers primarily, but actually the NBA tie-in to chess is kind of my other world. My main client is the NBA and NBA referees. And the biggest thing is poise under pressure. I think, especially when you see these time scrambles, generally the grandmasters that compose themselves the best are able to stay focused, locked in a flow state. They're able to find the right move and rely on subconscious intuition in order to stay alive on the time or find checkmate. And I think we've had a few of these over the course of this week. One that comes to mind is Praggnanandhaa and Fabi.
Oh my goodness.
Or yesterday's with Fabi and Hikaru. When you get pulled out of that flow state, like crowd is cheering and then boom, you're kind of disoriented. That's a perfect example of what happens when things fall apart. Like you're no longer present. You aren't in your usual subconscious, like peak performance kind of state. And training that is just like training chess puzzles or doing bicep curls. The more that you do it, the more you build up that mental muscle, and you can do it when you're under pressure.
Now, we've been given an incredible final matchup between Hans Niemann and LEVON Aronian. And again, for some, that may have been a surprise based on pre-tournament expectation, but they've been on fire and putting on a show here in Vegas. I'm going to ask you straight up, who takes it?
Okay, the winner here is the fans. Okay, I'm going to answer your question, but like, these storylines are insane. LEVON, the oldest player, the giant killer. He's taken out all of the top players on his way to the finals. And then Hans, this adversity overcomer, this hot streak that he's on. Like, this is such an exhilarating finals. And it's amazing for fans to be able to see this as the final match with Hikaru and Magnus as the third place. Everyone wants to see that matchup. So naturally, they're going to see the finals, and people that they may not have seen as much headlining this Freestyle Vegas. So I've spent a lot of time with LEVON's wife over the course of this week. She's amazing, and it was so fun, like, cheering LEVON on in those big moments. So I can't not cheer for LEVON, knowing all the backstory, knowing all the momentum going into this. And I'm kind of a, older chess boxer, washed up world champion. It's nice to see, like, let's go, old guy. Like, how it's done.
Do it for us. Do it for us. All right, well, one final question before I let you go, which is, where can we find you next? Where can we find the world of chess boxing next?
I fly from here to Turkey. They're doing kind of a pre-World Championship event. I'll be streaming that on Chess TV. So if you want to see some high-level chess boxing in Turkey, that's next week. But our World Championship is September 23rd through 28th. It's in Serbia. We're bringing a Team USA of 16 people, 3 title chess players, 3 pro boxers, and a lot of people in between that are well-rounded. So if you want to learn more about chess boxing, if you want to see it at its highest level, both of those will be streamed on my channel at Moving with Matt.
Bam, there you have it. You've got the dates, and you've got no excuse and not to go check it out. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of the grand final.
Chess boxing ring soon?
Get me in there. At least on the training regimen, okay? All right. See ya. Enjoy. Now let's reframe a little bit towards our grand final here, as we do see those clocks now starting to approach the 10-minute mark for the likes of Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen, both players with the white pieces. Hikaru and LEVON, both with the black pieces, a few more minutes to their names, so speaks to the fact that maybe down the home stretch there, they might have a little bit more composure. One of the things that Matt was talking about is so crucial in these high-stakes matchups. But David, been a moment since we talked about the actual position on the board. What do you make of it?
Yeah, essentially the status quo has been maintained. Not too much has happened. It's just all about maneuvering. It's so blocked. And Tanya, I'm going to pass it to you because there might be one idea, only one idea that looks like LEVON is setting up that could finally create some tension.
And this is just so instructive, right? We spoke about the right side of the board getting blocked a few moves ago, and then you have to shift your attention to pawn breaks on the other flank. And we spoke about that for Hans Niemann. Maybe it was time for him to start thinking to do that. But notice the knight position, that it's sort of easier now for Lev to get that c-pawn moving one step forward, because white just can't do the same. The knight that you're highlighting at the center of the board is eyeing a c3 pawn, just not giving Hans enough time to push his own b-pawn forward to assist the c-pawn forward. Meanwhile, I think LEVON Aronian will be the one to get the second break of this game in. Hans tried it from the right side, Lev's going in from the other side of the board. And then the position starts opening up. And I just wonder if Hans is starting to regret that he didn't go more all out. Is he starting to feel that maybe I had to get that opportunity in to strike first with c4? Is he just trying too hard to get this match into the tie breaks?
Yeah, LEVON, he has outplayed Hans. It's only tiny, it's very small, it's still very blocked, so it should be roughly level. Hans shouldn't be too scared, but LEVON has outplayed him, and that is reflected in the clocks as well. LEVON up almost 6 minutes right now, and Hans, he's actually been losing a lot of time with his pieces. Just to draw a couple of arrows here, this white knight, it came forward, it actually did a bit of dancing, but then it just retreated. This white knight came forward a few moves ago, has now come back just to challenge the black beast in the center. And look at LEVON, single-minded chess, very consistent, brings his rook across. He is ready to punch through. That'll be the first tension communication between pawns and the whole board. And the fact that he is the one, he can unlock the position at any moment, means that he is in the driver's seat.
And this is where Hans might be thinking back to that moment on the right-hand side of the board where the G-pawn came forward, created a little bit of tension, decided to close the position off. LEVON said, yeah, I'm happy to do the same and wait till later in the game. And now he has an ever so slight advantage to work with here, both on the clock and by the computer's evaluation. Looking to strike here soon on the C-file.
You know, you really start getting the feeling that Black's taking over this game slowly over the last couple of moves. And once the plan comes to fruition, and there's really no way to stop. For Hans, you know, he can just sit and sort of watch it play out because the C-pawn is moving forward on the next game. LEVON's made his intentions clear. Meanwhile, for Hans, where is his activity coming from? It's not an easy decision to trade those knights at the center of the board. You know, you take that, a pawn captures it, comes in with the tempo, the bishop opens up as well, and you just feel like you're left with another pawn that's a big weakness on your side, that F-pawn, which can be a big target for Black's pieces as well. I think Hans Niemann out of the opening, the bar says it's close to level, but from a practical perspective, it's not easy at all. He's in trouble.
Yeah, something's a bit up. Like Hans Niemann, his heart rate is pretty high right now. Not just that, but he left the board, he went away. He lost nearly 1 minute while he was away from the board, and it doesn't sound like much, but it's become a rapid game now. 10 minutes, he's 8 minutes down, he's slightly on the back foot. He has to wait for this sword dangling over him for the next dozen moves. LEVON might push it through in the next turn, he might push it through in 10 moves time. Who knows, but Hans will have to calculate what to do when LEVON tries to blow open half of that board. So it definitely feels like the more experienced player, more happy with maneuvering, maybe. And LEVON Aronian, so far, so good. It's gone according to plan with him again with the black pieces.
So far, so good. Looking fairly relaxed as well there.
Yeah, he's Mr. Chill this tournament.
Yeah,
Something about
real.
it, LEVON. He is supported by his family, of course. He just feels like he's in the zone. And Hans goes around with his knight. Very interesting. That black knight we were criticizing on the edge of the board, he's trying to remove it by force. He knows that the right side is the only flank that he can try and play on, and he's coming around to trade off. Very interesting.
What a journey that knight's been on, though.
LEVON Aronian's played some just incredibly inspiring chess this entire event. He has, and he sort of kept his nerves in those critical moments, you know, with time pressure, playing from the back foot, on the defense. He's delivered every single time. I mean, it's no easy task to take down to top 3 from the top 5 in back-to-back matches, when the stakes the highest, when the pressure is the highest. And right now, that's exactly what he's facing, you know, $200,000 on the line. Can he deliver it one more time? Can LEVON Aronian do it? With the black pieces getting the upper hand so early on in the game, it's big advantage, Lev.
Playing cold and calculated with a heart rate to match. Niemann is the one who's feeling a little bit of pressure of the moment. In this massive grand final matchup, $200,000 is in play on this final table. And it could all be decided in just these first two 30-30 games. And so that's where you're starting to wonder, did I already let my chance slip in this one? You know, what am I playing for? Is it a draw at this point? Do I still have chances for a victory? What are my outs here in Vegas?
Again, just David, what these two players are trying to prove with this match is such different storylines, right? What they're fighting for, apart from the money, apart from winning their first slam in freestyle. For LEVON Aronian, you know, just the run, the dream run that he's had, and then winning the tournament at 42, coming in as the oldest player in the field, an underdog compared to everybody else who's playing, struggles in that qualifier, in the group stage, gets it done by taking down the world #1, and just being able to win this with the star cast, the stellar star cast that's there right now in Vegas. What it would mean to LEVON Aronian at 42 is just, you know, it would be one of the biggest wins of his career. For Hans Niemann at 22, it's exactly the same storyline. The biggest win of his career. With everything that's been going on off the board, everything that he's spoken about, you know, he doesn't shy away. He's got the same intensity on and off the board from controversy. He's the bad boy of chess. He's always said that I want to let chess speak for itself, and winning this would be the biggest statement that Hans Niemann can ever make.
You can just feel the nervous energy. Palpable through the screen there. Hans, I can't seem to stay in his seat. I mean, I know he just returned, but he's just up and out and up and out and here and back and there and forth. He's just trying to find any way to let that energy out so that he can make sure he still maintains the composure to play the proper moves on the board.
I've been there so many times in my chess career where it's high pressure and you can tell your opponent's nervous. Like, LEVON will be very aware that Hans is getting up and kind of stretching, just unable to kind of find that rhythm, kind of get in that flow state that Matt was talking about. And that is reflected in Hans's clock time. To have spent 2/3 of your time, they started with 30 minutes down at 10 now, and still be in the early middle game, still all the pieces, all 32 pieces still on this board. It definitely shows that Hans, he's slowed down, and that's because of the just occasion. It's an incredible moment. For LEVON, I think he's looking at a few moves. He's firstly calculating whether now is the moment to try and break through. There's no immediate threat if black goes for that. That might be the one thing that slows him down, LEVON. The fact that the black king is still in the center, maybe he'll try to kind of get it to safety at some point before breaking through. He's also weighing up whether to try and strike on the other side of the board, where black also has a pawn break. So LEVON's spoiled for choice, but using some of his time advantage now.
And I imagine it's a big decision, too, just because now you're also looking at a Hans with rerouting that knight and beginning the ideas of a renewed attack, right? And so, again, just trying to calculate, do I have enough time to launch my own? Do I need to defend that attack? There's a lot at play here for LEVON, and he's going to chew through some of his time, head in hands, to figure it out. While he does that, let's go back over to Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. Been a moment since we've been there. These two battling it out for third place and up to $100,000 here on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. And as we dive in, what do we make of this position? It's blown open quite a bit. It's a lot less closed than our other board.
Yeah, it's good news for Hikaru Nakamura. Meanwhile, up 5 minutes on the clock and with some big threats potentially. I'll just do a very quick action replay for those fans here in Vegas, but also at home who want to see how this position exploded. There's some tension. Watch out for that black queen, the black sniper, the bishop as well from afar. Everyone has seen those bishop memes probably by now, and this bishop reminds me of that. But I'll just take us back a few moves to where the symmetry was broken. We talked about this kind of central tension for ages, and Magnus, he allowed the first capture, and it was one mistake, I'm going to say kind of a tiny mistake from Magnus Carlsen that has landed him in a bit of trouble as we see him looking down, not too happy with his position. He moved his bishop here. This is given a question mark by my computer at least, and that's because the bishop is on a slightly ineffective diagonal. Black gets out the way, the white king also shuffles. We see the symmetry almost continue and be re-established, but when the dust has settled, it's the black pieces that look more active. This bishop looks phenomenal right now, helping create some threats. This black knight superior to the white knight, and now the black queen as well, much more active than the white queen. So be careful, Magnus Carlsen, would be my advice, and I don't think he's enjoying this, Tanya.
Be very careful, because Hikaru has set up a big threat on the board. You know, you were talking about the queen and the bishop combining ideas against the white king, the h2 tender spot. You take your eye off the ball for just a second. Let's make a non-move move here, David, a move that might look like you're improving the position, and then suddenly the black knight jumps out of the way, hits that white queen from the center of the board, and that's a huge double attack. Because yes, you can fall back with your queen, and the line gets even prettier. The only way to defend that checkmate in one, and you know, we've all known of the smothered mate that comes in. It might not be a mate in one, but it's a mate in two. The knight now jumps in with a huge check. The white queen has to take it, and it's game over. Queen takes pawn, boom, and that would be a checkmate in three if Magnus Carlsen isn't careful. He would have spotted this. He knows that this is the idea that Hikaru step up, but not that easy to counter it.
Yeah, you're going to have to do something to protect this pawn. The move you probably want to play is to try and kick away this black knight, but that just creates even more weaknesses around your king. It means the white king will never really be safe for the rest of the game. So uncomfortable, Magnus, that's for sure.
Bit of an uncomfortable position here for Magnus Carlsen up against Hikaru Nakamura. But in this moment, we are very happy to be rejoined back by popular demand, and for good reason. It's Vitor Gujarati. Welcome back to the community stream, my friend. How you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing well. What a day it is, the grand finale. And I hope we get a spectacle worth the finale.
How does it feel to be so popular with it? What's that like?
I don't know if I'm popular.
Everyone loves you.
People are clamoring for your commentary.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then it feels good, of course.
Okay.
That
He knows exactly how loved he is.
I know. He's downplaying
the modest card.
No, stop going on internet, because sometimes there are not so nice comments there, so I just stop. So I don't know what the public perception is.
Says the guy who posts 3 photos every day on Instagram.
If I had a smile like that, you would never stop seeing photos of me on Instagram, if I'm being honest. I mean, talk about that, though, a little bit as a pro player. I mean, that's the life of a pro player, right? Is you are subject to so many eyeballs, so much criticism, so much pressure. I mean, that's, again, what all of these guys, they know they're stepping on stage under the ire, you know, of both their fans, but also, you know, the ones who rooting against them as well. That can't be an easy life.
I mean, I would take this life for any day, but I understand what you mean that initially when I was streaming and I was doing a lot of content online, I used to get bothered a lot by the hate comments, for a lack of a better word. But then you develop a thick skin and you realize that, yeah, it's just part of the internet. And actually our brain is very funny. It just goes to the negative stuff, but there are like 80% which is good, which you kind of ignore. And it's like, you know, when you like extract your tooth, your tongue keeps going to that one place where there's no
yeah, you just can't help it.
It just keeps going there. So it's the same with the negative comments, but I think most of it is positive. I think chess community in general is like very positive community. But of course, there are some exceptions.
Shout out to our fans.
Absolutely. Shout out to all of you. We don't exist without you at home watching events like this. A bit of a scary situation here for Magnus Carlsen. We were looking at, obviously, some elementary ideas. We don't expect him to fall into a mate in two or anything like that. But how do you evaluate this position so far and the fact that Hikaru Nakamura seems to have reasoned himself to a decent position?
Magnus will not be happy with what he got. He'll not be scared, but he'll not be happy because he just wasted a couple of moves with the bishop, the light squared bishop earlier on in the game. And if anyone is better here, it's black, obviously, because he has the attack and better piece placement. Although, having said that, I don't see huge trouble. There's an idea of pushing the G pawn and then the F pawn afterwards. Let's say the knight, drops there, F pawn. And then, you know, the bishop on B8 is kind of like stopped with this pawn chain. Of course, white is not better, but I don't see why it's significantly worse for Magnus. But I think he's just overall not pleased with the position. He has been under pressure for the last couple of moves. And Hikaru can't complain. He got like a very fine game. And now the real question is, will Hikaru be able to put more pressure on Magnus? Like, he has a slight edge. Will he manage to create more problems? And then, you know, top players, of course, they see all the ideas, but over a sustained period of time, if you keep posing threats, eventually you crack under the pressure. So that's the real test now. I don't see Hikaru at the board as well, which is interesting.
Also a real test on the clock, right? Magnus has been on a very long think, and the plan that you pointed out, push those two pawns to blunt the bishop, the fact that he's taking so long, there's something he doesn't like about it. He's reaching out for the knight instead.
I don't like that. I don't like it.
Looks a bit superficial, right? The white knight isn't super stable. It does guard the vulnerable spot on h2. I was just going to speculate that Hikaru is away from the board. Nobody has visited the confessional booth this week so far. Maybe Hikaru thought this was the moment. Up 10 minutes on the clock.
That would be the play.
Boss move.
Yeah, that would be an absolute boss move to do that now. It's a good point that maybe the confessional booth has fallen a bit to the wayside here in Vegas. Speaks to maybe a bit of the format changes. Things are moving a bit quicker here, so players maybe not feeling like they have the, you know, the ability that time is too precious to a degree.
I mean, for me, it's like an impossible task. I'm always low on time. David can relate. For me, if I go to confession booth, I'm just like increasing my worries.
The thing is, we'd get in time trouble anyway, so maybe we should just go to the confessional booth for 10 minutes, just come back and just
at least we have a reason now.
Yeah.
And we're addicts. Addicts. It's just, we know it's bad, but we still keep going there.
We need that dopamine hit.
Okay, well, why don't we go back over to our grand final matchup, because now that we've got Vidit in the studio, we can get his evaluation. I do see some pieces flying off the board in just this moment, and as we see, Rook's going to slide over. We've opened up that H file, but maybe we walk it back, because LEVON spent a very solid amount of time crafting his response to the last move that HANS made before we left the board, David.
Yeah, this is the current position. We'll get Vidit's thoughts in a second, but we left it with the white knight coming back, very creative. We talked about the black knight at the edge of the board not being so well placed, but it does totally block up this flank. And here, LEVON refused to first punch through with c5, which we were discussing earlier. The black king moved. It's a block position, so moving your king out without castling is totally fine, as long as the center remains blocked. White castled, the black king continues its journey over, and now we saw a trade of knights. This opens up the h-file for white. There's a backward pawn, which LEVON Aronian decided to trade off. He did it nicely, pushing it 2 squares. If you don't take it now, you can never take it. En passant only...
Illegal!
Only valid for 1 move. It's a now or never scenario, and Hans said, okay, I have to trade off. That comes with a trade of rooks as well. He occupies the open line, and he slides his queen across. What do you make of the current position of it? How would you evaluate this?
No, this is a big improvement for Hans. Like a few minutes ago, I saw the position which you guys were discussing. I thought black had excellent chances because of better pieces. The knights which got exchanged, it was a win for Hans because his knight was struggling to find a place, and the knight of black on h5 was really a good piece. And now he also has the h-file. I think white is slightly better. And also the momentum has moved from LEVON being better to Hans slightly being better. So, yeah, it's a big shift, in my opinion, at least psychologically. And LEVON won't be too happy. He knew that he was better. Just the thing is, you know, when you have a considerably advantageous position, and then you get this, it feels like a big loss. But if this was came out of the opening, you would think, oh yeah, it's just equal. But just what you lost, that makes the psychological shift in the head.
Yeah, he lost his board advantage, lost his clock advantage. He's now down nearly 3 minutes, LEVON Aronian. Yeah, long think, wrong think, we sometimes say, but I think it's more about the time he spent as well. That might come back to haunt him later if the tension maintains.
Yeah, now we're moving into the kind of territory that Hans likes to be in, right? A little bit more of a scramble, a little bit more playing on intuition, perhaps.
But it comes down to that idea and plan that we've been talking about for Lev, right, which he's been setting up for ages. And I wonder how powerful that is now that Hans has made progress on the right side. The c5 break, because it feels like the pawn break that you want to get into this position. Is that something that you would go for here with it?
No, not at all, because I'm worried that the h-file where the queen and rook are placed, white can have some, you know, play. And also, I don't gain anything by pushing the pawn right now. There's no attack. Earlier, white's pieces were cramped. They were struggling to find some space. And the king was kind of unsafe in the center. But right now, there's no threat after the pawn push. I would rather now be in prophylactic mode and try to counter white's ideas.
What do you mean now? You're always on prophylactic mode. That is his biggest strength in chess.
I mean, so are you suggesting that LEVON needs to hit the eject button and just try to get away with a draw here?
I think with black, you should be happy to take a draw here, in my opinion, because I think white is the one who has easy moves.
But there's kind of no clear path to get that repetition in right now either, right? So
he plays rook g8. Yeah, it's preparing. Like now, if the queen goes to h7 to trade, the pawn on g3 will be hanging. So he indirectly stopped it. I think Hans will now put the knight on e5. That looks like the most logical move. And the problem with black is the bishop on e6. It's like a pawn.
Yeah, what bishop? That's a big pawn.
Yeah, and there's no scope for improvement. Yeah, he puts the knight there. Now with LEVON, I would be confused what to do. I don't see an easy play. You cannot push the pawn on g5. Maybe you can. And then white will capture the knight.
Well,
and if you capture back, you take the pawn. And this is a very good development for white. So,
but break this down to us, right, with it. What if black just decides to sit in this position? How is white going to... It feels like you as Hans have also sort of maximized the position in some ways. So let's say there's a waiting move. David, help me with one.
I'll just move the black king.
How does white improve?
So now there are very tiny improvements. So let's say you put the bishop on d3. It's like slight improvement of the bishop. Then you move the king a bit in front. And it's not easy to just wait. Like you feel like, oh, white has improved. Like you can also see the bar going up right now. And these tiny improvements over a period of time will add up. Whereas with black, you want to be productive, like you want to do something. And it's not clear what to do.
Question, where are our players? That's an empty board right there.
This is on Twitch. I'm pretty sure everyone's going chair stream, chair stream, chair stream right now. Hoping a ghost would make the move for him. LEVON realizes that's not going to happen. I got to sit back down and make a decision myself. 6:30 on the clock. It's a serious reversal.
Yeah. Getting dramatic on the clock, I think, for LEVON Aronian, especially if you're waiting. It's the least human thing you can do in chess, as Vidit says, just to kind of do nothing. Just the black king moving back and forth and back and forth. And ultimately, we could see a scenario where Hans just decides, okay, I'm going to trade this black knight, gets rid of some pressure on my pawns, and then just bring the white queen in, and a little bit of pressure that is for sure. LEVON really hates it, and the heart rate has shot up. He was like around the 80, 85 mark for most of this game. Suddenly, LEVON Aronian realizing it's not...
I appreciate the synchronicity between the two of them, though. 111 on one side, 112 on the other. It seems like their hearts are beating in concert now, all of a sudden.
And I'm sure today they both are feeling immense pressure. It's just the beginning, but the pressure is actually at the highest before the game, most of the times. And during the games, you have like actual problems to solve. But in the time pressure, it goes to the max because it becomes random, you lose control. And today I feel that they both are, feeling the heat.
Rightfully so.
To prove for each one of these, right? For LEVON at 42, if he wins this new age modern chess format with this star cast of all the youngest, strongest players in the mix, just what a statement that would be. And of course, Hans, you've spoken so much about it. And LEVON, he breaks free, but it's on the right side of the board, and the bar does not.
Because LEVON's personality is not to like sit. He wants dynamic counterplay. And that was, I knew that he would do something like this, but it might not be the best objectively, because you take the knight now.
And especially under 6 minutes to take this decision to change the nature of the position as it exists.
It's super risky. I'm surprised he didn't get the black king further away as well, because later on the dark squares there might be some issues. There's no way to win back your pawn. Just to show you Vidit's move, bishop takes knight is like, it's the first thing you look at, just to remove the defender of the pawn that's just pushed. And now, for example, you cannot regain your pawn by jumping forward with the black queen as you walk into a skewer here on the diagonal. And if you're not winning back your pawn in this position, it's a bit uncomfortable. The white bishop will step forward.
I think this is really bad for LEVON if this happens, because the moves are really tough. I don't see how do you get counterplay. Maybe after taking on e4, is there an option to take on f4?
Ooh, wow.
Like an intermediate move.
Wow.
But
oh, wow.
Even this is still bad, I think. You take with the bishop or the pawn. And
which bishop?
Bishop f4, sorry.
And so let's say black recaptures.
Yeah, and then this dark square domination could play a role. The knight on e5 is so annoying. But maybe this is the best that black can do. Has Hans taken on e4 yet?
No, he hasn't made his decision just yet. He's got double the amount of time on the clock. But if it goes into that opposite color bishop line that we're talking, where Hans ends up with an extra pawn, I think so much of traditional chess wisdom is, bishops is opposite color. The player should be holdable even down a pawn. But do you think the king position and the fact that there are majors on the board right now, it's not an easy hold at all?
Yeah, opposite color bishops in endgames have a very high tendency to make a draw. But when the major pieces like queen and rook are there, it provides a lot of attacking opportunity because there is no opposition. One side will have a domination over one square. So
right, you could effectively overload the attack of a specific piece, and given the opposite color of the other bishop, there's no option for that matching of
you
defense.
have a monopoly on the.
You can't challenge certain color complex.
Yeah.
All right, this is getting spicy now with this last move that LEVON's played.
Suddenly they're both a lot calmer as well. The heart rate's suddenly much more chilled. I don't hate it actually for LEVON. Like, he's playing true to his nature, which has served him really well so far. And yeah, sitting and waiting is unpleasant anyway. So at least no matter what happens, even if he goes down a pawn, at least the board clears up a bit. He'll know his task. He'll know, okay, I'm just all out defensive mode, or okay, maybe I get some counterplay. He'll know the situation rather than just waiting and being super uncertain. So I don't hate LEVON's decision. Just the fact that they both keep getting up. They're both a bit restless now. 5 minutes on his clock in LEVON's. Getting up, stretching, definitely betraying the kind of inner turmoil.
I wish Hans would go to confession booth. I want to know what's on his mind.
Me too. It should be compulsory. It would be so interesting for us as commentators to know what the players are thinking.
Maybe we need to incentivize that. You know, give an extra minute to a player just for showing up at the confessional. You've earned it.
Actually, that's interesting to have this. I'll take it.
You only think that because of your time pressure
Again,
problem.
but then we're never getting fitted out of the confession booth. He's in there monologuing for an hour. Just
He builds up that time on the clock and then returns.
I was going to make a joke about losing on time there, but I went. No.
All right, he reaches out, decision. He does go for the line that you were looking at. And your move with it. Pawn takes pawn, an intermezzo, an in-between move.
Yeah, I think he'll capture the pawn with the dark squared bishop. I mean, that seems the most logical. Is there something better?
Maybe take this pawn. Does that...
But then you block in your bishop, right?
It wins a pawn, but activates the black bishop, right?
Oh, so you mean take with the light square?
Yeah.
No, I would not dare to do that.
that helps Levon's bad light square bishop, right? Trade off.
Yeah, and also imagine a
Or
battery
improve,
with the
rather.
bishop and the queen on that diagonal.
Pawn is a pawn, though. I'm a pawn grabber.
Engine likes it, but practically I'm not sure. I understand now why it can be done, because you exchange the other bishop on the next move by bringing back the knight. But still, like, it's a lot of activity. I don't think Hans will do it.
It's also not his style, right? For Hans, he's usually not the one who goes on these pawn hunts. He's usually giving the pawns away to get activity for his pieces. So maybe also stylistically, not a choice he'll make.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Just to show everyone a comparison at home, it's basically the same position, except the black pawn blocks in its own bishop, and we see a decision from Hans Niemann.
He takes it.
Takes the pawn.
Wow.
That's, I think, practically a wrong decision. Even though objectively Engine thinks this is good, I feel now Levon's play is much easier.
I have to say, the way Hans is reacting, though, right now, it feels like he's confident.
He's always
presence,
confident.
Yeah, you told us just yesterday about his approach to every starting position. It's talking in certainties.
But you know, there's been a shift, because when Levon was on the push, when he had all these ideas on the board, you could see Hans head in hands. And over the last few moves, it's a bit of a dynamic change there with the body language. And as I say that, head in hands again.
Nice pun there, Tanya.
Head in hands.
Head in hands.
I think with black now you have two options. Either you move the king away, preparing for like a combat later on, or you instantly put the bishop in the center, kick the rook, and grab the open h file. I think these two options he must be weighing in. I like moving the king, because then I would rather give the dark squared bishop to the knight, and then I have like a huge attack on the light squares.
But can white try and force the queens off?
I can take the bishop with the knight, right?
So you can take the knight?
And then I move the queen in front.
Makes sense. And then you have time to run.
Yeah. Practically, I think now black's moves are so much easier.
Whoops. Yeah, this looks a bit scary suddenly. For the white side, opposite color bishops, we were talking about it. You conquer, you control one color complex. Yeah, this is a fight. And Levon Aronian, he's been playing the marshal for many, many years. So giving up a pawn, getting the two bishops in return, he's not going to hate it.
Been his bread and butter in 5-1-8 in standard chess, the martial opening. He understands these dynamics better than most. Down a pawn, but a pair, and complete light square domination. If you just pick up the queen and put it in front of the bishop, if black can find a way to maneuver and set up that battery in these kind of positions, then white is just fighting for survival in those. Let's show that. Let's get that queen on e4, magically transport it.
There we go. Ooh.
Then you're looking at all kinds of checkmating ideas, but it's not easy to achieve given the limitation of squares that the bishop has. Beautiful. The kiss of death's checkmate.
Death. Okay, big moment, Levon.
Levon is moving a bit slow. I mean, I'm the last person who should say that, but I just feel that today is slower than the other days, or I could be wrong.
No, definitely.
And definitely here towards the latter parts of the game. You know, he had quicker moves earlier on, probably because we did have a fair amount of symmetry on the board, so kind of just matching early, and he built a clock advantage over Hans Niemann, but it was following that retreating knight move that Hans made, where LEVON really pumped the brakes and started to slow down.
Yeah, he moves the king.
And that was a very smart choice by Hans, you know, trying to get rid of a knight at the edge of the board. Not an idea that would come that easily to players, but finding this creative resource to create open lines on that H file for the queen and the rook, and it just suddenly changed sort of the thought process. LEVON's attention from that C5 break on the left flank moved to the action on the other side.
I feel now there are two options. White can either try to trade queens like David was suggesting and then allow the exchange, and then the queen can retreat back. So it's, and you keep that extra pawn. Like queen comes back to e3 and yeah, your pawn up and you have guarded all the squares. Other option is that you move the knight from the center and try to contest the bishop. I like the queen idea more.
This one, it's unclear what your next move is with white. I don't think you want to trade on black's terms.
Yeah, now probably you threaten to exchange queens.
That makes sense. White is a pawn up, so getting the queens off the board would be very, very pleasant.
I'm very curious how white decides to play, because those two are philosophically very different ideas. One is like, okay, clarifying the position with the queen trade, trying to trade the queens. Other is keeping more tension. So very interesting. It will show how, you know, white is feeling.
He's about to make his decision, pulls back, but if you had to make a prediction, what would be Hans's decision here?
Knight comes back.
You think that's more his style?
I thought that's where his hand is going.
I'm impressed by y'all's ability to read hand movements off of cameras and call out pieces.
It felt like more towards the center of the board.
Yeah, that's why I thought, like, yeah, he's going for the knight.
I guess we've played thousands of games at this point. It's just a feeling we get. And yeah, Hansi's got a very kind of distinctive way of moving the pieces with his left hand. We hear a round of applause.
I think they might have agreed to a draw. Magnus, Hikaru.
But you can't agree, right? You have to find a repetition, and I don't believe there's been a repetition. That game's still in the balance.
Yeah, I'm checking in as well on our lower brackets, and it looks like Fabiano up against Arjun Erigaisi. It's Fabiano who gets yet another win with the white pieces in that second 10-10. So already having gotten the decisive victory in the first game of the day, he dispatches Arjun pretty early on. He will snag 5th place here in Las Vegas.
And meanwhile, in the 7th, 8th playoff encounter between Pragnananda and Wesley So, it was tied half to half after the first draw of the day. It looks like Pragnananda with a decent advantage in that game.
Yeah, and just for those of you at home, they of course are playing with a different drawn position than the one that they kicked off the day with. Since they're moving at 10-10, we have desynced our top 2 boards from those 5th place and 7th place matchups. Prague, though, definitely has Wesley on the ropes and could get it done here as well, just to lock up 7th, have an early end to his day, and then join the crowd in enjoying what is a beautiful display of chess on our top 2 boards.
Maybe Fabi will come join you on the sofa soon, Vidit, and
yeah, I would be happy to have him, and you know, I think fans would love having him here sharing his thoughts.
He's called the action on World Championship matches as well. A great commentator. And you've also been playing some other board games with Fabi here in Vegas.
Yeah, we played Catan last evening. I regret it. They make up their own rules. This game is known to spoil friendships, and now I know why. Yeah, and that's a different beef that we have now.
Oh, would love to have Fabi on the couch now. What's the check looking like for Fabiano Caruana finishing 5th? I mean, that's got to be a sweet finish for him as well, being in Vegas.
I'll get that exact answer for you in just a minute.
I mean, there's the casino tables as well around the corner.
That's right. How many of these players are going to be hitting the tables later tonight? That's a good question.
All right, and we've got LEVON now with his head in hands, and
yeah, how do you exchange queens? Like, do you put it on f7? Do you put it on h6?
to both work?
Because putting on f7 is also an option, trying to like brutally force the trade.
And it's funny, at first, I thought that move would be a blunder because bishop takes knight and you lose your defender, and then you realize there's a rook hanging there as well, which is undefended.
Yeah, and white would have a decisive advantage. So very tempting move there if Hans Niemann is in the mood to trade queens.
Having done my due diligence, I can answer your question. 5th place, $50,000, 10 circuit points. Arjun Erigaisi, though, a big purse still for him, $40,000 and 8 circuit points as well. So massive checks to both of them. It's the 7th place matchup where they're fighting for 30K. And then, of course, 3rd place matchup all the way up to 100K. And we double that for the final table, $200,000 in play. But neither of these players in our top bracket is going home with less than $140,000 here in Las Vegas, one of the biggest prize pools chess has seen.
It's really nice to hear all these numbers.
How does that feel with it?
Even better when you have it in your bank. Yeah, he goes for queen trade on f7.
He does. Attacks the rook. So like you said, it forces the queens off the board. But would black want to trade it on his terms, sort of, because then at least you can push the knight away from that central square, move the rook away?
Yeah, how do you force it? Like, do you go rook?
F8?
I don't know.
G7?
I don't know where you can do it. Because G7, if you go, black queen goes to the last rank and it looks scary. I don't like this. You have to probably attack it from the final, like last rank, yeah. But I think this is really very, very pleasant for white. Risk-free and probably strategically lost for black.
Pawn is a pawn is a pawn in the endgame.
Oh, this is getting really, what to say?
Yeah. Just unpleasant, really.
Pleasant, yeah, for LEVON.
It's a 2-result game. White cannot really lose this, barring something crazy happening. Hans Niemann, it's just a case of whether LEVON Aronian can hold, find some compensation for his pawn, get some activity. Queen trade incoming, that's going to remove most of the risk for Hans Niemann now.
Wondering if LEVON is regretting that so characteristically himself pawn move that we saw a little bit ago that kind of instigated a bit of this in most recent times.
Could black go on the attack here? Could you trade everything, get the queens off the board, get the bishops off the board, and start sliding your rook up to start targeting some of the white weak pawns? Rook e2, maybe the f4 pawn, trying to provoke the e pawn from moving forward, and then sliding up to the 2nd rank to combine the rook and the bishop with some checks. Missed this move. I was only thinking of the e pawn moving forward.
Yeah, just to show your idea, Tanya, like if the white pawn now steps forward, black does get access to some very juicy squares. This feels like very good compensation for the pawn. I would actually pick black here probably, but yeah, it's definitely on his radar. Trading everything, getting the black rook into the game somehow.
Yeah, with black now you have to be very precise. If in the next 2-3 moves you kind of play subpar moves, you will lose out on any defensive resources that you might have. So next 2-3 moves are extremely important for LEVON.
So if you're on the defense, you're down a pawn, yes, you have this bishop pair. How are you trying to create, well, a fortress or your compensation here as black? Where do you see the best chances for Lev?
I think, like with every move, you have to keep attacking something. Like time is of huge importance. Like as you were saying, take the queen, take the bishop, and then attack the pawn as well. Like don't give white any chance to improve his position. But it's easier said than done because there are too many options. He goes rook to f8. I think you capture the queen now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hans will do that
He
quickly.
captures with the rook. Oh my god, this looks really ugly. White has 0 risk.
What's the big difference for you there? Just that we didn't immediately threaten the knight with the recapture?
I think both were equally like bad, and you had to choose one of the worst ideas. I don't know.
Which is less worse?
Which is less worse, yeah. But here I don't see any ounce of counterplay. That's the problem.
Yeah. Now the black rook is just doomed.
I think he'll push the pawn on c5. Yeah, he does it. Yeah.
Finally, a break that we've been talking about.
I think e3 will be played to support the pawn on d4. And also it supports the bishop. It seems like a very decent move.
Yeah, looking to recapture and keep that
No, I think
Connect
black
read.
should really try to exchange the knight on e5 and go for activity. Like put the bishop on e4, exchange the knight. You cannot allow the bishops to be exchanged with each other. That would be very, very bad. You have to go for opposite color bishops. Sorry, I cut you off. You were saying something.
No. That is, we are happy. If you're cutting me off, that means we're getting deep insights. So more than happy to see it.
It looks like a big defensive job ahead for LEVON and Aronian. Maybe we can just do a quick recap on the Magnus Carlsen game, because that one looks very much level right now.
Yeah, let's do a jump before things get too crazy and too hectic on this board that we'd be scared to leave it. Going over to Magnus and Hikaru to see how the third place matchup is playing out. Hikaru, 2 minutes to his name as I take a look at my screen here. 5 minutes over there for Magnus Carlsen. But even still, Kapir likes the most recent move here from Hikaru, who we were talking earlier today, Tanya, just feels like in some ways been playing the best chess at this tournament. Again, barring a single blip on the radar that knocked him down into this lower bracket.
Yeah, and then he did get lucky against Fabi, as we earlier pointed out yesterday. I mean, Fabi had his chances, but I think his quality of play has been high. He's motivated. He's fighting against Magnus. For me, the biggest turnaround in this game has been on the clock. Last time we checked in, Hikaru had about 15 minutes. Magnus down to 5. And now it's Magnus with a 3-minute advantage right now. Magnus's queen super active, threatening some checks, threatening some pawns, tying down Hikaru's queen to the defense. Meanwhile, Magnus's knight and king. What was the saying there, right? Knight next to the king, no checkmates there. It's not only a great attacker, but a great defender as well. I think any issues that Magnus had with his position are behind him, but some direct threats to be answered, highlighted by our arrows there. The dark pawns, the dark squared weaknesses. Actually, how are you defending it? You might have to give some checks and come back with your queen eventually.
Yeah, still slightly unpleasant for Magnus Carlsen. Bishop pair, that's the big difference here. The dark squares are a bit weak. Maybe you can push one pawn forward, and if the black bishop moves, maybe get the white knight in, but I don't know. This still feels a bit hairy for white. But the clock advantage for Magnus should be enough to help him find a decent defense.
There seem to be two ideas. One is to give the pawn on b2. Let's say you put the bishop on b3, attack the pawn yourself, takes, and now you bring the knight. Go for full-fledged counterplay. You give the pawn, king moves.
Looking a bit scary.
Yeah. And the other idea is to just push b3 in the initial position. And once you attack, you bring back the queen with check to defend the pawn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, and just on the f4 square. Keep things defended and then reroute your knight.
Yeah, so to summarize this position before we go back to the other game, looks like Hikaru creating some threats, but Magnus probably should be able to find ways to hold on.
Magnus's heart rate is so low for the positions.
It was 40 one day. I mean, we were terrified for him, and it was working.
41?
Yes. Like, call the ambulance.
I mean, it speaks to the shape the guy is in, right? And his unshakable nature as well, probably. Seems as a player.
41 is impressive.
That's resting for elite athletes, So.
But we've had some malfunctions, right? Arjun's reached 0 at some point, but we know that wasn't the case.
Almost. I mean, it feels
there
like
have
he's
been a lot of changes in the game. LEVON is low on time. He has only a minute.
Off we go. It's a grand final matchup. We don't want to miss the crucial moments. So let's take a look. We were talking about a 2-result game just a moment ago when we left this board. Hans Niemann playing for the win. LEVON maybe looking for a draw and to get out of this one unscathed. Is that still the situation?
Yeah, and also the trade which happened is favorable for white. Black exchanged the pawns in the center, and I don't like it for LEVON.
Well, there go the bishops. So we do have the opposite color bishops that we were talking about before. Did disconnect the pawn chain a little bit as well.
He's trying to exchange the rooks now. It's a good move.
Which would be a draw on the spot. But would it really, with this G-passer, even the rooks off the board, it's not a given, because let's point out that black's pawns on the left side of the board are the same color as, again, the unchallenged bishop that Hans Niemann has. So the king is sort of tied down to defending those pawns, which gives white the free hand to use his own king to assist the passer on the other end of the board.
Yeah, I think it's a judgment call. You cannot really calculate your way out here. You rely on your intuition.
Oh, what's your judgment? Because I'm relying on you for this one then.
I think more chances of a draw than white win.
If the rooks are off the board.
Yeah. And I think rooks have to be exchanged because otherwise it's getting very active. Very interesting endgame we are going to see.
Yeah. I agree. I think it just might be a draw. Just black is quite quick to trade off some of those pawns on that left flank with the king, with the pawn. And it's going to take a while for the white king to come over and support its pawn.
If you don't want to exchange the rooks, probably you push the pawn b4 on the queen side. And then once the rook is attacked, you move it to, let's say, e8 or someplace. And then, you know, hope that you have enough time to bring in your king. Hard call. Not an easy decision for Hans here.
And that's a really nice defensive move found by Lev, right? Understanding that rook's off the board, give him the best shot at that draw. And if Hans declines the trade, Levon's rook gets super active on the first and the second rank there, targeting the white pawns.
I'm surprised he didn't try to keep his pawn on c5 with black and then keep a white pawn.
Yeah, it's the same endgame.
Same thing, but...
Exactly. That's... maybe you can show, David, what you're trying to say. It makes really a lot of sense.
Yeah, just while we wait for Hans Niemann to make a decision, we'll backtrack, because there was a question mark move while we were away at the other board, and it was back here, Levon taking this pawn in the center, given a question mark. If he'd done the same thing, for example, brought his rook forward, and let's say Hans Niemann had copied what he did in the game, then we might see the same position. But here it's visible that the white king cannot get in. And quick update on the other board. No moves yet, though, Magnus Carlsen. Still thinking. 20 seconds, though, on his clock. And let's go back to the game, though, in this one. Still uphill defensive task, and rook trade offered.
Yeah, it will be exchanged, I assume. Or he plans to keep the rooks. Rook on e8 and give the pawn on the queen side.
Feels a bit risky allowing the black rook in, but maybe it's just in time, and white will play g4 to stop the black rook coming if the rook exchange, if the rook exchange is dodged.
Closer to a draw now than a white win.
But if white wants to keep those chances alive, do you trade or do you keep the rooks on the board? Hans answers, he goes for the trade. And now can Hans get his king marching up those dark squares? He reached out for the bishop. I think he's about to attack the pawn.
He does just that.
Yeah, but then you bring in, you push the pawn.
And
e6.
Do you have time to come in with your king and start pushing the g pawn?
Yeah, probably wants to put the bishop on d8 and attack the pawn from behind. And
forcing black to go with the king to the corner.
Yeah, and then you bring in your white king to push the pawn. I think it makes a lot of sense.
It's playing out, all of that. And David, your idea of trying to neutralize and liquidate the left side of the board, if you're black, you need to put the king on that a6 square, defending the a pawn and then push b5. Is that the defensive plan here?
No, that's too slow maybe, because the white king will march in.
I mean, bishop can just slide down to f5, right?
No.
Guarding the next square.
But then the king is going to come anyways, so...
But during that time, I start running my king and threatening the left side of your board, yeah?
Might be too slow.
It's a race. Like, the computer says it's dead level. It even gives a 50-50, 0.00 right now. But, I mean, it's a race, right? It's like one misstep. If you allow the white king too far forward and the white pawn runs, it might just be a full swing and eval. This is tough for Levon only in 2 minutes. I agree. Like, it could be a race. Maybe you slow white down just enough to hold this game, but it's very much 50-50.
Yeah, I just feel like you have to stop the pawn now, right? As opposed, because if you give him one move here, the pawn makes it to that white square before you.
He wants to attack with the bishop.
And then push the b. But you have to defend.
Yeah, you have to go with the king now. King e3 with white. Bring in the king. No other. Or he wants to push the b pawn.
But once you move your king forward, the bishop can slide all the way attacking the a pawn, and you actually end up losing that pawn.
I think you don't really care about that. And also you can defend, but you would happily give that for the king supporting the pawn on the king side.
How are you defending?
Let's just show this variation. This is not the moves played yet. Let's keep an eye on the bottom right as well. That's the live position. But just one variation, for example. This does look very scary for black.
This looks lost.
Yeah, I don't know why the bar isn't moving.
You play bishop here. Stop the pawn.
Okay, I tweeted, I saw the computer. Bishop d1 is the only way.
Move. Because now you have enough time to bring in your king while white is...
Yeah, you slow white down. Like, if the white king comes forward, you can defend your pawn. And if the white pawn steps forward, then you just hold it. You hold it back. The white king cannot really get active now.
That is crazy.
LEVON seems confident.
He doesn't go for this line, too much to
Yeah.
calculate. He doesn't let go of that pawn. He pushes his own pawn instead.
I guess you bring in the king now.
But which side do you go? Because both have their own pros and cons.
I would go to
The right?
C. Yeah.
Keeping it closer to white's passer
Yes.
as well, just in case it's required for a defense.
Yes. King C6 I would play. Intuitively. I don't know if it's the good move. It's not an easy endgame.
Under 2 minutes as well.
This is very difficult. Like, I would not be confident at all as LEVON Iranian. You know it's probably a draw, but there's so much choice. You want a linear variation where you just have forced moves pretty much, and you bank the draw at the end. But here you can move the black king 2 squares, you can move the black bishop back. Where do you even start unpicking all of that with 1.5 minutes left on your clock?
How is the king move, David?
Apparently everything is a draw, but according to the computer, I think it's all about this idea of the black bishop coming in behind.
Yeah, I just thought having the king one tempo closer makes sense.
Yeah. You're also kind of hinting that you might play b5 anyway, and
Yeah, but he might be worried of white pushing the pawn and giving a check. Like b4, b5, maybe that's why.
coming.
Did he play that? Yeah, he played it.
We've got a result coming in.
Now you can hear the crowd.
That is because Pragnananda has defeated Wesley So, and he takes 7th place.
7th place with a decisive victory from the white side of the board after drawing in their first 10-10 matchup. Pragnananda had an incredible showing early on, got knocked down into the lower bracket, but he escapes in 7th place. He has $30,000 and 6 circuit points to his name, leaving Vegas.
Not bad at all. Could have been better, maybe, for Prag, but a good finish to the event for him.
Also, big updates happening on the Magnus Hikaru board. Magnus did sacrifice that center pawn, so maybe just for a moment, if David, you could break down the action on that, because Magnus is trying to get some counterplay in, but I'm not seeing it. He's down a pawn against Hikaru Nakamura.
Let's very quickly jump over to that other board and just do a quick wrap-up of what has been happening. Magnus Carlsen on the back foot. Okay, Hikaru's last move given a question mark, but either way, black is up 1 pawn. He grabbed white's central pawn with his bishop pair as well. And the black king makes an odd impression, but other than that, it does look like Hikaru is the favorite to win this game. He's now suddenly up on time again. Magnus looking for counterplay, going behind with his queen. Given a miss, but I think that's the nature of the position. It's hard to find the best moves.
And I think that king had to step up there to avoid losing material in those positions, as Magnus had set up some pins along the 7th rank. Some practical questions still to be answered by Hikaru, some problems to be solved here.
But this is exactly what you said Hikaru needed, Tanya. He needed to strike and draw first blood. Right now, he's on the verge of doing so.
It's 2 beautiful bishops, 1 passed pawn at the center of the board, an extra pawn that to boot. But the big question, can Hikaru handle the immediate threats that Magnus is setting up with his queen? Comes in with his own queen, a check.
Check. Hikaru's going for checkmate.
I see your threats and raise you some of my own.
Wow.
But now... Oh.
It's terrifying. But maybe there's no knockout blow if the white knight at some point moves. Actually, maybe not here. It might just get captured. Wow, this is terrifying for Magnus Carlsen. The bishops, the queens, their full might, staring down at the white king.
Your knight suggestion, though.
Maybe you play knight f4.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Yeah,
and bishop takes queen f8 check.
Ah, okay. And let's show this.
Maybe.
Bishop takes knight looks like the move you want to play, but here you have to figure out that maybe a check, although the black king comes this way.
Right, but...
And keeps walking in, apparently. And this looks fantastic for black, hitting the white bishop, although computers say maybe actually blocking with the bishop is better. This might well happen. It looks like Magnus needs to find this move.
He has.
He does. He goes for knight f4.
It's on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, you take this knight, you're forced because the black queen is trapped.
And Hikaru with a head shake, I think he missed his resource.
Yeah, maybe he thought he could give a check, but the black queen is actually trapped once the white king just runs to the corner. He has to take the white knight off the board, and Magnus now does give this check. This whole variation is playing out. And Magnus with a bob of the head.
And Hikaru can't believe it. He forgot about the check. The threat that Magnus had set up with his queen move.
But what's funny is it's not quote-unquote bad for Hikaru, again, by the computer standards. The question is, does he see what the all-seeing engine does?
He doesn't realize it, right? As a human, you're just thinking, I missed this check, I missed this in-between check, what have I done?
Right, and now my king's in the center of the board. That doesn't feel great either. But even still, the rest of the line continues to play through. Bishop is snapped up. This is another check on the king. He's going to have to pick up this pawn. Yeah. Still expecting that queen check to follow here, picking up a pawn on the f-file. We are tracking the grand final as well.
Yeah. Both boards are suddenly becoming very, very interesting, both on board and clock. Magnus, meanwhile, has to take this pawn. I think the most logical move as well. He's just working out what to do next if the black king moves in or if the black bishop blocks.
Yeah, since we have action on both boards, let's just bring them both up together. We don't want you to miss a thing here when we come down the stretch. Time scrambles for all four of our players soon to ensue here, and a lot on the line on the Vegas stage.
I think LEVON Aronian has found a very, very nice way of holding this game. We'll break that one down in a moment, but he's going to tie up the white king with his own pawn. He's going to tie up the white bishop to the defense of some of his own pawns. And despite the fact Hans Niemann is a pawn up with two passed pawns, it should now be a draw. That's on the right board, the grand final. Carlsen against Nakamura, all bets are off. It's walking kings, and that spells danger for both sides.
Yeah, something about Magnus and always getting king marches, whether it's his opponent or himself doing it, always gets a lot of fun. But the fact that he slowed down to what looks like the most natural move and the most tempting one, you pick up that pawn with a check. Is he thinking of some other checks from, well, the center of the board? And he finally does reach out, picks up that pawn. Will Hikaru continue playing King of the Hill?
Hikaru has two sensible moves here. He can block that check with the black bishop on the left board, or continue the king march. Very tough decision to know which one is better. It's pure calculation mode. Hikaru does have 3 minutes on the clock, though. And that game will continue. Maybe we jump back and show the Hans Niemann game a bit, just to try and predict what might happen in the future there.
Now, zooming in to our final table here, Hans Niemann, LEVON Aronian, from David Howell's mouth just a moment ago, likely going towards a draw, but help us understand how we get there.
Yeah, and just to recap the last few moves as well, we left it with a lot more pawns on the board, and it was this position. It was Hans Niemann who tried to step forward with his own pawn. We saw a trade, very committal by LEVON Aronian, but this black pawn now is going to tie down the white king, and very hard to approach this pawn. The white king cannot step forward because of the black bishop. Hans Niemann actually retreated his king. He's trying to go around the side maybe to try and catch it this way, but after the black bishop retreats, the white king continues. And I at least thought that if you could persuade this pawn to march forward, Hans is doing something very clever. If you could persuade this pawn to come forward, then the black king ties down the white bishop to this pawn, and your bishop makes sure that the white king cannot pass, and the status quo will not be broken. Neither side can make progress here. It is a draw, but Hans is doing something very clever. He moved his king. We saw some moves question mark by LEVON Aronian.
Whoa, is this turning around?
The white pawn has stepped forward. Maybe he needed to stop this.
And he's targeting a big pawn on that left side. You've got to tie your own king now to defend that. Can you give it up?
Oh, we've had a move.
Yeah, more moves on the board.
Whoa.
Okay, this is the live position, but he's given Hans Niemann two connected pass pawns suddenly.
He's got to start pushing his own pawns. Lev does. Start marching up with that e-pawn. It's the counterplay.
Okay, question mark given. Maybe a breath of life here for LEVON. It's still a tricky spot.
The winning move could have been to give up the bishop.
Let's just to show one move ago. Okay, Lev pushes his pawn. In this position, the best move was actually to bring the bishop to the top of the board. I think because when you start pushing your pawns, your bishop doesn't get hit by the black king. Some tempo stuff, but already it's very difficult. You need to calculate long into the future here. But suddenly, counterplay for LEVON Aronian.
Now you can kind of feel the tricky position, though, for LEVON, just as there's runners on both sides of the board. There you go. Hans wants to keep pushing the pace, launching the b-pawn forward. Bishop slides to defend the square. We'll try to blockade.
Right. One side at a time.
I think the idea is now that you stop the king side pawn with the king, and the two central pawns stop white's king.
You mean the defensive setup? You just get the king to the right side and keep the bishop where it is, as black.
Although I'm not sure.
Still super scary.
I mean, as white, you want to push that g-pawn, right?
Actually, with black, you should just keep the status quo now, in my opinion. Just keep the bishop on a6, guard the king, like from entering, and then in generally opposite color bishop endgames, the black king, which is now the defensive king, just follows wherever white king goes.
All right, why is Hans not pushing the g pawn? Why has he slowed down?
Well, because then the black king can attack the pawn.
And you could give that g-pawn and win those central pawns if you're white, but the black bishop is a beautiful blockade, and then there's no improvement there as white.
Yeah.
So actually giving up the g-pawn and winning those two central pawns still ends in a draw.
Yep.
It depends where white's king is. If it's closer to the pawns, then the blockade will break. And that's what probably he's trying to figure out. Can I, go with my king?
Yeah, he needs to run the king up the board at some point.
Decides on the pawn, though.
LEVON is playing so fast suddenly. Probably has figured it out.
He's calculated, because it's a forcing line, right? You push the g-pawn, black's king move one step closer to the right. You actually pick up the e-pawn with a check and the d-pawn.
Let's show this. And for example, bishop takes pawn. The black king cannot take because the white pawn will run through. So you take the pawn, and this is actually a draw, it looks like, because the black king is close enough. For example, you can even cut off. Oh.
Nope. No, you can't.
I was being flashy there, but you can even wait apparently in this position. Or maybe you go back the other way with the black king. I mean, this is still so scary. You're walking a tightrope. Yeah, you go this way, and then you walk back the king.
Just in time, by a move.
Yes.
Everything here, just in time. We return to the live position, though.
You actually saved that last position by one move as black, so you have to be very sure with your calculation.
Super precise. And you can kind of see Hans is continuing to pose those questions. I'm going to slide my king up here on the left side as you commit one square to the right-hand side, and now that push and pull kind of begins. Where, like you said, you kind of want to be playing like man-to-man defense, against the opposing king, but you still got to worry about this g-pawn at all moments.
Also in Magnus's game, I think Magnus has now a very good defensive setup, and he seems to be at least practically out of danger, which looked there a couple of moves ago.
We'll go back out to that 2 board just so that we don't miss anything here in our grand final, but to see exactly what Vidit is talking about, equalized on the eval bar there. Both players working with the same pieces, barring a pawn extra here for Hikaru, still at the center of the board.
Yeah, Hikaru will be really upset because he had a great chance. He had these 2 bishops and some attack, whereas Magnus had this counterplay with the queen. But it was obvious that black had some precise way to play, and he missed the defensive resource, so he'll be very unhappy with what has happened.
Yep. White's queen 2 active. And I was going to say, on the right board, Hans Niemann against LEVON Aronian, there were only 2 moves to make a draw. According to the computer, he found one of the 2. The more natural of the 2. The black king is going hunting for white's pawn on that right side, one of the passed pawns. And it's getting close, but it looks like Hans Niemann might be running out of attacking ideas.
Yeah, the problem is if white ideally wants to bring his king to support the passed pawns, but the central black pawns are becoming hard to stop. Like the bishop is now really badly placed on c7, it cannot come back. And maybe that's why the winning move earlier was to go one square ahead, and there was some defensive resource, or this pawn would not be attacked, which is very hard to calculate.
Yeah, okay. Super difficult.
He's trying to get the king to that spot. Is it critical for LEVON to actually stop the move by bringing his own bishop forward, slide that up?
There's one move, and he does not find it.
Goodness.
He did not find the move he needed to find there. He needed to play d3 as opposed to e4.
The other pawn push was better, and now Hans Niemann has only one move to take advantage of this slip. It is difficult. It's so difficult. It looks like it's winning on the spot for Hans Niemann.
G6?
That's exactly it. That's what he needs to find. G6.
He's reaching out for it, and he does it.
He pushes the pawn. He's found the opening.
But this is a pawn sacrifice, David.
Because
why does this work with it?
Because now the bishop can come back to guard the central pawns. So king takes pawn, white can march with the king. And then once black pushes the pawn, the white bishop can contain them and get back.
Look at this. And the realization is there. He has to take it. He doesn't want to.
Yeah, big miss. And he had 3 minutes. LEVON had 3 minutes.
Pressure, he didn't calculate. He didn't stop. It was worth going down to 5 seconds at that point if he just found the right pawn move, kept the white king honest, kept the white king tied back, because now only winning move for Hans Niemann, but he's going to find it. It's the consistent follow-up, is to bring his king forward. He was reaching for his king, I think.
You know, LEVON had already done the hard part.
Yeah.
This was not the hard part. Like, the previous moves were much more tough because he had a lot of choice. And now it was about calculation and probably just the tension. Yeah, he missed.
Needed to check the clock, realize he had the time, take a deep breath, and work through the movements. Unfortunately, with that small committal move there in the center of the board with the pawn, things blow open. Hans Niemann, he's got the opportunity to draw first blood here in our final table.
But blunders don't appear out of a vacuum. I mean, Hans Niemann putting the pressure move by move, not making it easier for LEVON Aronin. And finally, Lev does crack.
Oh?
Hans Niemann doesn't play it.
What?
He doesn't bring his king forward.
And he realizes it.
No. This was too...
What?
No.
What did he just do?
Oh my.
Oh my God! Look at it! Look at his body. You could just feel it. The realization in that moment.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
This is unbelievable.
And now...
This is unbelievable.
The two most obvious moves draw for black. You either push your pawn forward, that is attacked. That is the most natural move, tying down white's bishop, or you bring your king across with gain of tempo.
A gift.
Run.
A gift has been given to LEVON here.
But this is crazy. Everything that Hans just did in the last 5 moves, he set this up.
The pawns are on the run now in the middle, and now it's Hans who's on the defensive end of the board.
He was getting his king to the magic square, and the bishop would not have been allowed there. All Hans needed to do was continue with his plan. How do you explain this?
That makes zero sense what Hans Niemann just did. He lost a move with his bishop. The bishop's coming back anyway. Like, you could have this position, but with white's king already forward, white's pawn's running, and white was clearly ahead in that race. That's bizarre.
Inexplicable.
That is bizarre. Kind of mutual mistakes there, cancelling each other out, and now LEVON Aronin's king is coming. Still a bit of a race, still some stuff to calculate.
But Hans set everything up for that winning move. And you played out to perfection, and just on that last moment, it was the most natural move in the position.
I think I know what he might have missed in that line.
Okay, maybe we'll break it down a bit later then. We want to dig deep into this position, but still some tension. How narrow is the path now?
And now
I think, too, to a degree, you know, and maybe you can attest to this, Vidit, that it's not always about how many mistakes, it's about who makes the last mistake in a game. And just a moment ago, it was looking like LEVON was the one who made the last mistake in the game. But again, breathing new life into the position is Hans.
And Lev knows it. He knows he's survived. His path is clear. He's just going to get the king around the corner and start assisting his own pawns forward.
Or you could just go back with the king as well. Like,
or
both,
go on the defense.
all roads... No, king back, king c6, of course. No, you have to go king g4, king f3.
Play the assist to your own pawns. It's also the nerves at this moment for Hans Niemann playing out, you know?
Yeah, it's just a draw now, complete draw.
This is unbelievable.
I mean, Hans came to this event with a clear goal in mind, right? He said, we asked him point blank here on the couch what he's gunning for. It's first place or nothing. It's about making a statement to the chess world. And maybe that was one of the first moments of really feeling the pressure on the verge of doing what he claimed he wanted to do here, but unfortunately it won't happen in this first game. The handshakes are extended. You can see the hands go straight to the head there for LEVON. He's saying, Professor, you let me get away with something there.
I want to hear them.
Let's listen in to the players.
Just from distance. Where is my bishop's D3. Without he played G6. No, G6 was correct. Here. D4. Yeah, G6. Takes king D5. King D5. E3, bishop F4. I forgot about this. King D5, E6. But you have 2 pawns. This is not losing. Take. Is very close. Still close to his minutes. Before it should have been a draw. I mean, the end game. I don't know what I did wrong.
love of the game on display here and respect between opponents here in our grand final. Discussing the position, the complexities of it. We still have this third place matchup in play, but as we arrive at the board, things are looking fairly dead even, maybe a draw.
Checks, yeah, like black is going to repeat now. Wherever the king goes, you keep checking, and there's no way to escape the checks, and it's going to be a draw.
It's going to happen right here, right now. The white queen 2 offside to come to block any of the checks.
Yeah, queen goes back, yeah, and then they repeat.
It's playing out. Hikaru definitely the more disappointed of the two.
Here we go. The final moves of this game. You can see it in Hikaru Nakamura's face. Disappointment on the front foot for the last 40, 50 moves. But Magnus has hung tight and will hold this one.
Just having these opportunities against Magnus Carlsen, you know, you don't get that chance. And Hikaru knows it. He's been in these matches. He knows when you get it, you have to strike. And it slips out of his hands, which means it's a match reset going into that second final rapid game. Hikaru, he's thinking about what's gone by, not what's on the board right now.
Magnus is a pawn up, so Hikaru will not play on. The tension between the bishops as well keeps the perpetual check going. There we go, it's another check. We'll see the handshake now. Hikaru looks really, really annoyed.
Nobody wants to clean him.
And there it is, resigning themselves to the draw in the end. It's half a point apiece here between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen.
Wait, after king g5?
No, when you play king g5, queen g7, I think it's probably okay for white.
Yeah, okay.
But I thought queen d6 instead.
So wait, so check king g5 takes.
Where do you mean takes?
No, wait, so
yeah, check takes. Yeah,
queen
takes.
f8, king g5 takes.
So queen f6, queen e3, bishop f5, queen f3, queen e6, queen d4.
King e6 check, king d4,
king c3,
check.
king, and then queen d6.
After king f2.
Yeah.
No, I saw this, but I thought here it's still. What do I think?
I can probably go queen d2, king g5, king g2.
Yeah, I mean this is probably fine.
I don't know. There's king
but also, I mean, I blundered the order because you could have done the other one after bishop d6. You can also go queen takes d5 here too. Because bishop c5, you sack the queen with knight f4. There's also this one too, I think. It's I mean, it's all a draw.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, as soon as I played, I saw this order.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I mean, earlier I probably got equal.
Yeah, I mean, I just missed bishop d2. Like I was.
Yeah,
I thought I was
problematic,
slightly better there. So. And then I was just losing all this.
Probably.
Now it's around 1 o'clock. We will go on at 2:30.
A trill of the lips. Both guys feeling a little flabbergasted after that one. How often do you hear the world number one say, "Oh my God, I missed that"?
Yeah, it's rare. It happens. They're all human, but almost superhuman, it turns out. And nice to see a bit of discussion there. More love of the game from the top players.
Well, so go ahead.
Go on.
So much of the focus here at the beginning of the day was rightly placed on that matchup on your screens. It's Hans Niemann up against LEVON Aronian in the grand final. It wasn't the cleanest game down the stretch, and you can see there the reaction from Hans. Had it. He had LEVON on the ropes, just needed to deal that final blow. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to step back on stage with half a point apiece and try to get it done from the black side of the board. Hikaru Nakamura up against Magnus Carlsen in that third place matchup. He as well not super happy coming down the stretch, missing just one or two things that allowed Magnus a way back into it.
And there was a way back into it that Hikaru pointed out at the very end when Magnus said, oh my God, he had completely missed it. I mean, Magnus misses very few things in chess, but that was a superhuman resource on the board that with it, I think you and David will break down for us because there were these tactics where Magnus could have sacrificed the queen. Beautiful stuff, but I think it was all eyes on this match. And this reaction by LEVON, that speaks 1,000 words at the end. Just the relief that he experienced for Hikaru, frustration after being up a pawn in that position. You know, for me, the most shocking part, Hans Niemann in the end saying, where was the win?
Yeah, we'll break down the chess in a moment. First, let's break down the bracket. You can see there a couple results already decided early on in the day here in Las Vegas. Prognomonda taking 7th place over Wesley So after a win in their second game. And Fabiano Caruana just the complete shutout today against Arjun Erigaisi to earn himself his rightful spot in the 5th place. You see there Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, they're going to step back out for another 30-30 battle to determine 3rd. And then we can flip up to the upper bracket just to see the roads that each of our grand finalists took to get to this point. Hans Niemann and LEVON Aronian still staring each other down, half a point apiece. Who will be the one to reign supreme here in Las Vegas?
Yeah, wow, so much to unpack. That was almost breathless at the end. Like the swings in evaluation, the missed opportunities, they were very deep. We'll break them down, Vidit.
Yeah, where do we go first? Like, we are spoiled for choice. I think maybe Hans' game. I think that was really game changer. Like, we were here. I think E4 was played.
Yeah, no, we'll get our board up and we'll just show what happened at the end because, as you said, E4 was played and that was a big, big mistake. LEVON Aronian had 3 minutes on his clock or more and he didn't really hesitate. The only drawing move, actually, is to push this pawn forward, and I think it's also the most logical one because it ties down the white king. It forces the white king back, otherwise the pawn runs through, and only when the king goes back, now you push the pawn, and we will not see the white king advance to victory and help these pawns through, as we could have seen maybe in the game. But Vidit, you mentioned you think you figured out what Hans might have missed.
I think because after E4, push the pawn, king takes pawn, king B5. Now, very logical, you want to push the pawns. And
would have been a winning move, missed.
Maybe probably black wanted king to F5, like trying to stop the bishop from coming back. Let's say you go A6, bishop captures.
So, carry on, Vidit.
Bishop takes pawn, king takes pawn, D3, and he might have thought that now the pawn is not unstoppable, but you give the bishop here on F4.
Wow.
Oh,
I think that's what he missed, in my opinion. King takes bishop. And now the point is, when you queen with a check.
Stunning.
Wow. Give up your bishop to lure the black king onto a checked square.
And still, it might feel like, the pawns are very advanced. And he might have thought, even if he saw this, he might have thought, okay, maybe there is a draw here because the king and 2 pawns. But yeah, the king is too far. Black king is too far away from the d pawn and it is lost. Probably this is what he missed. Now it at least makes sense.
Yeah. Bishop F4, beautiful resource here, stopping the pawns.
But even if you miss this, practically you play this because the other one is clear draw. Like there's no chance in what he played. Here at least there might be some chance and you're still not risking anything. So I'm still surprised by this decision of, not going for the most obvious move. And probably that's what LEVON was telling Hans after the game. I couldn't hear, but LEVON realized that this is lost.
And LEVON said my E4 move was so stupid. He was like, why didn't I play D3? I could hear that bit. He was like, okay, it's just a clear draw. But yeah, this variation and the players, they shook hands in this position, just to point out for the audiences at home, because after king takes pawn, both sides run through to make a new queen. And this game is just dead level now. But, huge missed opportunity.
As Lev realized that he had to go D3, I mean, Hans was asking him, where did I miss the win? Where was the win? It almost felt like he wasn't sure. But to your point, even if you miss that bishop resource, the bishop move, which is a very difficult spot, you kind of get to that point and then you find it.
Yeah,
then
I'm really surprised. Like, this is a shocker. Like, how do you not play king to b5?
And he built it up to this point. Everything he did, not rushing with the g-pawn earlier, this is where he was headed all along, and then took a U-turn.
Yeah. He literally went back with his king, went forward with his king, set it up so perfectly. Such a genius play by Hans Niemann, but it's always the hardest thing against these top GMs, putting the ball in the back of the net.
It's the reality of top-tier competition, too. Sometimes pressure makes you do wild things, right? It can make you, it can make a total mess of your brain, and all of a sudden you go for something that you never would have done before. I mean, LEVON, again, equally surprised at his own blunder as well. And he's probably asking himself, not just why did I make that move, but why didn't I take the time, right? Referencing the idea that he had 3 minutes on his clock. Just take that breath, just take the moment, and he probably would have found the right answer.
Yeah, and also the stakes are so high. Like, if you lose a game here and you just have one game to come back, and of course it's not going to be easy to forgive yourself. So it must be a huge relief for LEVON. He was under pressure in the second half of the game. And Hans, like for him, I hope he doesn't realize that it was winning, and he doesn't check with an engine, because otherwise that will keep running on his mind.
But still a power performance by Hans, you know, how he pushed in the middle game, he got that opportunity, his technique that he showed. It's a match reset, but another player who's feeling the relief is probably Magnus Carlsen, despite at the end saying, oh my God, and I think, David, that's a moment that you've got to show. A beautiful tactical idea on move 44 that was found by Hikaru Nakamura, but missed by Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that was really pretty, and I don't think you get to see something like this in chess quite often. So we can go a bit ahead.
Just to point out, this was the moment maybe that Hikaru blew the win. Here, he found the right idea, but in the wrong order, and we'll show why it was the wrong order. He brought the black queen in with a check, but the winning move was to wait and kind of keep that up your pocket, up your sleeve for later. First dropping back your bishop, first putting it on the long diagonal, also opening up the black queen to come in. This would have been almost winning for Hikaru Nakamura, but yeah, he gave a check, and as you said, Vidit, here, bishop dropping back. He wanted to line up a check, and this is the point that Magnus Carlsen had missed, and I'll let one of you two break it down.
Yeah, queen takes pawn, and now bishop c5, you kind of stop here because you see that the king goes to h1, queen f1 is checkmate, and if you block the bishop with the knight, it's pinned, and then you can play like a move like queen e6, exchange the queen, and the knight on d4 is helpless. So when I was watching it live, I saw these lines and I moved on. But there is a very nice tactic after bishop c5, and if you run out of ideas, you take the bishop with the queen. Pawn takes
queen, no biggie.
What? And now James, you want to go for it?
Well, he just kind of already tipped his hat to the move, so I can't say it because then I'm lying to the fans at home. It's a knight jump forward, it looks like here, hitting the queen.
Is trapped. Like, it's such a beautiful idea.
And this is such an unfamiliar pattern, trapping the queen with the knight at that h3 square at the edge of the board by sacrificing your own queen.
Exactly, it's not even like a fork, because when they were telling this, I thought king was not on h5, it was not a fork, but the queen is trapped.
She's fully trapped.
Stunning, this is beautiful.
That is spectacular.
And you know, I was looking at the line, it goes on, it's even more beautiful. You play bishop b5, like trying to bring the queen back, so you have to take the queen. And bishop takes bishop. Now both the pawns are on light square, but the knight jumps in. Knight f4. Bishop goes to c2, knight e6. And then you finally capture the pawn and defend the pawn on a4. Like, chess is beautiful.
Goodness.
Oh my gosh.
The geometry is really beautiful.
And fair play. Shout out to Hikaru Nakamura for spotting that he could have, that Magnus could have given up the queen.
Yeah, very sharp. Very sharp.
Draw immediately.
Magnus was so impressed with this line at the end.
Yeah, again, I think it's probably quite a rarity that you surprise the world number one to the degree that an exclamation comes out. I can't believe I missed it. But as Vidit says, that's the beauty of chess. And for both of these matchups, we go into the next round dead even. Half a point apiece between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru, half a point between HANS and LEVON. Magnus is going to the black side of the board alongside Hans Niemann. We don't know the position, of course, Vidit, and I know that would play a big role in your evaluation of these matchups overall. But just from what you've seen out of each of the four guys today, is it starting to make you feel like anyone's got the edge?
I think Hans definitely has the upper hand because of how the game progressed, but I'm still recovering from the mistake. He had the win in his pocket, and it's a big win. Like, you just need to make a draw, and you have 30 minutes. It's not like blitz. It's less random. So I'm still surprised by the choice of move, the nature of the move which Hans played, and I'm just thinking about it. Regarding favorites, I think Magnus is warmed up now. So it's going to be very level, and the next game opening will play a huge role in my opinion with LEVON and HANS, because they are also really warmed up. Because if you get an advantage right out of the opening, like how HANS got against Fabi, he just steamrolled afterwards. So I think the next opening, first 10-15 moves will matter a lot. Whoever takes the initiative will win.
We're about to go to a break. I want to thank you again for all the time that you've shared with us over the last couple of days. Any final words from you here on the Freestyle Chess stage as we conclude the Vegas event?
I want more of it.
We all want more of it.
All right, I'll put in a word with Jan-Henrik Buettner to see how much more freestyle chess we can get between now and the end of the year. And of course, like I said, we're grateful to have you here with us. We're always happy to see you again. We hope to see you at the remainder of the events, my friend. putting some of those brilliant lines on the board yourself as opposed to analyzing them here with us. Thank you very much. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, it will be LEVON Aronian and Hans Niemann stepping back into the arena against one of each other, fighting for $200,000 and 25 circuit points. Not to forget that Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru are still locked in battle. We'll be back on the other side of this hour-long break. Stick with us for the thrilling conclusion of the Vegas event. We'll see you soon.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Hans, congratulations. You are through to the final. Is this one of the highlights of your young career so far?
Yeah, on paper, it's probably the highlight so far. Yeah, it means, yeah, I could not have been scripted any better. Like, to come in for the qualifier, and then I was really on the ropes in this first game. So I guess everything was just meant to be, because, okay, in the second game, I played brilliantly, and I was in control and time pressure, and so I guess I got my type of position, and I was able to outplay him. Speechless.
The last game really was a masterpiece, according to our commentators too. In both first games, you were under huge pressure, both in the 30-30 and in the 10-10. How did you find it in you to find the resources to survive those games?
Yeah, well, I guess I was, let's say, maybe technically he had a big advantage, but the way to punish my play was quite complex. Like, I checked it after, and it wasn't that as easy as the engine illustrates. But I always kept sort of a time edge. I kept the focus, and of course, I really, really didn't want to lose. So I was able to muster up all of my energy, even after such tiring past few days. Before the last game, I was struggling to keep my eyes open. I could feel my eyes just sort of closing. So yeah, I guess I was getting quite bad positions with Black, and this second game he sort of went for this all this F4 stuff, and me and Wesley discussed it, and it was sort of pointless. So I got opening initiative, and then it became very technical. So I'm usually very good at playing technical chess quite quickly. So I was able to sort of slowly grow my advantage and eventually break through when his time was even lower.
In the final, you will take on LEVON Aronian, and it's a bit of a full circle moment. You were in the commentary booth a couple of days ago when LEVON was playing Magnus. You were rooting for him. A lot has been said about, your intervention, your commentary. Your thoughts on looking back at that and looking forward to the final against LEVON?
Yeah, well, obviously, it was quite fun watching LEVON win, and but after that day, I understood that after talking so much trash, if I lost, it would be exponentially more embarrassing. So I understood that it was time to calm down and focus and let the chess speak for itself. But obviously, he's a great player. He's had a great run. So I'm just happy with the rest day, because the difference between semifinals and finals is huge. Now, if I had lost, you have to play 2 more matches to get third, and you play both days. Now I can have a nice day sleeping.
What are the plans for the rest day tomorrow?
Sleep, rest. I to make it through yesterday, I had so much coffee that it kind of caught up to me when I was trying to get to bed. And I couldn't sleep until maybe 2:30. I woke up. I was waking up in the middle of the night, so hopefully I have plenty of rest for the final.
Well, we wish you the best of rest tomorrow. Hans, congratulations on a truly stunning performance so far, and all the best for the final.
Thank you.
I'm here with the first finalist of the Las Vegas Grand Slam Live, LEVON. Congratulations, and what a run. 2 days ago, you eliminated Magnus in the playoff. Yesterday, you beat Hikaru. Today, you beat Arjun Erigaisi. Before we talk about the matches, how do you feel?
Wonderful. It's a fairy tale.
You love playing freestyle chess, and I'm sure being in the final here means a lot to you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I didn't really have a great year, so it's great to make it so far. So I'm very happy.
Tell us a little bit about today's match against Arjun.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit careless in the opening. I was under a heavy pressure, and it was all about me having to find only moves, which is not so hard, you know. There are not too many moves, so you have to find them. Yeah. And then I came back into the game, and I felt, okay, probably I will hold a draw, and then Arjun blundered. And then I think it was still close to a draw, but then he kind of collapsed. So it was a very lucky instance of, you know, when one side has all the chances and he misses them all and just collapses. Yeah, I told Arjun after the game that this is how I normally lose. I mean, you're not supposed to lose like this.
And let's talk about yesterday's match. I mean, yesterday is such drama, 10 hours of chess. Your match didn't go all the way, but almost. I mean, at some point, you were in a must-win situation in the playoff against Hikaru. How did you find it in you to come back against a man who's notoriously difficult to beat?
Yeah, I think, I had a pretty good control of my nerves. In 2017, when I started working with a sports psychologist, we were doing some tests. And then he was like, oh, this thing is not working? And then he realized it's not that the thing is not working. I'm constantly in a state of sleep, you know? I'm hibernating. And my nervous system is just very chill. Wow. Yeah. So I think this would happen like in the previous days, and I'm very happy about that I managed to stay calm.
You're only one step away now from lifting the trophy here. Do you feel there is anything in your game you could still adjust, or just keep going the way you have?
Well, I mean, I need to pay attention to the opening ideas more. Yeah, I got outplayed completely in this first game. It was a bit embarrassing. During the game, I was feeling, oh my God, where do I put my pieces? My C6 move, second move, was a terrible mistake.
And the final question, your opponent is about to be determined in a playoff. It's going to be an All-American final. Would you rather play Fabi or would you rather play Hans?
Oh, well, it doesn't matter for me. I get along well with my fellow Americans, and Hans told me a couple of days ago that now I qualify as an American. Now he accepts me as a fellow American. So, yeah, I'm happy that we are doing well in our home soil, let's say.
So I will thank you very much for your time. Once again, hearty congratulations on making the final. Will you be going to watch the playoff?
Probably not.
Then enjoy the rest of your day, LEVON, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
The biggest names of the chess world on the stage of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. A showdown unlike any other. World number 1, world number 2, world number 3, and world number 4, all on the spot, all for the third place. Praggnanandhaa takes the first game against Magnus Carlsen, but Carlsen strikes back in the return. With the score tied, it all comes down to the blitz rounds.
Allowing the white queen in now.
Huge infiltration.
A fork.
Wow!
There's a knight fork. Magnus wins the exchange, rook for knight in the process after all that flurry.
And you could see the panic on Praggnanandhaa. And there it is, handshakes. Magnus Carlsen gets the first win.
King B1, the move that might haunt Praggnanandhaa's dreams. What a beautiful display there by Magnus Carlsen, and he completely shuts Pragg out.
In the second game of the intermediate matches stage 2, Hikaru Nakamura defeated Wesley So. That win set up his next challenge in the lower bracket semifinals, a clash against Fabiano Caruana. It wasn't settled in the 2 rapid games alone. They had to fight it out in a blitz round.
Whoa, did he just come back?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Why? What?
Panic, they're playing with seconds left on their clock. And, oh, we're going to see blunders galore.
Yeah, pure panic, pure instinct here for both of these players.
Pieces are
flying. For the first time, Fabiano has an opening, but he doesn't see it.
Fabi with 4 seconds on the clock. The rook's attacked, the queen is attacked. He's bungled it up.
Hikaru also makes it through the second blitz game against Fabiano Caruana, securing his spot in the match for third place. And who is waiting for him there? Magnus Carlsen. He cruised through his 2 rapid games against Arjun Erigaisi with confidence and control. Get ready. It's time for the decision day and the last all-important matches. 2 players who dominated most of their matches from the start are now facing each other. One of the youngest players in the field versus the oldest. Hans Niemann versus LEVON Aronian. And on the other board, El Chessico. Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura meet again, but this time in the battle for third place. But at the end of the day, all eyes are on the grand final. Who will hold their nerve? Who will be rewarded for an almost perfectly played tournament? And who will take the victory and the title, champion of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, Las Vegas?
I'm here with Cody, chess fan and enthusiast from LA. Cody, you're just visiting for the day. What are your first impressions of the event when you came in?
It's magical. It's really cool. It's great.
Did you have one player that you were especially looking forward to seeing?
Magnus, and also getting to see LEVON's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of LEVON, I guess.
And Magnus had quite a tight match against Pragg. What were you feeling watching that?
It was pretty exciting. I was kind of hoping Pragg might win, just because like it would kind of be unexpected. But Magnus always delivers, so which is a good thing. I like Magnus, of course. He's the GOAT.
And he's playing a big match right now against Arjun. It's quite the trek from LA to come here just to watch some chess. Tell us about your decision to come and visit.
Yeah, I wanted to go to a chess event that I get to see some professional players play. And this was coming up, and I thought it'd be more exciting than a traditional one, because it's the random positions, right? And it's just a quick flight. I live in LA, so I just took an Uber to the airport, came here, like 40 minutes, and now I'm here.
And has the event delivered on its promise of excitement, the best chess players in the world?
Yeah, I really like the audio quality in there. It's really booming. And also I like the drinks, so that's good too.
And maybe just finally, Cody, tell us something. What's your own level of play and how much do you play?
I used to play a lot, and I wasn't getting very good, so I kind of stopped. But, well, at least in my opinion, So I got to like 1,700 on Chess.com probably in 2021. I haven't really improved since then. So I've kind of stopped playing a little bit and just started watching.
But that's a very respectable level. And do you think that coming here might motivate you to play more again?
I don't know. You know, you see other people play much better. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, I've been playing on my phone today sometimes, so.
That's a start.
Yeah, it is.
Well, Cody, it's a pleasure having you here. We're going to let you go enjoy the rest of the day, the games. But thank you so much for coming out here. Great to see you and have fun.
Thank you, Fiona. It was a pleasure.
Important to me. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and I really want everything to work out great, and I'm very happy with the way things have gone so far.
Oh, look at that!
This is crazy.
What was that?
I love this too, because recognizing time trouble, look at that clock ticking down for Gukesh. You're just forcing him to consider something entirely different.
Wow, he is about to make a new queen. He finds an incredible move.
Oh,
this is over.
Goodness. What a brilliancy. Oh my goodness.
Double exclamation mark.
Phenomenal find here.
And he's got 9 seconds to find that move. And he doesn't. Those are some boss vibes from Kaima. I would be shocked if he doesn't play this. I mean, everything about him is screaming that that's about to happen on the board. Look at Prague. He knows it. This is all over. It's a brilliancy on the board.
An opening. No! I said it at just the wrong moment.
Oh my goodness.
Does Magnus Carlsen have a win right now?
What? He's got many
wins.
We inch ever closer.
And there you have it. Magnus about to win the Paris Slam. And
there it is. He's championed the format, and now he crowns himself champion here in Paris, France. Your second champion on the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour is none other than the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
I'm very satisfied with being able to seal the win with, I think, a very clean performance. I was focused, played very sound chess, and just didn't give him any chances.
Paris, a city famous for its art, architecture, and history. But these 8 days in April are not about painting or music. It's about chess. But not just any chess, freestyle chess. A game that changes everything. A game that puts intuition above preparation and makes improvisation the highest discipline. 12 of the best chess players in the world come together at the Pavillon Chesnay du Roi in the Bois de Vincennes, an elegant retreat on the edge of the metropolis. Among them, world champions, shooting stars, and legends of the game. They will be playing for the champion's title of the Grand Slam Tour, Paris 2025, and prize money totaling $750,000 US. Freestyle chess forces the players to start from scratch every day. No prepared openings, no memorization. Before each game, a new, randomly determined starting position. 960 possible variations, and only 10 minutes to prepare together. White with white, black with black. Many use this short time to exchange ideas and to get in the mood for the unknown. Paris, once the playground of great masters such as Alekhine and Capablanca, is once again becoming the center of chess.
It's a great feeling. I certainly hope that Paris is going to be a regular stop for these freestyle events.
It's a fantastic venue, and Paris is really beautiful in this weather.
Before the first move is made, all attention is focused on the stars of the tournament. The content day in Paris brings a packed schedule. Players move from one interview to the next, pose for official portraits, and face a constant flurry of flashing cameras. Each of the 12 players is put in the spotlight individually. The chess world is watching closely, and everyone wants to know something special about the stars. The top 3 from the opening tournament in Weissenhaus, Germany, redefine their goals for Paris. Vincent Keimer, the surprising winner of the last Grand Slam, is focused and modest.
I'm going to give my absolute everything to perform as good as possible and play good games and hopefully even win, but that's not something I expect or feel the pressure to do.
Fabiano Caruana, who narrowly missed out on victory recently, appears relaxed and confident. He says he's in a good mood and hopeful to play well. The greatest of all time, Magnus Carlsen, only came 3rd and has a clear goal for Paris.
I think even though I didn't win the tournament, I'm happy with a lot of the way I played in Weissenhaus. I felt that I learned a lot as well, so I have the goal here to learn even more and to play a little bit better, but most of all, just to delve into the intricacies of the 960 different positions that we might get.
The tournament begins. 2 days of rapid chess in everyone against everyone mode. 11 rounds, 10 minutes thinking time plus 10 seconds per move. If you make a mistake here, you hardly have time to correct it. 6 rounds are played on the first day. The tension is palpable. And one player is an early talking point. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, 20 years old, from Uzbekistan. He wasn't actually on the start list. Hans Niemann's withdrawal has opened the door to Paris for him.
I was really surprised. Suddenly, organizers contacted me and asked me if I'm available for this tournament, so I was really happy. I'm here and it was a great experience.
Nodirbek not only brings talent with him to Paris, but above all, enthusiasm.
I like the complexity of the freestyle chess because you need to have a imagination and you have to create sort of your own openings, and it's very rich and it's very exciting.
4 wins, 2 draws. At the end of day 1, Nodirbek is on top. A start that could give him a tailwind for his big goal.
My biggest dream is to become a champion. It's extremely tough because you have so many young players also. They're all very strong and you have extremely high competitiveness in any tournament. It's a challenge that you have to pass.
But he is not alone at the top of the table. Magnus, initially reserved, finds his rhythm and defeats the reigning world champion Gukesh Domarashu in round 4.
I am just super tired, but obviously I'm very happy with the score. Some days you just have to fight through.
Magnus, multiple world champion and exceptional player, sails confidently through the preliminary round. Nodirbek, on the other hand, only manages 1 win on day 2. But thanks to his impressive start on day 1, he also secures a place in the knockout stage.
And there you have it, our 12 players that will be doing battle.
For Fabiano, the tournament is beginning like a nightmare.
I'll just take it one step at a time. I'll try to make it past the group stage into the quarterfinals. I think it's more difficult than in Germany because we have more players and there's the same amount of spots making it.
3 defeats at the start.
Of course, if the first day doesn't go well, then you get into kind of, you need to have a really good second day and you get into a bit of panic maybe. But I hope I'll play well. I'm in a good mood.
He fights and saves himself with a mixed record in the top 8. A young player who, at least on paper, has already reached the very top, caused a big surprise on the first 2 days. Gukesh, 18 years old, reigning world champion, a title that represents the ultimate goal for many.
I mean, the World Championship is one step towards a long journey. There is a lot more to achieve and lot more scope for me to improve my game. If World Championship is the end, it would be quite boring.
But he is not without his faults.
I guess sometimes I overthink. Like many games, I get into time trouble, which is one of the known weaknesses.
Time trouble is his undoing. One mistake in the opening is enough. In the end, Gukesh misses out on the top 8, a setback.
In chess, it's kind of underestimated that to go to the game or generally during the tournament to be in a good mood or have a good feeling about the tournament, the situation in general is actually quite important.
The champion of the Weissenhaus Grand Slam remains calm despite his triumph. He knows that everything starts all over again in Paris. New opponents, new challenges.
Of course, it's a bit different feeling coming here knowing that I won the last event. It gives some confidence, but I'm very much aware that it's a completely new tournament. The players also changed, and it will be very difficult even to get into the top 8. I don't think my approach to this tournament will be much different, also because I felt that, whatever I've been doing last time seems to have worked well.
But he has had a difficult time in Paris so far.
Chess is a brutal game. It's basically attacking the opponent and never letting go until you got what you wanted.
In the last round, he defeats Fabiano Caruana and qualifies for the knockout phase in 7th place with 5.5 points.
I'm really looking forward to playing freestyle classical matches again. I like it better than the rapid, and of course it's great that I don't have to play for 9th or 11th place, but can still fight for the top spots.
Fabiano can also continue to hope despite his defeat. With 4.5 points, it's just enough. Because Hikaru Nakamura wins the last game against Richard Rapport, who, due to this loss, doesn't make it into the top 8. The preliminary round of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Paris ends after 11 rounds. 8 players remain in the race for the champion's title in Paris. The tournament continues for them in the knockout system. Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi are in the lead, but in direct comparison, Jan has the better accuracy and finishes the preliminary round in 1st place. That has an advantage. For the knockout stage, he gets to choose his opponent first. The system works as follows. After the preliminary round, the top 4 players each get to choose their quarterfinal opponent from places 5 to 8, and also decide which color they will play in the first of 2 quarterfinal matches. The first place chooses first.
So you will be one of the players tonight that the top 4 can choose from. In Weissenhaus, you were the first to be picked. You went on to win the tournament. Do you think you will be picked first again tonight, or they are not going to there?
I'm going to see.
We have a winner of the round robin. Jan Nepomniachtchi has won. First of all, congratulations.
The Russian chess grandmaster has the first pick and makes a choice not everyone would have made.
I pick Vincent. So you play Vincent?
Yeah, let's play.
All right. So good luck with that one.
Why Vincent? Obvious, like, to become a champion, you have to be the previous champion, yeah?
The second place picks next. And so it proceeds until all pairings and colors are set. While the top 8 enter the knockout stage, the rest compete for places 9 to 12. The race continues for everyone.
Mr. Nakamura.
That's probably the best thing about chess, is that I can still go out, be a normal person, go shopping, do these sorts of things, and it's not guaranteed that someone will recognize me. it's nice to have a little bit of fame, but not be famous to the point where everybody recognizes me. In small doses, it's fine. So it's quite nice to sort of see some of the people, to see those who have followed me as a streamer, and just to meet them and at least know that there are fans out there. My name is Hikaru Nakamura. I play professional chess, and we're here to do some filming.
As a well-known streamer, Hikaru knows and loves interacting with his fans. And on day 3, the fans can get up close and personal.
I really appreciate you coming here and supporting us.
Initiator Jan Buttner makes a surprising decision and opens the doors to visitors on the 3rd day.
As you know me, we're always acting spontaneously, right? If there's like 10 kids waiting there like for an hour, giving us time and energy, and we want to show you around. And of course that made them happy.
It's not just the children who are happy. Many of the players also enjoy the interaction with their supporters. The closeness to the audience makes this day special. Then it gets serious. The knockout stage begins. With the switch to classical time control, things slow down, on the surface at least. But beneath that calm, tensions rise.
We are ready for the start of the quarterfinals. You may start the clock. Good luck.
8 players, 1 goal, the semifinals.
Let's just key back into Magnus Carlsen versus Nodebek Abdusatorov. Once again, things aren't looking great here for Nodebek.
Magnus is the only player to win his first quarterfinal match against Nodebek.
I think my first 5-6 moves were pretty bad, and he really sold it a lot better than I did. After that, I took over and I played better, but it was very, very tough.
The other matches? High class, but without a decision. They all played to a draw. But one player in particular caused a stir today. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nepo for short. The self-confident Nepo started playing chess at the age of 4. His grandfather, a passionate chess enthusiast, introduced him to the game. Back then, young Jan often struggled with time problems.
My coach, very strong Soviet and Russian international master, twice 2 times champion of Russia. He suggested to me, okay, but you have 2 hours for the game, and it's quite a lot, but you try to play like if you have 1 hour, and if you need more time, then you use it like extra time, but normally 1 hour is also enough.
This advice has proven its worth. Today, Nepo is known for his speed. He rarely spends more time than necessary, and for finding dubious ideas. During the joint preparation for today's round, Nepo surprises the group with a provocative pawn sacrifice.
Are you sure about the gambit? I'm not so
Yeah, in the worst case, you get this cut on structure, like, quite nice.
A bold suggestion, which he doesn't even play himself. But others go along with it.
Sometimes certain people have some outsized influence, and in today's case, I think we were looking at a couple moves, and we were unsure about this about this e4 move, and then Nep's like f5, takes g6, knight g6, black's great. Develop your pieces. You're winning. Computer says it's always great. And then I played it very early. I was upset, and I wanted to kill someone, or maybe kill Nepo specifically, because I just thought I was going to lose a game because of what he said.
He saw your position and he realized what he had done.
After an intense day of fan meetings and a nerve-wracking nail-biter, Hikaru is clear. The goal is the semifinals. But the way there leads via Arjun Erigaisi.
Whoever comes with the best plans of the board should win, and I'm really looking forward to it. You can't really predict, but if I make it to the top 4 and I have a chance to win the event, I'll be pretty happy.
Day 4, Decision Day. Who will make it to the semifinals? Caruana wins confidently against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Carlsen secures his place in the last 4 with a draw against Abdusatorov.
Nodebek really put the pressure on, but again, they say tactics and attack, it wins you the beauty prize, but it's defense that wins you championship, and Magnus just did that to absolute class.
2 days in a row, I felt so clueless, not figuring it out at all. And then when we get to like a faster phase, then I actually play well. So I think he did a fantastic job today, putting a lot of pressure on me. I don't know how, but somehow I escaped.
Nakamura also survives his second game, this time without drama. The most fiercely contested match of the day, Nepomniachtchi versus Keimer. The winner of this clash will face Nakamura in the semifinals.
If I had to pick someone, I would say Nepo, simply because Vincent has had a lot of experience playing these events. So I guess from that standpoint, since it's classical, I would prefer probably to play Nepo. If I could get it to like a rapid, then I'd prefer Vincent. Let's put it that way.
After 2 tense draws in the classical games, the match moves into the tiebreak. With the black pieces, Vincent surprises not only on the board, but also on the clock. He outpaces speed specialist Nepo and secures a commanding win in the first rapid game. A draw in the second game is all he needs. He calmly defends his lead and advances to the semifinals.
Do you think at the next tournament the players will stop picking you first?
Yeah, I think by now we might be at that point. I think, yeah, I hope so.
Carlsen, Caruana, Nakamura, and Keimer. These are the semifinalists in Paris. Among the players who did not make it into the top 4, Maxime's defeat is particularly painful. He had hoped for a better result in his home match in Paris.
Some moments I just missed some good moves from Fabi, and it became tough. I tried what I could. It didn't pan out expectedly.
In the lower bracket, Richard and Prak emerged as the winners and will compete in the coming days for 9th place. After day 4, it is now unmistakably clear who will be the first to exit the tournament. Gukesh and Vidit share 11th place, a tough blow for the reigning world champion.
Again, a very bad tournament, at least compared to Viceno's. I won like 3 games, but okay, clearly need to improve in this format.
For Vidit, the result may be easier to digest. Just a few days before the tournament began, he got married, turning Paris into more than just a tournament venue for him.
To be honest, I was a bit distracted. I was not like completely in the mindset to play chess, because wedding is a lot of emotions, and after that I was really looking forward to spending some time with her.
Together with his wife, he explores the city, savoring the little moments away from the chessboard. A special time in the city of love, despite a short-lived appearance at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam.
Yeah, I was more than a little bit sad, but I really like the format of freestyle because it's really refreshing as a professional player to just go over the board and start thinking from move 1, which is rare in normal chess. It doesn't really happen.
This is my first time at a chess tournament, so it's very new to me. So I was kind of figuring out what all is happening there, and I really like how everything was managed. I'm not someone who follows chess, so it becomes easier if there is commentary for me. So overall, I loved it.
First day of the semifinals and the first round are on. Four players, 2 games. Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana engage in a strategic duel at eye level. Neither risks too much, neither makes the decisive mistake. In the end, it's a fair draw.
At some point, I just started to get worse, so I was trying to already shut the game down at that point.
I mean, compared to yesterday, for instance, today I was kind of more focused on trying to be solid, simplify, and yeah, I did a much better job than I've done in some other black games where I've been in trouble. I think we're getting a lot better, yeah. I think we especially saw that in the rapid phase here, where we're still clueless at times, obviously, but especially the openings, we're doing a lot better.
The second semifinal game also remains without a winner. Vincent Keimer plays courageously against Hikaru Nakamura, but despite an active position, the game ends up in balance. It is Nakamura who offers a draw, and Keimer accepts.
That was just a big mess, which then, kind of fizzled out into a draw. I think it was fighting, it sets a good mood for tomorrow, and my move Queen E6 I think was like somewhere between very unnecessary and a big mistake. And after that, it was just a big mess. Knowing that my position should have been better at some point, I would have loved to push for more, but okay, sometimes that's the way it is.
It wasn't a great game, but I think, a draw is always good in a match format.
The placement matches are about more than just prestige. Nodirbeck and Nepo show that they are far from being written off. Both win their matches and move closer to the game for 5th place.
I feel that my, general understanding
of chess has improved since the first tournament, and I'm feeling more comfortable in the starting positions, and it's becoming easier to handle the first moves, and that's the feeling that I got playing freestyle.
The first semi-final matches have been played, balanced, controlled, still without a winner. But the decisions will be made the next day. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keimer, and Hikaru Nakamura will have to fight for a place in the final. A draw will not be enough for anyone. The ranking duels also remain exciting. It remains to be seen whether Arjun Erigaisi and MVL can fight their way back, or whether their opponents will use the advantage from the first leg to secure their places. Day 6 in Paris. Today will decide who makes it to the grand final and who has to fight for places. In the first semi-final rematch, Fabiano Caruana puts a strong position on the board, but under increasing time pressure, he makes a mistake. Magnus Carlsen remains focused and seizes the opportunity.
I was a little bit up on time, so I thought I'll try and pressure him, try and make something happen quickly. And yeah, fortunately for me, it worked better than I could have imagined.
Magnus Carlsen is the first finalist of the Grand Slam Tour 2025 in Paris. In the second semi-final, Vincent Keimer once again plays at a high level, but in the end it is Hikaru Nakamura who prevails.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. It was a very interesting game. I mean, at some point, Vincent tried too hard. He played this H4 move, which I think was bad to begin with, but ultimately I was able to just play some good moves and get the win. It's nice, of course, to be in the final, but the job isn't done, so I have to play Magnus next. I mean, it's exciting to play Magnus. We've played a lot over our careers. We obviously played a Fischer random match in 2018 in Norway, so I have a lot of experience against him. So yeah, just looking forward to it. Should be fun.
The El Chessico is perfect. Carlsen versus Nakamura, a duel of giants for the title. The finalists from Weissenhaus meet again in the match for third place, Keimer against Caruana. All eyes are on the first final day of the Grand Slam Tour Paris. The fans show their support and give their favorite players strength and motivation. The El Chessico begins. Carlsen versus Nakamura, a showdown between the world's top grandmasters for the trophy. In the final, Magnus Carlsen opts for an uncompromising approach. He plays b4 on move 4, an aggressive advance that immediately leads to a dynamic position. Nakamura defends long and precisely until an inaccurate bishop maneuver tips the game.
An opening! No! I said it at just the wrong moment!
Oh my goodness!
He moves his bishop away. It's very unclear the point of that move.
Why would he not pick up that pawn?
Hikaru realizing now, he shook his head.
That was the moment. It was in his hands.
There was no reason to move that bishop.
It wasn't even
no sense.
This game, I mean, he literally...
Oh my goodness.
He was in such a tough spot the entire way. He held, he found his way back into it. He was right there.
And he knows it, and Magnus knows it as well.
Carlsen recognizes the opportunity and strikes.
Yeah, it feels great to win, of course. I think the game honestly was a bit similar to the one yesterday, that I had some very good faces and some very weak faces as well. In the end, he kind of made the last mistake. I thought it was a draw, and then he played bishop 8, which was shocking. I think his mind was pretty fried there as well at that point. A lot of tactical misses. It wasn't perfect, but it's a win.
While Magnus takes the first point in the final, Caruana controls the third-place match against Keimer and wins convincingly. And the tension is not only palpable on the boards, off them too. Jan Henrik Buttner, the founder of Freestyle Chess, follows the games with enthusiasm.
I couldn't be more happy. It's just so exciting, and especially like when you have really no draws, boring, exciting games, decisive games with like a scene where all our commentators started to scream, you know, when I was in front of the door. I said, what happened? So I had to later understand what really happened. I hope that everyone who did not win today or who lost today will win tomorrow, so that we're gonna have an epic final day with a lot of rapid and blitz and maybe Armageddon decisive games.
take a picture.
Thank you.
Today is the moment of truth. With the first point in his pocket, Magnus needs only a draw. One more game stands between him and the title of Paris Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion. But against a fierce opponent like Hikaru, there are no guarantees.
My position is very healthy. The one bishop that he will have left on an h1 is not super effective at the moment, and because it's sort of being blocked by my pawns and the other bishop, I can maybe trade off for a knight at some point. So I think I'm doing well, very, very solid, and yeah, it's up to him to try and create something.
While the tension builds in the final, Fabiano secures third place. After a win in the first game, a draw today is enough for him to secure bronze. In the meantime, Hikaru pushes for complications and looks for chances in a seemingly equal middle game. But Magnus stays undeterred and refuses all invitations for complications.
I don't think I really ever had anything special today. Just, I mean, maybe somewhere I was better, but if I'm better, it's like in the first couple of moves, so yeah, that's what it is.
Move by move, Magnus guides the game toward a textbook draw. With that, he secures the match 1.5 to 1/2 points.
We inch ever closer to our next champion here on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Draw offered. Magnus about to win the Paris Slam, and there it is.
He's championed the format, and now he crowns himself champion here in Paris, France. Your second champion on the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour is none other than the world #1, Magnus Carlsen.
I would like to welcome the coach, Magnus Carlsen, up on stage.
He lifts the trophy and claims the $200,000 first prize. El Chessico has delivered on its promise, a glorious winner and a satisfied runner-up.
Looking at all my results, honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way, mainly because freestyle finishing second is very acceptable. Before the tournament, if you told me I'd finish second, I'd be happy. I always try to look at things or try to be positive, and I mean, it's good, so I'm happy.
No, it feels great to win. I'm very, very satisfied with being able to seal the win today with, I think, a very clean performance. I was focused, played very sound chess, and just didn't give him any chances. So today, I think I did everything as well as I could.
Paris has worked out spectacularly, and freestyle is a big movement. We think its fan engagement is great, so we will see if we can introduce even fans at the next events in terms of real audience.
Thanks to its success, freestyle chess keeps evolving beyond its classical roots. And the next stop will be Las Vegas, bigger than ever, with more top players, the biggest names of the chess world on the stage of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. A showdown unlike any other. World #1, world #2, world #3, and world #4, all on the spot, all for the third place. Pragnananda takes the first game against Magnus Carlsen, but Carlsen strikes back in the return. With the score tied, it all comes down to the blitz rounds.
Allowing the white queen in now.
Huge infiltration.
A fork.
Wow!
There's a knight fork. Magnus wins the exchange, rook for knight in the process after all that flurry.
And you could see the panic on Pragnananda. And there it is, handshakes. Magnus Carlsen gets the first win.
King B1, the move that might haunt Pragnananda's dreams. What a beautiful display there by Magnus Carlsen, and he completely shuts Pragg out.
In the second game of the intermediate matches, stage 2, Hikaru Nakamura defeated Wesley So. That win set up his next challenge in the lower bracket semifinals, a clash against Fabiano Caruana. It wasn't settled in the 2 rapid games alone. They had to fight it out in a blitz round.
Whoa, did he just come?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Why? What?
Panic, they're playing with seconds left on their clock. And, oh, we're going to see blunders galore.
Yeah, pure panic, pure instinct here for both of these players.
Pieces are
flying. For the first time, Fabiano has an opening, but he doesn't see it.
Fabi with 4 seconds on the clock. The rook's attacked, the queen is attacked. He's bungled it up.
Hikaru also makes it through the second blitz game against Fabiano Caruana, securing his spot in the match for third place. And who is waiting for him there? Magnus Carlsen. He cruised through his 2 rapid games against Arjun Erigaisi with confidence and control. Get ready. It's time for the decision day and the last all-important matches. 2 players who dominated most of their matches from the start are now facing each other. One of the youngest players in the field versus the oldest. Hans Niemann versus LEVON Aronian. And on the other board, El Chessico. Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura meet again, but this time in the battle for third place. But at the end of the day, all eyes are on the grand final. Who will hold their nerve? Who will be rewarded for an almost perfectly played tournament? And who will take the victory and the title? Champion of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam, Las Vegas.
Hans, congratulations. You are through to the final. Is this one of the highlights of your young career so far?
Yeah, on paper, it's probably the highlight so far. Yeah, it means, yeah, I could not have been scripted any better. Like, to come in for the qualifier, and then I was really on the ropes in this first game. So I guess everything was just meant to be, because, okay, in the second game, I played brilliantly, and I was in control and time pressure. And so I guess I got my type of position, and I was able to outplay him. Speechless.
The last game really was a masterpiece, according to our commentators too. In both first games, you were under huge pressure, both in the 30-30 and in the 10-10. How did you find it in you to find the resources to survive those games?
Yeah, well, I guess I was, let's say, maybe technically he had a big advantage, but the way to punish my play was quite complex. Like, I checked it after, and it wasn't that as easy as the engine illustrates. But I always kept sort of a time edge. I kept the focus, and of course, I really, really didn't want to lose. So I was able to muster up all of my energy, even after such tiring past few days. Before the last game, I was struggling to keep my eyes open. I could feel my eyes just sort of closing. So yeah, I guess I was getting quite bad positions with Black, and this second game he sort of went for this all this F4 stuff, and me and Wesley discussed it, and it was sort of pointless. So I got opening initiative, and then it became very technical. So I'm usually very good at playing technical chess quite quickly. So I was able to sort of slowly grow my advantage and eventually break through when his time was even lower.
In the final, you will take on LEVON Aronian, and it's a bit of a full circle moment. You were in the commentary booth a couple of days ago when LEVON was playing Magnus. You were rooting for him. A lot has been said about, your intervention, your commentary. Your thoughts on looking back at that and looking forward to the final against LEVON?
Yeah, well, obviously, it was quite fun watching LEVON win, and but after that day, I understood that after talking so much trash, if I lost, it would be exponentially more embarrassing. So I understood that it was time to calm down and focus and let the chess speak for itself. But obviously, he's a great player. He's had a great run. So I'm just happy with the rest day, because the difference between semifinals and finals is huge. Now, if I had lost, you have to play 2 more matches to get third, and you play both days. Now I can have a nice day sleeping.
What are the plans for the rest day tomorrow?
Sleep, rest. I to make it through yesterday, I had so much coffee that it kind of caught up to me when I was trying to get to bed. and I couldn't sleep until maybe 2:30. I woke up. I was waking up in the middle of the night, so hopefully I have plenty of rest for the final.
Well, we wish you the best of rest tomorrow. Hans, congratulations on a truly stunning performance so far, and all the best for the final.
Thank you.
I'm here with the first finalist of the Las Vegas Grand Slam Live, LEVON. Congratulations, and what a run. 2 days ago, you eliminated Magnus in the playoff. Yesterday, you beat Hikaru. Today, you beat Arjun Erigaisi. Before we talk about the matches, how do you feel?
Wonderful. It's a fairy tale.
You love playing freestyle chess, and I'm sure being in the final here means a lot to you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I didn't really have a great year, so it's great to make it so far. So I'm very happy.
Tell us a little bit about today's match against Arjun.
Yeah, I think I got a little bit careless in the opening. I was under heavy pressure, and it was all about me having to find only moves, which is not so hard, you know. There are not too many moves, so you have to find them. Yeah. And then I came back into the game, and I felt, okay, probably I will hold a draw, and then Arjun blundered. And then I think it was still close to a draw, but then he kind of collapsed. So it was a very lucky instance of, you know, when one side has all the chances and he misses them all and just collapses. Yeah, I told Arjun after the game that this is how I normally lose. I mean, you're not supposed to lose like this.
And let's talk about yesterday's match. I mean, yesterday is such drama, 10 hours of chess. Your match didn't go all the way, but almost. I mean, at some point, you were in a must-win situation in the playoff against Hikaru. How did you find it in you to come back against a man who's notoriously difficult to beat?
Yeah, I think, I had a pretty good control of my nerves. In 2017, when I started working with a sports psychologist, we were doing some tests. And then he was like, oh, this thing is not working? And then he realized it's not that the thing is not working. I'm constantly in a state of sleep, you know? I'm hibernating. And my nervous system is just very chill. Wow. Yeah. So I think this would happen like in the previous days, and I'm very happy about that, that I managed to stay calm.
You're only one step away now from lifting the trophy here. Do you feel there is anything in your game you could still adjust, or just keep going the way you have?
Well, I mean, I need to pay attention to the opening ideas more. Yeah, I got outplayed completely in this first game. It was a bit embarrassing. During the game, I was feeling, oh my God, where do I put my pieces? My C6 move, second move, was a terrible mistake.
And the final question, your opponent is about to be determined in a playoff. It's going to be an All-American final. Would you rather play Fabi or would you rather play Hans?
Oh, well, it doesn't matter for me. I get along well with my fellow Americans, and Hans told me a couple of days ago that now I qualify as an American. Now he accepts me as a fellow American. So, yeah, I'm happy that we are doing well in our home soil, let's say.
So I will thank you very much for your time. Once again, hearty congratulations on making the final. Will you be going to watch the playoff?
Probably not.
Then enjoy the rest of your day, LEVON, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to Las Vegas and the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. We're here at the spectacular Wynn, and for the first time, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour comes to the United States. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 5 days, we're getting ready for a world-class competition with the best players, the best content creators, and of course, the best commentators the world has to offer.
The stakes, sky high. The city, Sin City. This isn't just about chess. It is a showdown between the best players on the planet. And it's happening right here in Vegas. This is Chess Unfiltered, a spectacular test of courage, speed, and ultimately, raw skill.
From rapid-fire moves to strategic brilliance, freestyle chess showcases every aspect of the game. The rules are exciting, the tension is real, and only one will rise as champion. Watching these elite grandmasters compete under pressure is truly unique in the world of chess.
Freestyle chess isn't just a tournament.
It's a revolution in the world of chess.
And Las Vegas is the perfect stage for it.
Ready for 5 days of drama, brilliance, and a prize pool of $750,000. Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Vegas.
Baby.
Welcome back to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam here in Las Vegas. We promised 5 days of grueling chess action, plenty of drama and fireworks on the board. I'd say so far all of our players have delivered, but there's only still 4 players left to play here at the end of the day. It's the top 2 battles. It's the battle for first place between LEVON Aronian and, of course, Hans Niemann, Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus duking it out for third place there just below them.
And it started with draws in their very first game, which means it's a reset going into that final 30-30 matchup that we had. But 2 very different storylines we had on the board. You know, Hans Niemann missing such a big golden opportunity of taking the match lead in his very first matchup. LEVON Aronian surviving a big scare in that one. And I think in our other matchup, David, you have to say that Magnus Carlsen was relieved after getting that draw in. He was on the ropes.
Yeah, it was clear that LEVON Aronian breathing a big sigh of relief and Magnus Carlsen getting away with one. Missed a few tactics, not quite like him, Magnus, but both of those 2 have warmed up now. And I mean, the 4 in front of us, it's just so fascinating watching their journeys. Big fan favorites, all 4 of them. And yeah, here we see the lower bracket where Caruana and Pragnanada are done for the day.
Yeah, they really did kind of wrap things up quickly there in the battles for 5th and 7th place. Of course, most of our attention has been towards the top boards where they played shorter time controls. Now they'll be returning to the board here for another 30-30 matchup, so a bit of a slog ahead of them. I think the big thing is that on both boards we saw winning chances, right? Even though they did ultimately dissipate to the draw. And now within this last hour's time, Tanya, where's everybody's heads at? Who's been able to forget maybe the blunders that you know, they let slip away there in the final moments?
I mean, can you imagine the nerves and the tension the players are feeling right now, the pressure, especially for LEVON and Hans. I think Magnus and Hikaru, you know, they're fighting for 3rd place, 100K on the line, pride, glory, redemption for the way the tournament has gone so far. And a blockbuster matchup, these 2 always want to come on top. But I think the most pressure, you know, at the end of it, for Magnus, Hikaru, they love the game, they love the format, they're enjoying what they've got on the board. But for Hans and LEVON, everything to prove. 42-year-old LEVON, what a comeback story it's been. His first big bold statement, knocking down Magnus Carlsen in that group stage, going on to dominate the knockout phase of the tournament. And here he is looking for that big tournament victory in perhaps the most modern, most exciting, most new age format of chess, with the young big superstars ahead of the GOAT Magnus and Hikaru as well. And for Hans Niemann, I mean, you know, anything you say is not enough for the 22-year-old. What an arc it's been for him. Everything that's happened off the board. And right now, he is proving to the detractors, to the haters, that he's got it in him. A missed opportunity. I think Hans is the one player who needs to forget everything that's happened in the last 2 hours in Vegas.
That being said, he played pretty darned well. Hans Niemann just one move away from striking the first blow there. And yeah, it was clear both players are feeling the nerves, especially the clock consumption early in the game, just the cagey moves. But yeah, it did feel like Hans was the more confident, maybe, of the two.
He definitely felt confident, although, again, yeah, just want that confidence not to be shaken coming into this next round of play. At the end of the day, a lot rides on this next lottery. This next position lottery, right? We talked about it so many times. I mean, he might have a feeling of which player would be favored in a straight-up matchup, but so much can be determined, not just by the position itself, but again, how the players develop an understanding of that position. You only get 10 minutes before you really, get this, the test put on you about whether or not you see all the lines, all the theories.
And it's a $60,000 difference in that next game that could be decided in this 30 plus 30. The winner goes with 200K. 140 is the minimum guarantee for second place right now, but more than anything, just winning a Grand Slam is what it's about.
Well, it could all be decided right here between both of our pairings. Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen battling it out for third place. They enter on even footing, half a point apiece. And the same story applies to our upper bracket grand final. Hans Niemann versus LEVON Aronian. Fiona, take it away for the position lottery.
Welcome back to the second game of our big final and a match for third place. So great to see so many of you here today. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm your host for the remainder of the day. So far, both scores are tied. That doesn't mean the players didn't have any chances. We saw some big misses. And we are ready now to find out the next position. I would like to welcome to the stage, in order to help me draw, Jonathan Ruby, the Assistant Vice President of Nightlife here at the Win. Give him a warm round of applause. Are you ready?
$700.
Position 700, nice and round. Jonathan, you were a big part of bringing chess to the Win. We're now in the final day. How do you reflect on the event?
Well, this has been a truly special experience. It's come a long way since we started first conversations, but this is more than anything I could have imagined bringing here at the Win. It's amazing.
And we've been very fortunate to be here. Thank you so much to you and your team for everything you've done and welcoming us here. We see that the players have started their preparation, so we'll give them their 10 minutes. So to the players, best of luck, and to the audience, have fun.
E4 next move. 3/7's weak now. 4. I assume C6 is stupid, but I don't know. C6. Good, it's where you want to be able to cast it. So you can check that.
E4, take, no, E4, no, I mean, taking the course makes sense.
Yeah, but is it really an advantage? I mean, maybe it is an advantage. Because how do you get the rook into the game?
And I play 93.
That's true, yeah. That's true. Probably too much.
E6?
Yeah,
but
E6.
Doesn't look too...
I mean, I guess, what, H6, bishop H7 is how you develop?
I guess C6, yeah.
Yeah.
What do I do? F3?
Yeah, F3 is what I would do. F3 and then...
93, 92, E4, yeah?
96, 92, right? Or maybe C... Actually,
yeah,
maybe
C5,
C5.
yeah,
C5,
no.
yeah.
So what else is there?
But I mean, actually, what is there? I can't even think of other moves really. I mean, C5 is the only other move that I.
Yeah, maybe we can consider. So D5 is also
D5
maybe interesting.
Yeah, D5, C4. I wasn't sure about. D4, F5. Maybe.
Ah, yeah. Takes. If you don't take, you go 96.
Yeah, 96 is also an option.
So I'll go here. Is anything here? F3, 26. Yeah. And we go Queen D2.
Queen D2
so slow?
No, Queen D2 I like.
Queen D6. And if we try the Marzi kind of thing, or the Magnus too powerful? Like F3 next to 5. E4.
No, I kind of like this option. E4. I mean,
Well, he has to play F6, yeah?
yeah, I mean, at some point you have to, but surely the structure should be good for everything.
I think, yeah, the bishop is a problem, right? Keep on forgetting. Because you
Yeah.
cannot come out in any anyway.
Yeah, this bishop on G8 is very, very bad here. Very bad. This is quite pleasant for him.
Yeah, therefore D5 here. Are there any kind of gambitos?
No,
or anything like?
Yeah, I don't even see. It looks like C6, D6, or DC4.
Yeah, I also don't see any others. And this is also a bit passive. I like this. The bishop is kind of stupid, yeah?
Yeah, probably just F3, right?
Yeah, let's say F6. This we can do, yeah?
Yeah, knight D2.
I think long term is a nice position.
Yeah, just develop the knight. Very easy play.
So there has to be some kind of a way for black to play, because otherwise it's probably taking, you know?
Yeah,
probably.
Or maybe.
Or maybe some Queen D7. He has to try
Okay,
to.
let's try knight D6 first, Queen C3, right? And then Queen D7. That's not bad.
Maybe I should go to D3. And then C5, huh?
It's still gonna.
Queen D7.
Yeah, knight D5. Right? No, I don't even. No.
I think knight D6 is not a good.
But I mean, even this is really so clear. Knight D3. I mean, it's so tough to play. But maybe I'm kind of F6.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this knight D3 right away.
Knight D3, yeah? Here?
Queen
C2? I mean, Queen C1 feels more natural, but I don't know.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. Queen C1 might be, is there a check? Probably too much.
Ah, there's a check, yeah.
But I mean, you can still go bishop C2, F3, E4. But yeah, Queen C2 is probably.
And then just building up.
Yeah, but I mean, these two squares are a big problem. Click bishop is very bad here. This looks great for one.
Yeah.
This looks really good. So, I mean, I feel like this position has to be some way for black to play. But how?
Let's try F6.
F6? Still just Queen C3 probably?
Yeah, C3. Maybe C5, this type of stuff.
But I want to try to make it through.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a distraction. Wait, maybe I just play C6 and pretend?
Oh, yeah.
The world number one on your screen right there, Magnus Carlsen, has made his way to the stage to evaluate position 700. That will be the landscape of the battlefield between him and Hikaru Nakamura, battling it out for third place, $100,000 and 15 circuit points. On the other board, though, of course, is our marquee matchup, that grand final, which sports Hans Niemann up against LEVON Aronian, both entering into the second matchup on even footing with half a point apiece. Looking at this position, Tanya, I turn to you, position 700. Are we poised for a bloody battle? Will someone come out decisively in this one?
Or will we get tie breaks? That's the big question, right? So much money, so much pride on the line on this next match. You could get the third place fight decided. We could have our Grand Slam winner in what's about to happen over the next 1 hour. For me, what stands out, we'll get into the position, is what's happening in the playing hall right now. You know, LEVON and Hikaru in some intense discussion. They've got this benefit of being able to discuss through a chat about the position, the lines that they're looking at, the central pawns moving forward. But most interestingly, and the bets in the studio were off on this one also, Magnus and HANS sort of going their own way. And we saw no friendly discussions right there. So they've got to use their own minds and trying to figure this out, as Hikaru and Lev both will be starting with the white pieces. And David, every single move that they've looked at, and Hans Niemann also checking it out, has been those central pawns moving ahead. Long-range pieces on the left side of the board, the queen and the bishop, get them into the game. The C pawn in front of the queen, that's one way to do it. The D pawn in front of the king, that's another way to do it. And I think it's go time in just a few moments right now. But I'm expecting one of these two moves to appear on the board.
I'm shocked. Magnus Carlsen, Hans Niemann not analyzing together?
Who would have ever thought?
Who would have thought it? Despite both having the white pieces, we were struggling to find Magnus for a while, we should mention. He wasn't in the playing hall for the first 6 minutes there. He wasn't backstage either, and I think there was a scramble, but we did find him. Magnus is ready. There we saw LEVON Aronian just nip backstage to get some snacks, refuel, and the games will kick off in just 1 minute. As you mentioned, Hikaru and LEVON Aronian, they were pretty fixated on the pawn in front of the white king going forward 2 squares. Magnus now locking in, trying to figure out how to deal with that potentially. But yeah, a lot of choice. It feels like quite a rich position. Rook's in the corner, but everything else pretty much scrambled in the middle of the board. So a lot of kind of choice for each piece to develop.
Intuitively, instinctively, whatever takeaways from freestyle chess so far have been, I would say that white aiming to get the castle on the left side of the board will be something on the player's mind. Get the queens and the bishop out, move them ahead, bring the rook into the center of the game. And it's center stage here in Vegas as it's 20 seconds for our final 30-30 game.
That's exactly right. You can within that arena, the music is blaring, the stage is vibrating, the pressure of the moment building here, mere seconds away from the go-ahead. The clocks will start ticking down, and it's do or die for our competitors out there. Who will reign supreme at the end of the day here in Las Vegas?
The gong has been sounded. It's LEVON Aronian with the white pieces against Hans Niemann. It's Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. And okay, LEVON not yet back to the board. We see a slightly belated entry, a handshake, and Hans ready for him. Move predictions, Tanya, your favorite part of the day. We have a few seconds before LEVON shows us.
I think he's going to go for the pawn in front of the king, a move that we're seeing being played on Hikaru's board already. We saw it on the analysis, and there we have it.
Just in time to be right. You love to see it. And now it's on to Hans Niemann to respond. Ooh, already reaching for a piece, an extra think. He'll commit to the symmetry here. And already a small difference between our two boards. We can go to that split screen just to track how the third place match is developing early days here.
I think the arbiter just helping out with some ear plugs there, helping LEVON block out the noise. We see the boards side by side. LEVON Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura, they did the same thing. White started this game in the same manner by pushing the king's pawn, in this case d4. And Hans Niemann played the move that LEVON and Hikaru were expecting, trying to copy. Magnus went his own way, as he always does, by challenging, creating some central tension immediately. It looks like a Queen's Gambit bottom left, Tanya. Looks like kind of heading towards a Benoni maybe on the bottom, on the right board there.
And very possible, and that would happen from that standard 5-1-8 Benoni ideas, where white would then advance that d pawn one step forward, and we'll see the board being split into half. If that's a decision that Hikaru Nakamura takes, where then his focus will move to that right flank. Magnus will advance pawns on that left side. But early pawn tensions on both our boards right now. And David, I'm just wondering, the position draw that we had, 7-0, the big question, who will be 0-7 at the end of it. But who does this actually favor? Do you think the players who are playing white are happy with this position draw that we have as we see the first trades appear? LEVON bringing his queen out, or do you think black feels safe in trying to get some sort of a battle in this one? Who's happier?
Yeah, I think the players with the white pieces will be pretty happy. The previous game, so the first half of today, we saw symmetry on pretty much all of the boards. Magnus said it himself even before the game started. He was like, it's just hard to break symmetry. These games are going to be anything but symmetrical. It's just the piece placement. There's something about it. The two bishops already on very good diagonals. We see the white queen coming out on the LEVON Aronian board, the most developed of the two so far. It feels like symmetry is like a distant dream for black, and that makes the games far more imbalanced.
Then good news for any of the four players who want to get it done here and now. A bit of imbalance implies a bloody battle and possible decisive results, and even better news for the fans at home. That means we're in for a show.
Then again, I kind of want another 11-hour day with tie breaks, Armageddons.
You glutton.
Okay, we see pawn captures already. Tanya, in the previous game earlier today between LEVON Aroni and Hans Niemann, for the first 1 hour of that game, it felt like almost barely any trades. But here, as early as move 2.
And I love it, right? It's the ultimate show already in Vegas, this final game. So much on the line. How much risk are the players willing to take? And that's a bigger question for Magnus Carlsen right now. One of the things we've often seen Magnus do in freestyle chess is come on with an early pawn sacrifice, not capture, but look for piece activities. And I wonder if Magnus will just automatically capture the pawn, or will he see him try to develop those knights into the game, or maybe come in with a further pawn break? He doesn't immediately reach out for a move, so an interesting decision to be made here. As Magnus takes a pause, I will make a prediction that this one's about to get spicy very soon, David.
Okay. I'll give you the choice then this time, which game we jump into first, Tanya. Is that the one you've got your eyes on?
Look at that. Look what he's played right now, and I think we have to draw that. Should we do that? Should we jump into Magnus versus Hikaru as Magnus comes in with a gambit on move 2?
Let's do it. Magnus going for a type of Queen's Gambit, I'm going to say. The other board will break it down a bit later, but it looks like Hans Niemann about to sink into a long think there.
And I will admit, we of course are grabbing a bite to eat in that break between games. And David, I turned to you and I said, I have a feeling that this Hikaru and Carlsen matchup ends in this next game. I don't think it goes to tiebreakers, because I think both of these guys are just willing to start throwing some pretty wild punches at each other.
Yeah, we saw it starting to build up towards the end of the previous game. They were starting to get some crazy tactics on the board, both going for it. Here, there was a pawn sacrifice. The Black Knight recaptures. So we'll just do a quick action replay of the first few moves as Hikaru builds a big pawn center with white. We saw him open the king's pawn, the d pawn in this regard, and Magnus immediately challenging. This pawn was captured. The other alternative would be to push forward, but especially because the pawn's in front of the white king, it does feel slightly risky. Hikaru reluctant to take that risk, and he captures a pawn instead, asking the black queen to come out where she would have been hit, either by the white bishop or potentially by a white knight. Queen's coming out very early is high-risk strategy, so Magnus says, I'll bring my knight out instead. We were getting excited here because it is a pawn sacrifice. White can choose to defend this pawn, although that comes with a lot of risk attached. Black will likely strike out at the edge of the board, and the black rook coming into the game, this just looked too risky for Hikaru. So risk management from him. He pushes a pawn, allows a recapture, but now he's arguing that the black knight is vulnerable. It's moved twice already. White has built pawns, and it's something that Hikaru and LEVON said in the pre-game analysis together. They were trying to build the Maroczy bind structure. If white gets one more move, he'll push a pawn forward, and all pawns on light squares are going to make it very difficult for Magnus to break out.
Magnus makes a move. Does this do anything to prevent the Maroczy bind structure from coming out?
No, I think it encourages it.
Invites it, huh?
Yeah, the black pawn might step forward now that the black bishop is out. So before black is able to break the center open, I mean, that's high risk because both kings sit in the middle, but this pawn push is the move I'm expecting. It's very Hikaru-esque. It feels like either this pawn push or maybe the white knight coming out just to protect the central squares. This is the Maroczy bind for anyone familiar with middle game patterns, pawn structures in traditional chess.
And both both positions that we've got in front of us, just no symmetry on the board. And you know, with all the chess action that we've seen, these best on the planet sort of play out in freestyle chess, there's one takeaway that I've got from these positions, that whenever there is a major, a queen or a rook, more towards the center of the board rather than the corners, I think those symmetries in the opening get broken up very quickly because you're able to get a pawn break in defended by one of your majors. While on the corner of the board, we've often seen patterns where there's copycat chess being played on. So I think we are in for an absolute treat with 7-0 being pulled out on this one, and that queen as it is. Open lines, open diagonals, and I think a lot reside. And what adds to the tension is that this is the final 30-30, you know? There's no coming back from this. The margin for error is non-existent.
It's very stable. Magnus has been 69 for a while. Hikaru has been in the 90s. Magnus looking very chill, but Hikaru does bring the queen out. And interesting move. Same idea, trying to clamp down in the center, but not choosing to push his pawn, which I'm very surprised by. He loves that pawn structure in normal chess.
Well, the stars aligned to give us our final day matchups. Perhaps they rearrange themselves into a beautiful picture even to deliver us this starting position. Sure to be a show between each of our two matchups here, playing for first through fourth place. There's been quite a think happening on the other board. Hans Niemann, I'll just mention for those at home, has dipped below 25 minutes to the 32 minutes of LEVON Aronian. This is our grand final. Hans Niemann again surprising and impressing so many from his group stage start, but LEVON Aronian seems to have some magic brewing here in the city of Vegas. Time and time again, overcoming chess greats.
Yeah, it's purple versus pink, the nice jackets on the back of their chairs. Just again, recap of the first 3-4 moves here. We saw the central pawns push, and as Tanya mentioned, the symmetry broken because the white queen is so centralized. It's not a queen's gambit even, it's just a queen's pawn push here, because after a capture, the white queen immediately takes it back. Again, a position that LEVON and Hikaru were discussing earlier. The black bishop hits the queen steps back, and it's just very difficult now to challenge in the middle of the board. Any pawn pushes by black would be sacrifices, and if LEVON Aronian gets one more pawn push, he's going to be very happy with a nice pawn center. He used to be called Mr. Center because he loves his space, loves his central pawns so much with the white pieces.
And space advantage, you know, it's a term that we use so much in our commentary, and just how much it means to chess players. We see them always striving for those pawn pushes in the center of the board or the flank. The aim is to cross over to the other side to gain more squares, because then you're the one who's sort of directing the attack and the play in the game. It really comes to a lot if you're able to get that going. And meanwhile, LEVON Aronian with more time than what he started the game with.
Yeah, that's why these kind of pre-game analysis sessions, they're so important.
Yeah.
Like, if they're done well, and it seems like Hikaru and LEVON, they fixed their kind of their attention on one move. They were only looking at this variation, and it gives them confidence. He knows where he's going to put his pieces. They've discussed that already. For Hans, who was analyzing alone, like, yes, you get the focus, but if you don't predict your opponent's first move, you're in the back foot, you burn time.
He's not spent more than 2 seconds, essentially. You know, it feels like on a move up to this point, gaining back 30 per move that he makes to have 32 on the clock here. While Hans Niemann continues to spend time. What's he considering here? What is really giving him such pause?
Yeah, I think Hans wants to break out. Like, he's not a passive player. He's not just going to sit by and watch LEVON Aronian build the big pawn center. He wants to do something with his own pawns, but those two squares, those challenges, pawn breaks, are covered at the moment amply by the white pieces. Other than that, it's like, how is this black bishop coming out? Maybe you just push a pawn one square, but that's, again, quite timid. Where are you putting your knights? If you put them in front of your own pawns, then you might just block your pawn breaks. Which way is the black king going? There's so many questions. It's one of those positions, Tanya.
And no clear answer, right? It's one of those moments where you really wish you could get a player into the confessional to understand what's going on. And that's been something that we've been missing, especially for Hans now, reaching that 20-minute mark. And that's one of the most exciting things about freestyle chess has been our confessional booth, not used much because of the shorter time format in this event so far. I've got an update for you guys. There's an idea that's been floating around. And Jan Buettner, you know, the genius mind behind it. There's a suggestion, and we want to get chat on it. You know, Jan's always for democracy here, so getting the players in with their thoughts, getting the community in with their thoughts. Going forward with freestyle chess, this is what's being proposed, that the players would start with 33 minutes and not 30 minutes, that's 3 extra minutes, but to make one confessional visit mandatory for a player. What do you guys think about this? To get their thoughts, and they can choose when they want to go in, at what moment they want to go in, but they must. They're obliged to do it, but they start with 3 extra minutes. What do you guys think about this idea, and what does our community feel about this idea?
Well, they'll need to build a few booths because the players will be fighting to get in there as early as possible.
Love it already then.
One move in, I'm straight in.
You know what, I appreciate that David is already logistically minded. He's thinking about how to implement it, how to make it clean, how to make it smooth, and that will be an important element, I think, of introducing a mechanic like that and something that all the players would care very much about. More than happy to do it if I can do it cleanly and in a way that I don't feel it's intrusive to my gameplay. I think that's absolutely one way to do it, and I would have no issue with, again, providing a little bit of time back and then, asking for the commitment from the players. The other way would be to, to incentivize it even, as opposed to demand it or require it. And that could be another approach entirely. But I think at the end of the day, yes, you have to make it feel worthwhile to the players as opposed to, a commitment of time without maybe necessarily anything to gain from it themselves.
And I think there's something to be said for that, right? Because if you gain time, then you can kind of time it in a way when you're in this critical moment. You're down to 30 seconds. I want those extra 2 minutes. I'm just going to run to the booth, say 2 words, and come back.
Pause the clock.
So some interesting changes is what might happen. But I think the key is to, you just don't get the opportunity to get into the minds of these best players in the world in the middle of the game. So having them in the confessional would just help with that so much, to understand how do the geniuses think.
It's actually moments like these where I wonder if the confessional booth would be useful to players. It's someone like Vincent, who in Weisenhouse actually used the confessional booth a lot during our 45-40 portions of the tournament, and he would use it during the opening minutes. And to me, I thought it was an interesting case study in being able to just verbalize your thoughts. I know that these guys are amazing at calculation. I know they're amazing at evaluating positions within the quietness of their own, headspace. But sometimes I think there's so much value, not just to getting it out verbally and kind of coming into conflict with your own ideas, but yeah, being able to verbalize it and catch yourself somewhere where maybe you would have missed something. It could be a tool.
Yeah, it seems to help Hikaru, like when he's streaming and various tournaments he uses the confessional, helps him chill out a bit, get rid of some of that nervous energy. There's a clear generational thing as well. Like the older players, Magnus, Hikaru, I can imagine LEVON doing it as well, but they love the confessional booths. The youngsters, give them a choice, they would rather stay in the zone, not get distracted.
When do we start worrying?
Now.
That,
Right
now that he's not made a move. I mean, this is starting to get,
This is crazy. This is move 4, and he's reaching the 18-minute mark.
Wow.
It's like he's frozen, Hans Niemann is.
Yeah, and almost like he heard us. He's starting to feel, okay, I don't have, the runway to spend forever thinking about this. But how about that? Not even, it's the most uncommittal move, it feels like, in some ways. It does solve the issue a bit of that dark squared bishop that you highlighted earlier, David. How do we get this involved into the game? So it does open it up, but even still not willing to challenge completely for the center just yet.
Yeah, he's getting ready to. A very logical move. Challenging the center is risky, though, because white is only 1 move away from castling, I should mention. If the white bishop, okay, the white knight moves first, but if the white light square bishop moves out the way, white can already castle on this left side. So opening the center is fraught with danger. But I'm mostly concerned because Hans Niemann, when he sat in the studio with us, he was criticizing some players for their clock usage, how much time they're spending early. He said games don't get decided this early in the game. Save it for later. Either you have enough time to take a chance or you have enough time to dig deep and figure out a way to defend. But games, the critical moments are way ahead, still only move 5. That is why it's clear for me that he's only using time because of the situation, because it's such a mammoth occasion, biggest moment of his young career. Tanya, do you like this move? Knight out to d3.
Knights behind pawns, right? That's the big pattern that we've noticed across our Grand Slam tour here. And it just makes so much sense because the pawn in front of it takes control of these key squares. The knight will eventually go forward to an even nicer point on c5, tying down that black queen. A really nice developing move. You might ask what happens to the light squared bishop. Well, it does have a future. It could move 1 step behind the white queen and then diagonally challenge LEVON's Hans even. Hans's bishop on that right side of the board, trying to get an active piece out. Again, I think for LEVON, it's going to be about timing that e-pawn push forward, 2 steps, gain more space. But to me, what's more worrying is Hans, you know, he took about 14 minutes on the clock for the last move. Or I don't even know how much it was, but it was a lot of time. And then for the second time in a row, you know, LEVON makes this natural move. He brings the knight forward. And once again, Hans goes into a think. I mean, this is a move that had to be on Hans's radar with the amount of time that he took for that c-pawn moving forward.
Yeah, this was White's most obvious reply, I'm going to say. Like you mentioned, Tanya, knight behind a pawn, super logical in chess, and especially in freestyle chess. But it's also shutting down Black's idea of playing e5, which Hans was wanting to do on his last move. So the most natural response, and to not have a reply up your sleeve, to be burning 2 more minutes. I've been there myself. Often you start kind of second-guessing yourself. You're not happy with anything, so you look deeper and deeper and deeper, but maybe there just are no immediately good moves. You can't equalize immediately, so you just have to get your pieces out and postpone the tension. He develops his knight. I don't like that one because it's in front of a pawn, but Hans decides that it must be the best square for that piece. Interesting. He's going to bring the other knight out next. And okay, decent moves by Hans Niemann, just cost him so much time.
It's just an incredibly difficult and complex starting freestyle position, you know, something we've been talking about across both boards. Very difficult for Black to aim and even try to get any kind of symmetrical balances in the position. You know, the pawn formation already giving that space advantage to White. Hans, he keeps burning the clock a little bit. He's got to pace up at some point, and the game's just getting started. David, how good is Hans? What do we know about his recovery strength or recovery skill? Because what happened in the previous game, you know, he was informed by Lev that he missed this golden opportunity. And I think that's underestimated. That's just the effect of that, what it can do to a player's mind, and especially at this stage, at this stake. Having heard that, being so close to a win, getting that would have been a completely different narrative right now. Do you think Hans is good at letting go of that and being able to sort of focus at the job at hand?
Yeah, I mean, Hans, he's still kind of new at this top level, so we're yet to see him tested in these kind of crunch moments. But just judging from recent history, you and I called the play-in for this event, Tanya, where he qualified on his birthday. In that kind of quest for qualification, he lost multiple games, but he would always bounce back with a win the next game. Pretty much without fail. He was always a dominant win after a loss. And this tournament as well, he's taken a few hits. There was one match he was ahead by 1 point, so close. He got taken to tie breaks though, got pegged back, but again brought his best. I think just like the best champions, just like Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, kind of a loss, or in the case of today, a missed win in the previous opportunity, just motivates him further.
He seems to be an incredibly confidence-driven player, so I think more so it's just a matter of whether or not that shook his confidence. But to David's point, he does seem to be a somewhat unshakable figure in that regard. Even Vidit talking about the confidence with which he speaks about every position that they're presented with. As long as he could maintain that from the last game to this one, I wouldn't be too concerned for his chances.
LEVON reaching out to make a move.
Doing it while Hans is away from a seat, and boom, just like that. Ooh. Hans will retake his seat.
It's a big question, right? How much time is he going to spend for this next move? And he was almost ready for it. I wonder if he wants to trade some pieces off, get that knight further on to the game, but it's the other knight that moves forward, centralizes it, now targeting a hit on that white queen and the central pawn, comes in with a threat.
Yeah. Not sure how scary the threat is, but maybe it's one you want to stop anyway. Since the white queen has already moved twice, you don't want her to get kicked around too much. You can cut out this idea of Hans Niemann's by pushing a pawn forward. LEVON Aronian, maybe the only downside to pushing that pawn forward is it makes it less tempting to castle the white king on that side of the board. But I think that's a minor concern right now. It's more about preventing the opponent's activity. If Vidit was in the studio still with us, he would play that in a heartbeat. Prophylaxis, as you said, is his strength, and LEVON plays it too.
LEVON agrees with you and with Vidit. He stops that knight jump. I wonder if the other idea that Hans had was, you know, he's gotten his minors out of the way. There's one more left. Move that bishop one step and then get the king to the right side of the board. Get your rook into the game and just say, you know what? I've got healthy development. My pieces are out. I haven't created any big weaknesses. Let's take this to the middle game.
Yeah, I think that's very likely to happen, especially because he's low on time and has to be practical. you don't really have any concrete variations to calculate. Black has no checks, no captures, no real threats to achieve, no pawn breaks, because this black knight in the center is clumsy, blocks his own pawns, so he has to just improve his pieces, develop, get castled.
But after that castle and maybe centralizing the rook, we're thinking we slide that knight out of the way, unlocking that pawn to jump forward and finally break in the center.
Feels like that. Or maybe you build for the other pawn break a bit later on, but going to be very hard to achieve. He moves the bishop as Tanya predicts.
There it is. Okay, so now I'm on LEVON's side of the board. I have a sense that all of this is coming. What am I doing to prepare for that, potential pawn break?
It's a great question. I really like the idea that we've been discussing for LEVON from the start. Get the e-pawn, go up the board, put a knight behind, get your own bishop out of the way, get your king to the right side of the board. And it just feels that white's done pretty much what black has, but because of the pawn center and that a-pawn on the left side, you're sort of taking away more squares from your opponent. So I would like this way of development. I don't know how you feel about it, David.
Yeah, just for example, and the white king castling. This isn't the live position, I'm just putting these moves on the board, but this is what LEVON's likely to do. And as Tanya says, just to compare these knights, makes it look like it's all level, but the white pawns, the infantry going before the cavalry, that is the way to set up your army normally. And yeah, we'll see. LEVON Aronian, he has brought his bishop forward, so still staying flexible with the central pawn, still staying flexible with his knight. I think that's a good tip for everyone at home. If you know where your piece is going to belong, that white bishop only really had one sensible square, then play that move first. The white knight still has options which way to go. Save that one for later when it becomes clearer. The pawn push will come soon, but maybe he wants to get his king to safety first. And Hans does the same, gets castled. Maybe in the meantime, we can either get the two-board split up or check in on the other encounter, which is very, very different by nature.
Yeah, I think we've got time. So let's just go fully over to Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. That way you have the ability to draw a bit for us. Here we check the side-by-side. This is a good comparison of the two board states before we zoom in on that third-place matchup. And as we get there, let's not forget that these are two of the world's best when it comes to chess, and a storied rivalry between players playing out here on the Las Vegas stage for $100,000.
And this game, very interesting, Tanya. Already some pawn exchanges, already Magnus pushing pawns, being very ambitious.
It's a clash of the titans, and that's exactly what we expect, right? Fascinating fights. That's what we got in that first round as well. A missed opportunity by Hikaru Nakamura in that one. But this, to me, David, looks like a different storyline where Magnus Carlsen is going for the edge. He's on the attack, He's got the queen line open, the A and the B pawn up the board. The knight, really strangely, but also very actively placed on the edge of the board, just putting a lot of pressure on that B pawn. And guess what? He's going to be getting an assist from the other knight jumping forward as well, asking some big questions to white. How are you defending your queen? How are you defending the pawn on b2? And I think Hikaru, he's taking his time, understandably. It's already a difficult position. Despite Hikaru achieving what he had discussed with LEVON, the connect 3 on the board, I think Magnus, it's advantage Magnus right now.
Yeah, I'm still so shocked that Hikaru didn't earlier put a pawn on this square. He could have put all his pawns on light squares and just totally prevented what has happened in the game. Magnus activating a knight, pushing all the pawns on the left flank. This is also bad news for Hikaru in terms of the kind of structure that we've got, because Magnus loves these Sicilian-esque structures. You get it from the Sicilian, the English opening, kind of conversely. It's where the black c-pawn, as you said, Tanya, and the white d-pawn have been traded off. He loves that in traditional chess as well. We've seen it multiple times on this tournament, in his previous Grand Slams this season.
David, can we just back up and see how we got here? Because it's just such a non-standard position what Magnus has created right now, with the pawns and the knights on the left flank.
Yeah, well, I'll just rewind 3 moves. We saw Hikaru in this position activate his queen. I was very much advocating this pawn to go forward to c4 just because it's what they discussed in the pre-game analysis, and it kind of allows Hikaru to rely on pattern recognition. The queen can move later anyway. She's pretty well placed for now. The knight can come out, control some key squares, and as opposed to the game, black cannot get active. Instead, we saw, the queen move out. Now, Magnus's knight threatens to jump further. This square suddenly under black's control. White tries to fight against that, and look at this, Magnus jumping on the fact that Hikaru did not occupy the center with that pawn. And the white knight coming out, Magnus saying no to the trade, very instructive. As Tanya mentioned, pressure, but also if this pawn ever steps forward, it's a juicy outpost, this time with a check, for the black knight to jump into. And Hikaru getting ready to castle, but Magnus cannot give this knight attack yet, just to point out, because there would be a trade and a white queen swooping in with a check. And this is very annoying for the black pieces. That is why Magnus has just pushed his pawn, and he's getting ready to drop the knight in if Hikaru, for example, castles.
It will never cease to amaze me, the ability of these top players to find the right places to break the traditional rules in chess, right? I would never want to bring my knight to the edge of the board. We saw in the last game with LEVON placing his on the right side and how effective that piece became later in the game. Hans even feeling the need to remove it. And here again, Magnus says, yeah, this is the proper place for a knight to be.
Yeah, he did it against Prague, I should mention, yesterday in the playoffs against him. There was kind of, in that case, it was colors reversed, but essentially there was a white pawn, one square forward, and the knight on the edge of the board clamped down on two pawns simultaneously. So it's a pattern he recognizes, just with colors reversed. And yeah, as you say, it's so kind of rare to see this, but that's when the top players know when to make those exceptions.
And especially Magnus Carlsen. I mean, I've seen him do this so many times, you know, go get that play with those flank pawns moving forward in the first part of the game. And also, like you said, use the knight to make sure that you're tying down your opponent's pieces. Just no good way to actually push that knight out. You know, something that you earlier pointed out is such a key in this position. A move that you really want to make is kick that knight from that square. But it's just not happening anytime soon. And these early pressure, this early question is what's costing Hikaru Nakamura some time on the clock. You know, he's reaching the 16-minute mark as well. Once again, that first game, it was Hikaru on the edge out of the opening, and this time it's Magnus, and that's a scary thought to face for any player when you get under pressure so early on against the world number one.
Under pressure on the board, beginning to build pressure on the clock as well is Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru is still thinking about how to respond to this and maybe wishing that he had pushed that c-pawn just a little bit earlier in the game. I do want to go back over to our grand final between LEVON Aronian and Hans Niemann, as in that moment Hikaru did go for a move. I'll just let people know it was pawn, the c-pawn moving up to c3. But as we get here, I'm a bit surprised to see the rook move to the d file. I thought it was going to sit behind that pawn that might eventually want to break on the e file instead. So what's the logic behind this one?
Yeah, I think he probably feels that preparing any pawn breaks is just too time consuming, and he's going for what he perceives as a weakness, LEVON Aronian's central pawn. To my eyes, it can be quite easily defended. LEVON has completed development. That was the first order of business. And what Hans probably has lined up was to bring this knight across. Again, I'll just put this on the board. This is analysis, Hans is thinking. There's a triple attack now on white's central pawn, but this can be easily guarded. I'm not sure whether by the white knight or by just stepping the pawn forward one square. And black's knights are not stable. They are kind of in the firing line for pawns later.
I've got good news for the two of you. We had a discussion about those confessional booths just a moment ago, and you know how remiss it is that the players have not been putting them to use. Well, guess what? The chess gods have answered your prayers. One Vidic Gudrathi dove into the confessional booth moments ago, gave us his thoughts on both matchups. Let's hear what he had to say.
LEVON seems really inspired. I think he has like 29 minutes compared to Hans 14 minutes, and the position also looks great. I'm really curious, what did he decide to change? I think he realized that he was a bit slow and he needs to play more by hand and not like overthink. And so far it's been working out well. I think he has really good chances. I would say 70-30 right now in favor of LEVON. And in the other game, very interesting opening. Magnus has a lot of space advantage and the initiative. So his chances also look good, but it's too soon to say and anything can happen there.
That guy, he just continues to deliver content for us here on the Freestyle Chess stage, but he heard it straight from his mouth. 70-30 chances he's giving to LEVON. Likes the switch up in the pace of play here from LEVON, trusting a bit more in his instincts in this one, playing by hand, playing by feel, and right now it's working out well for him.
And not only the board, right? The clock's doing talking as well in that one. I mean, LEVON close to 30 minutes still. He's played so many moves. A beautiful, healthy position is what he's got. And meanwhile, Hans reaching the 10-minute minute mark and still a lot of problems that lie ahead. That's our left board. And that's what happens, you know, Hans making these drastic, dramatic decisions because you're feeling the pressure on the clock and the board, and that makes you want to do something. And sometimes that backfires.
Yeah, and maybe we jump back into that top matchup, the grand final, because the last move by Hans Niemann might be a bit of a shaky one. It's very provocative, at least, given a question mark on our screens in front of us. And I just don't really see the idea, I must admit. Yes, it gains a bit of space, but it is a pawn in front of his own king, Hans Niemann. And it's not going any further. The boundaries are set. That pawn cannot be pushed because the white bishop covers that advanced square. And it feels like he's just waiting for something to happen. I don't really see any downside to LEVON Aronian pushing forward in the center now. You play in the wing, I play in the center, and those black knights just look misplaced.
And usually you've got these flank pawns moving forward, the H-pawn, the Alpha Zero pawn, when there's a rook behind it, right? That would make a lot of sense because it sort of gives your rook the space to develop into the game. You can imagine the attack going. I mean, look at that H-pawn. It can't even move one step forward because LEVON's bishop is ready to capture it. So really difficult to understand move here by Hans. And yeah, I don't think he's feeling as confident as he was before. You know, that head nod, it's got to be a little concerning for Hans right now. The E-pawn moving forward, the white knight jumping onto that C5 square as well. I'm really liking Lev's position.
Sort of makes that previous move feel silly too, right? Centralizing the rook just to go ahead and toss that H-pawn down the board. LEVON agrees with you. If you go for the flanks, I'm going towards the center, launching his pawn forward on that E-file.
The only explanation I can come up with is that Hans Niemann wants to set up a battery with his queen and bishop on this long diagonal. And for example, just to put a move on the board while LEVON Aronian thinks. Oh, actually, it's Hans Niemann thinking yet again.
Action on Hans again.
Wow, yet again. But just to put this move on the board, there is a threat now to throw the black knight out of the way. For example, if white takes his eye off the ball, I don't know, knight takes pawn, attacking the white queen. And if you take it, queen takes pawn is a checkmate. And I think his idea is to prevent the white bishop stepping up, but when he might just try to break open that diagonal again. And if the bishop moves, there will be yet again action on this long diagonal. But it just feels so superficial. I don't think there are actually too many threats if the white rook just moves away. Like, now the white king has an escape square, sacrifices don't work. I can't come up with any other explanation for Hans's last move.
And that plan that you pointed out about setting the battery, I think it does make a lot of sense because you're coming in with some ideas. But I just wonder, you know, LEVON Aronian, he's got 3 pawns on the 4th rank. Is he also planning to expand further eventually, anyway, trying to block out that diagonal with the F-pawn moving forward? And look at that. Hans plays on one side of the board, pushes the pawn, a mistake. Plays on the other side, also a mistake. It almost feels like Hans is lost. He's not being able to figure out a plan or the coherence in the position because it's sort of all over the place.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. Feels lost and feels like just at this point saying, okay, I'm going to make minimal commitments and just hope for maybe a mistake that I can pounce or capitalize on, but less of a cohesive and coherent plan for yourself to go forward, and really now just becoming what feels like reactive play.
This is a huge advantage for LEVON Aronian. Like, he's quite, yes, he's a creative player, but he's quite a classical player by nature. He loves his big pawn centers. He loves playing around it, creating some initiative, and he can play on either side of the board. He can push a pawn forward on the left flank. He can play a move that Tanya mentioned, build the trio in the center, kind of try to kick away the black knights. He's spoiled for choice. He's got 27 minutes on the clock against 9.
He still has his whole time. He's basically starting the game right now. Hans Niemann, he's 2/3 of the way through.
And the thing is that LEVON's made all the very natural moves in the position. You know, following traditional rules of chess. You play in the center, develop your pieces, get your king to safety. Everything's beautifully placed. This almost looks like a dream 5-1-8 position out of a standard chess game. Now, this last move by Hans, David, to me, it hints at a potential pawn advance next to it, trying to at least create some counterplay, some open lines, push that b-pawn up the board. I'm kind of struggling to understand. Maybe there's one more plan to reroute the bishop on a different diagonal and start targeting the center pawn. But do you think this is sort of Hans panicking, looking at the clock, trying to create some desperate play with that b-pawn as well?
Yeah, ultimately he had to make a move, Hans Niemann. He cannot afford any more long thinks. Like, he's already at that point that, I mean, I'm so used to it, the time trouble where you just have to play moves and trust your instinct and hope that nothing concrete happens, nothing concretely bad happens here. He knows he needs to improve his bishop, the black bishop, dark squared 1, not doing anything at all. So he's lining it up. I totally understand. It just feels slow. If I was going to push that pawn, I probably would have pushed it 2 squares, to be honest, just to at least control some space, 1 flank. Like, if LEVON doesn't even want to do much, if he just pushes his pawns now, just controls the whole kind of left side of the board, the whole center, I don't really see what black is doing. Like, okay, the bar slides down. There's probably something a lot better than this, but this is like the very minimum if LEVON Aronian wants to keep control.
There is just this feeling that this opening, LEVON's outplayed HANS. You know, every single move of the way, how he's taken control of the position, the center, the piece placement. And for HANS, there's 1 pawn that's on the 4th rank. Most of his forces still on the 1st rank. The knights in front of their pawns. And once again, head in hands there. And LEVON makes another improving move.
Just shoring up the center, right? I mean, this is the principles that I was taught in chess. Once my minor pieces have been developed, let's go ahead and slide those rooks to the center. Let's support marching those pawns forward and stealing more space. Things are looking good. Things are looking easy here for LEVON so far.
Yeah, I mean, he has no reason to do anything crazy, LEVON Aronian. If he goes really direct now, at least maybe he makes moves easier for HANS. HANS can just react. But as long as it's about maneuvering, as long as it's finding productive moves, HANS has got nothing too much to do right now. So LEVON just slowly improving. He's going to move his light squared bishop up. He's going to centralize the other rook maybe as well. And he's always going to have these ideas of pushing forward in the center again later.
You said he didn't have time to think, and yet he's still spending time to think. That's going to kind of be the benchmark for me is he averaging from this point forward 30 seconds or more per move, right? You've got to start beating your increment at some point. You got to get the moves out quicker than the time you're gaining back. And right now, he's obviously well behind that pace.
And, you know, usually what happens in these kind of moments when you know you're sort of losing control, right? Your opponent's making all these simple moves and you're struggling to find a plan is that you try to sort of throw a spanner in the works. You try to do something that creates some kind of a mess in the position. But to me, even the break that we were earlier talking about, pushing that B pawn up the board, it feels like it's creating more weaknesses for black, namely that backward C pawn as well. Not to mention, you have to calculate what happens if white pushes that central pawn 1 step forward. The response to b5, if e5 comes on the board, where are you going with your knight? Not so many safe squares.
Yeah, LEVON is so locked in, by the way. Like, he is thinking on Hans's time. He's ready to pounce. Hans is going to make a move. LEVON's going to push the ball back right into his court. And yeah, this is... I mean, LEVON, he knows this is a massive, massive opportunity. We could be seeing the last game of the final if Hans doesn't find anything, any active play. He's just wallowing in his first 3 ranks and suffering.
And the thing is, right, the blunder might not come immediately, but LEVON's just putting so much pressure that Hans keeps losing time, and he'll keep asking these little questions. Hans, by the way, does make a move, goes with the other plan we were talking about, reroutes the bishop to that center pawn, trying to at least get some threats in with those 2 attackers and a rook potentially lining up against it. But the thing is, there are big questions that lie ahead, and the lower that Hans gets on the clock, the more chances of the blunders coming on, and it's impressive the way LEVON's making these slow, improving moves, and at the same time making them fast. One that comes to my mind is get that knight ahead, David, block that bishop's diagonal. I think any trade on that square, the pawn recaptures, and then once again, unpleasant questions to the black knight.
Yeah, just one example. This hasn't been played yet. But, okay, he went another way, LEVON Aronian. He's still setting up the same idea that you pointed out, Tanya. One of the white knights might just land on this square. And this does look still very, very nice for white. I have noticed... I know I was doing a lot of hand analysis last time in Paris, but they both move with their left hand. LEVON Aronian is right-handed. He writes moves with his right hand, makes moves with his left. And Hans Niemann, I believe, left-handed. It's just nice to see they make moves in a similar fashion to each other. Just always with a flourish as well.
Gotta have a flourish. Have you practiced your chess flourish?
No, not enough. That's one area.
David.
The flair is not there.
You gotta be a showman out there.
I'm all about efficiency.
What about you, Tanya? Do you have a flourish?
No, very basic like that. Right hand makes the move, right hand presses the clock. That's why we're here commentating. But yeah, I mean, such different personalities, right? LEVON and HANS. While they've got the similar styles of moves on the board, very different moves off it.
Yeah, Hans Niemann again, I'm struggling to find moves. Like your b5, Tanya, it wasn't on my radar. Maybe that's something to try at least, to get some activity going. But other than that, like the black queen can't really be improved. The black rook's the one in the corner suffering. Either you start stepping back with your knights, but that's so sad, or you have to go for it here and now.
And it shows on Hans, you know, he reached out to make a move, and he does, b5 on the board. And I think that's more desperate than aggressive right now by Hans. It's not him looking for play, it's just him trying to make a move, trying to create some kind of confusion on the board.
Well, the good news for him is desperation brought him to the best move in the position. It was b5 that gives him his best outs here. So he does find it here.
Oh, he was not happy there, Hans.
Ooh, you can just feel the stress building.
Bit of a grimace on his face. This move has two purposes. One is to maybe carve out a square for the black knight to hop forward. The other is to carve out a square on the other side of the board. If there's a trade, for example, normally you want to take with your pawns just to keep your pawns connected, but this would be a huge mistake for LEVON because the black knight would be the one recapturing, hitting the white queen, hitting the white center, and suddenly you see all of the black pieces ganging up on this poor pawn in the center. So there is hope, purpose for the black knight now in the middle of the board.
And because you point out at that knight, and I'm looking at LEVON's last few moves, right? For me, the question is what happens if LEVON shifts the focus to the right side of the board, starts with his pawn storm, get that e-pawn, get that f-pawn, start pushing the knights around, you know, start bullying them a little bit. LEVON, he knows it's a big moment whenever your opponent creates these dynamics, sort of makes an aggressive move after being on the back foot slow for the first part of the game. It's a good strategy to take a pause, to try to calculate. For me, e5 is the most forcing move in the position. Do you think that is something Lev's thinking about? Or does he just continue with the strategy of slow improving moves right now?
Yeah, I think he would love to just play slow improving moves, but there might be a threat. Like, if white moves a bishop, I don't know, just connect the rooks, that's conventional chess wisdom. Here, Hans might be tempted to take this pawn on the edge of the board. And again, this idea of the black knight suddenly finding this really nice outpost and hitting pawns, probably winning a pawn in the center. So I think there's a concrete threat to deal with. And like you say, Tanya, like the principle goes that you look at the forcing moves first. And what could be more forcing than hitting the black knight here, driving it away from that idea we mentioned. You have a few things to calculate. The knight could come this way, although not super stable square. The white light square bishop. Also on that diagonal, you could jump forward to this square that's newly available, but I don't really see any threats that Hans can create after that. Maybe then you go for the pawn storm that you mentioned in the near future. But yeah, a lot to calculate. Maybe even e5, you might have to calculate what happens if black counterattacks against your knight, and we see some, takes. And who knows, LEVON, I think this will be his first real long think of the game.
And that's a good excuse for us to hop over to the third place matchup. Let's see how Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen are faring in their game. It's a very different look, particularly on the eval bar, as it's Magnus Carlsen there on the black side of the board, who's found his way to a much better position than Hans Niemann can claim to have in his matchup against LEVON.
And if I remember correctly, at the start of the game, Magnus Carlsen was missing from the building. He barely came a few moments before the gong sounded and before first moves, and somehow it turns out he's figured out exactly how to place his pieces in pawns and get that counterplay going. David, in this one, the battery that you were mentioning in Hans's game has already been set up by Magnus, making sure that the white king doesn't get to safety on the right side of the board, because that will be met by checkmate in one. Let's just have that on the board to show it, because we love showing those checkmates, and that just makes life harder for Hikaru Nakamura, that the rook is still stuck in the corner, your king still stuck in the center of the board. It's a beautiful start for the black pieces, but the question, how does Magnus make progress? Will it be the castle? Will we see a rook lift joining in the attack? And I think that's a really nice point to be made here as well. You know, Magnus does this so many times in freestyle chess. He doesn't bring the rook to the center of the game. He lifts it up and then only slides it over, especially when you have this D line open and a queen and a king lined up.
It's got to be a horrible feeling for Hikaru right now. The idea that, okay, I can't castle over to safety because of that threat of the, the checkmate there on the long diagonal. But as well, on the left side of the board, I've got all these minor pieces just hanging around, creating chaos and a traffic jam right in front of where my king is currently.
Yeah, it's unpleasant. And I like your move, Tanya. I think two most obvious moves to my eyes, bringing the rook up, and castling has got to be on the agenda soon. But no matter which one, I think it's now it's always impossible to push this pawn forward. Just it looks like the most obvious move, just for some of the spectators wondering, because it is a double attack, but the black bishop just moves out the way, captures a knight, and when the dust settles, you can take a pawn for free, this time with a check. Magnus chooses to play your move. Nice, lifting the rook up the board. And the one move you want to play for Hikaru Nakamura is to trade bishops. You want to bring your bishop forward, block this long diagonal. You need to get castled sooner or later. But I'm guessing now that Magnus is either going to move his queen, allowing the bishops to come off, or he might even block with this pawn. Not the other one, because that would block the rook as well. But if he blocks with this pawn, yes, white can castle, but black is breaking out in the center very shortly, or maybe even establishing this pin that you mentioned. And this is scary. This is a bit scary for Hikaru's pieces. They're clumsy, they're in the firing line, and Magnus playing very, very ambitious chess. And level on the clock, so I'm going to say if Hikaru survives this next wave, this next half dozen moves, then he's back in the game. But for now, the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, slightly more favorable here. He's in control. I think we have to go to the other board, unfortunately, because it's exploded.
No better place to be than when the action unfolds. Hans Niemann, LEVON Aronian. Ooh, maybe some opportunities here for Hans. I can see the center has kind of blown right open. There's a pawn all the way on the 7th rank. How did it get there, David? Walk us back.
Yeah, it's actually one of the variations we hinted at, but I stopped short, saying LEVON's going to think for a while. He's not going to jump in because it's so committal. It all started with Tanya's move. LEVON deciding that, okay, this idea of the black knight getting active was too scary, so he's got to hit it before it can jump. And here the black knight had a choice of squares, but the square it wanted to use was this b5 square. So rather than react, Hans Niemann counterattacked. A capture, hitting the white knight. If black gets one more move, this knight jumps, hitting the white queen. That's a very powerful piece. So LEVON's hand was forced. He took the black knight. The white knight dropped. This pawn dropped, hitting the black rook. And we see a mistake appear, apparently, by Hans Niemann. A question mark given by the computer. There were only two logical moves there. It was either this one or you slide up one square with the rook to hit the pawn. I don't really see the difference. Maybe the small advantage is that you're still hitting this central pawn as well. So maybe slightly better version for Hans Niemann, but he played a very natural move, and this looks like an opportunity for LEVON Aronian. It's a very brief opportunity, because if the pawns all disappear, it's just going to be level. The eval bar says white is crushing it right now.
And all you need are these brief opportunities, right? Because you can start building on them slowly, move by move. And that's what LEVON Aronian's been doing this entire game. I mean, imagine facing this position in the fight for championship, in the fight for title, and you've got under 6 minutes on the clock. You see one of your opponent's pawn, which is on the 7th rank. You see your own pawns on the left side of the board, all three of them under attack, disconnected. White's knight threatening to jump forward. There's also a potential of a queen and a bishop battery, this time for white setting up, and then an infiltration on the right side of the board. And all these ideas are kind of giving you nightmares. And the one thing you need to deal with it is time. And that's what Hans Niemann doesn't have.
No, so he should make best use of LEVON's time, right? That's where you got to start making most of your decisions, kind of take over LEVON's role from the beginning of the game. Okay, as soon as the ball gets thrown in my court, I pop it right back. Keep making the decisions happen on the other side of the court.
Exactly. And, okay, wow, LEVON Aronian finding a move that attacked the pawn, given an exclamation point. That was the best move in the position, according to our computer here. And understandably so, this pawn is hit, and it can move. Trying to do some quick calculation. Tanya, you mentioned your move. Sliding the queen across, that threatens checkmate in 1. And that's all thanks to this pawn, by the way, on the 7th rank. It looks like it's trapped, but it actually takes away escape squares for the black king. And if black tries to block the infiltration here, then the white knight is jumping. This is so clever from LEVON Aronian. He's trying to just lure out pawns, create weaknesses, and he's jumping into the holes left behind.
This is mega scary for black. And look at LEVON. Look at the precision with which he sort of combined the elements that we were just talking about. And Hans, you can see the pressure on him. He realizes that the move, the break-free move that he wanted to make, the c-pawn moving forward, might just be busted for him in the next 2 moves. And once again, the championship rides on this game. And might be decided over the next couple of moves.
This is LEVON Aronian's dream position. He wakes up in the middle of the night thinking about positions like this, where it's all about the center, it's all about dynamism. Like, most of us would be looking at positional factors. I was just looking at weak pawns and being like, oh, it's small advantage. But nope, he's going for checkmate, he's going for pawns. This is Levon Aronian just at his full flow best. 22 minutes still on this clock, and he's found like all the best moves.
The guy's a creative. He's an artist, right? And I think that's kind of the way it seems like at times that he approaches the game. He's looking for something beautiful. He's looking for something innovative on the board.
And he's found it. It's as simple as that. Hans has kind of helped out maybe. The opening wasn't great for Hans Niemann, but 4 minutes on this clock, and you're facing some checkmating ideas, and you're just dropping pawns in the process. It needs a miracle at this point, I'm going to say it, to save black. Hans Niemann needs to find something super special.
But does that even exist in the position? I mean, I see the bar. It says that it's not completely over. But again, you know, for a human playing, it's so incredibly hard to defend this. David, I'm just wondering if we can get our Silicon friend and ask, what is the way forward for Hans to stay in this game?
Oof. According to, it's tough. First of all, it's very tough. According to my engine, he needs a sequence of only moves, pretty much. And okay, knight takes pawn is the starter. That is difficult in and of itself because it looks like you're just sacrificing losing a piece. I'll just put this on the board while Hans Niemann thinks. Down to 3 minutes now. Knight takes pawn. The white bishop will recapture. No other sensible move here for white. It looks like you win a piece. The idea, the justification is a fork on these two pieces, but it only begins here. You don't win the piece back immediately because white still has this idea that you mentioned earlier, Tanya, threatening checkmate on this long diagonal. This queen move would be a direct checkmate, again, to show because the black king cannot run. So here, black would need a special move, and you cannot push this pawn forward because, again, the white knight beautifully jumps in into the holes behind. This pawn now weak. You cannot take the knight because the white queen swoops again, and it's checkmate next move. So, I mean, Hans Niemann, he would need to spot this whole variation and then realize he can push this pawn forward, the f-pawn defended by his queen. So queen takes pawn would be a trade, and he will win the piece back. But when the dust settles, a variation such as this one, he would still need to evaluate the fact that he's in the game because it looks like white is about to bring the bishop in, win the rook with a powerful pawn. Even if he finds all the best moves, Hans Niemann, he's still suffering in the endgame.
Every single move along the way, David, that you were breaking down, my head hurts just looking at that, trying to find that with 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh my goodness.
The championship on the line. I mean, what an incredible run and performance in this game it's been by LEVON. I mean, the whole tournament. But what he's done in this one, just slowly and steadily improving, you know, every single pawn and every single piece about to threaten checkmate. Hans Niemann on the ropes in this, on the back foot, on the defense, and the defense incredibly hard to find.
Bring him back to boxing analogies. You gotta love it. Exactly. He's cornered by his opponent. He's absorbing blows. He's trying to turtle up and take the punishment, looking for just that one opportunity for a counterpunch, but it doesn't look like it's going to be presented here by Levon Aronian, and Magnus Carlsen even taking a step away from his game while Hikaru is given a think to evaluate this position. He as well doesn't look like he's finding any answers here for Hans Niemann.
Yeah, I wonder what's going through Magnus Carlsen's head as the clock ticks down. Hans Niemann's about to hit the 1 minute mark.
Oh my goodness.
1 minute versus 22. And you've got a narrow pass just to survive. He doesn't take that pawn with his knight. It's a rook capture instead, but this just drops a very important pawn elsewhere on the board, hitting the black rook, hitting the black bishop. Strategically now, this looks tough. White still has this idea, remind everyone, this white queen coming in. The white central pawn as well is pushing. This is a massive advantage for white.
I mean, you had Magnus watching the game, you know, it's all eyes on this matchup. Vegas loves a show, and it's Levon Aronian who's delivering a blockbuster performance right now.
Yeah, massive advantage that soon might turn into a massacre here of Hans Niemann's position. We're going to have the rook lined up with the queen here on the c-file, looking for some kind of an option, some kind of control in this game.
Yep. And 2 moves here strike out for Levon Aronian. One, you can defend the pinned knight by pushing your central pawn forward. That would come with a bishop trade of the dark squared bishops. Looks very powerful. You could also take this bishop, so the white knight isn't totally paralyzed. You can take the black bishop because you do attack the black queen behind it. So we would see a sequence of trades there. We would head to an endgame if that does happen. I think Levon Aronian wants to keep pieces on the board, though, Tanya. He looks like he's in that type of mood.
I'd love to get the deep pawn rolling up the board, you know, if you're white. And the thing is that these moves are not difficult to find either. It's not something that you would call a superhuman move to push that deep pawn. It's sort of begging to be played currently. And Levon, a nod of his head, You know he's done everything right. Magnus, he continues looking at this incredible gameplay. I'm also just spotting a third move, actually, that could be on LEVON's radar. The bishop that's disconnecting the rook could actually slide over to the center of the board and defend the knight. David, let's highlight these three moves that sort of keep the pressure. What is going on in LEVON's head? Push the d pawn, trade the bishop for the knight, or get the bishop at the center of the board, and perhaps no bad choices here.
No bad choices. He pushes his pawn forward. Knight takes bishop would have gone into an endgame. The queens would have disappeared. White would have had a big advantage there, probably winning a pawn. But this one is much more dynamic, much more on brand for Levon Aronian. And look at this black knight. Yes, the bishops will come off. The knight actually jumps immediately. Slightly surprised by that. I thought he would take the bishop with check, lure the white king out. But yeah, already there are knight forks in the air. You can probably win material immediately with a knight check, hitting the black queen. The black rook will be forced to give itself up. You can calculate that one. You can trade bishops off first. This might be in its final throws, this game.
Yeah, no bad choices, but he found the best one there in pushing that d-pawn forward. So things just get even more difficult here for Hans Niemann. Of course, he luckily made a quick move. That's going to be the story of the remainder of his game at this point up against Levon Aronian. I am going to go ahead and take a look at the other board on my second monitor, just to check in with it real quick.
And Hans Niemann isn't making quick moves because he knows exactly what he's doing. He's doing it because he has no option, barely any time, and the problems keep piling up. Every move he'll have to guard against big defenses. It almost felt like there was a small smile, a slight smile on Levon's face there. So in control, like you said, can pick up material, can keep the pressure right now on as is. Pleasant choices for Levon and enough time on the clock to work everything out.
The one thing I have noticed, though, Levon's eyes keep darting towards the clock. The one thing, as a time travel addict myself, the one thing you want to avoid against someone low on time is playing at their speed. If you blitz out just to try and hustle them on the clock, then essentially you're playing down at 1 minute as well.
True.
So you need to change the pace, spend 5 minutes now, figure out the path, play a few quick moves, then slow down again. And Hans Niemann's heart rate is only going to be shooting up and down and up and down. So Levon Aronian needs to settle in. This is a critical moment. He could knock him out here if he spends his time wisely.
And looks to be doing so, right? I think that's where you would lean on the experience of a player like Levon Aronian, right? He's no stranger to scary situations or being on the verge of victory. And so taking that extra breath, letting his nerves settle, making sure that he's playing smooth, smart, calm, precise.
And you know, that's easier said than done, especially with everything on the line. And you know the checkered flag is inside. The finish line is right there. You're so close to it. And in those moments, to stay calm, to keep a control on your nerves, not rush things, not play on your opponent's clock, but continue to play the position. But Levon, you know, it feels like he's managed to compose himself.
Yeah, the checkered flag waving above the checkered board, and it feels like Magnus sees that checkered flag waving as well. Let's hop over to our third place matchup real quick, then we'll come back over here to see where Aronian looks to put the finishing touches here against Hans Niemann, but it's all Magnus Carlsen on the other board here with the black pieces.
Now we see the battle between world number 1 and 2 on the right side of your screens there. Magnus has gone up a pawn. He's grabbed a pawn. Hikaru Nakamura's king looks precariously placed as well. And Magnus Carlsen has a winning advantage. It's as simple as that. I don't know if we jump in or not in any more detail, but essentially Magnus's rook is attacked. If he moves it any safe square, he's a pawn to the good with an attack and a bishop pair.
Yeah, just diving in real quick so you can get some arrows on the board. Make it a little bit easier for some of us to follow the complexities of this match.
Yep. Very quick action replay. We saw the position with the black rook lifting earlier. Here, Hikaru Nakamura played maybe a couple of mistakes in a row. He castled his king on this left side. We said it was impossible to castle on the right side because of the black queen and bishop battery there, but the white king not safer on this flank. Magnus doing something that a lot of people are reluctant to do. Take a pawn on the edge of the board, but here the bishop cannot get trapped. You cannot push a pawn to cage it in because the black knight starts stacking on pawns. So we see a trade, and Hikaru hitting the black rook. The one thing not to do is to take the white knight. It looks like you're winning the bishop as well, but now the black king would get caught in the center of the board. So Magnus is going to move his rook away. We see a move. It is the best one, according to our computer, and Hikaru reacts immediately. He's trying to block up his king's flank, but Magnus's king is going to be safe. Tanya. And a pawn is a pawn with a great bishop as well.
Yeah, that is a big pawn. Despite having those double pawns on the A line, just simply the files that are opened up, the pathway towards Hikaru's king, while Magnus's king super safe after that one move remaining to get the rook into the game. You'll have to time it a little bit, considering that the E7 pawn might be a little weak, so that's something that might be needing some calculation. But that's the thing, right? The story of these two players just goes so much into psychological warfare as well. When it comes to the Paris finals of the Grand Slam there, again, a similar storyline. Hikaru had a shot, did not take it. Magnus Carlsen wrapped up the match, was champion, did not even need tie breaks there. And then coming to this one, it would have been a completely different storyline had Hikaru maximized his chances in game one. But Magnus, with his flawless approach, he's worse, he finds a way to come back. He's better, he converts it just the way he's about to show in this one.
Back out to that split view because LEVON Aronian has made a decision about how he wants to move forward in this game, and then right into it we go. Let's get some lines on the board ourselves. A couple more pieces have left the battlefield, but I see an infiltration onto the 7th rank as well by a white rook here. Things continue to look scary and difficult for Niemann.
This is a massive moment. LEVON only has one move to keep the advantage. He has to be careful. He's got 20 minutes. He has to find it. Just a very quick action replay while LEVON thinks. We left it here. The best move according to the computer was bishop takes bishop, and white would have had a winning advantage since the black rook cannot recapture. Only now the white knight would take, and the black queen would be hit when the dust settles. Exchange up, rook for knight for LEVON Aronian, but there were some tactics along the way. He gave a check instead, given a question mark by the computer. LEVON's first maybe blip of the day. Rook takes knight, and now the queens do come off, but it's in a manner that favors Hans Niemann because black has a very strong pawn now, 2 squares away from touchdown, and after a bishop trade, knight takes pawn. Here, he needs LEVON Aronian to not move his attacked rook. If he moves his attacked rook, the black knight takes a pawn. Suddenly, it's knight and 2 pawns for a rook, level material. He needs to bring his bishop forward instead, something you mentioned earlier, Tanya.
Wow, one move. One move is where the championship rides. If he messes this up, Hans Niemann is back in the game. David, to me, it looks like a move that's not very hard to find. So much of it comes down to, again, nerves and how much time LEVON spends on this. The idea is you pin the knight. You come in with the threat of grabbing that bishop, the defender, and picking up that knight. I think LEVON plays it. I think he finds it. He's barely missing anything these days in Vegas.
He's nervous, though, LEVON Aronian. Did you see that? The arm stretch, that's kind of his tell. And then he was looking up and away. He knows he just needs one last push, one last exertion of energy. And this is the moment. He senses it. Like, these top players, they sense moments. And he knows bishop into the center is strong. But there's some calculation to be done. Like, that bishop will get attacked by a pawn. And it just starts from there.
And you know the fatigue's there. It's there for every single one of these players at the end of a 5-day run here. But that's what separates. That's what makes champions, right? The ability to fight through that fatigue in the critical moments.
But look at his eyes. Okay, he looked at the clock there, but they were looking at his rook. Look, he's looking straight at the white rook at the bottom of our cameras there. He's not looking at his bishop that's quite near him, near his arms.
But the thing is, the moment he moves the rook, the pawn falls, and he reaches out and he finds it.
He finds it.
Is LEVON Aronian about to become champion?
Look at that double exclamation mark given by the computer. It's not over yet. Hans Niemann attacks the white bishop. If the black knight had taken the white rook, we would have just seen a trade, and the black rook falling would give white a decisive advantage. Then white can dominate the board with his remaining rook. But right now, again, Hans Niemann testing LEVON Aronian. 2 moves. You can take this black knight off the board and allow the black bishop into the center, or you can take the black bishop and an idea you mentioned earlier, Tanya, undermine the black knight.
But then what you have to calculate was what happens if Hans Niemann was to grab that rook once it's given away, as LEVON once again takes a pause. He's doing all things correctly in this one. He is LEVON Aronian, but he has to still put the finishing touches. And the thing is, when you know the thing you've been dreaming of is so incredibly close, that's when, you know, that's when you start losing your composure. That's when the pressure gets to you. For LEVON, he's so close to getting that first Grand Slam win.
And we're still seeing that fighting spirit, though, from Hans Niemann, and that's, again, what's put, you know, LEVON on that knife's edge.
Yeah, Hans was under 1 minute a couple of moves ago. He's now up to 2 minutes, so he's building a bit of a bank. But he knows he's just reacting, Hans Niemann. All of his moves have been forced.
But look, the energy has changed, right? He's sitting a little bit more forward. That, you know, what you mentioned, the tell for LEVON, maybe a little bit of nerves creeping in.
it's calculation. He has to find this way forward. He has to figure out that he takes that bishop and then starts getting to that black super advanced pawn on b3, because that's the thorn in your position. David, is that the only move, or does the computer give advantage even with other play?
White has an advantage after just taking this knight off the board, according to the computer, but the biggest advantage is to remove the bishop. And that is because the black bishop is the only protector of black's far advanced pawn. And again, we'll watch the cameras here for Levon Aronian to make a move. Literally the camera there, the phone camera. But rook takes bishop is the best move. Removing the defender of this knight, you cannot take the rook, as after bishop takes knight, this is a double attack, a fork, and the black rook drops off in the corner. So instead, the black pawn will have to take the white bishop. The rook now attacked. You slide across. He plays it. He's going to grab this pawn, and we're going to go to a technical phase in the endgame with rook versus knight. Levon Aronian should be close to winning now.
That's 2 double exclamation points in a row here down the stretch for Levon Aronian. So as much as he might be feeling the pressure, he is living up to the pressure of the moment.
It's on the board, and then he finds the second best move in the position coming after that black pawn, and Hans Niemann has seen it as well. He rushes with a check, but that only delays the inevitable. The king moves, you pick up the pawn.
You saw his face there, Hans Niemann, like there was a grimace. Again, white's king doesn't have too many good squares to go to. You cannot step one square across because there might be some pawns dropping with a check. You do not want to entertain the black knight jumping. So you want to move to a square you cannot be checked, but the black pawn in the center, still strong. Hans still playing for tactics here. It's not easy for Levon Aronian yet.
Yeah, but just the kind of performance quality of play that Lev shown, I think he finds his way forward. Like you said, it's a matter of technique right now. It feels like a matter of time. And also Hans Niemann, he sort of pulled himself away from the board a little bit with the way he's sitting right now. And I think he realizes that this has just gone all wrong. And the question is, has it gone wrong to the point of no return or not? Hans Niemann, best case scenario, he holds this game. And for that, he still needs a miracle.
And he's still testing Levon Aronian. Aronian only has one move to maximize the advantage. Huge difference between king moves here. He has 5 legal squares. Sliding across, you can slide up or you can slide back to 3 possible squares. I'm going to say the most natural move is also the best one in this scenario. That, I think, helps Levon Aronian because you do not want to get checked by the black knight. So that kind of rules out stepping 1 square across in front of the pawn because the black knight takes a pawn with check. You don't want to really walk too far forward. You leave the black pawn with a straight runway there through to promotion. So blockading that pawn on the first rank, putting your king on its normal starting square in chess is by far the best move, the only immediately winning move for white.
Is that going to be the final hurdle for Levon in this endgame? If he finds king to e1 and then picks up that b3 pawn, is that it?
It feels like after that, the moves will become much more simple. The path will no longer be so narrow if he does find that move. Anything else, and Hans Niemann gets a chance because the black pawn would likely sit on the second row if the white king moves too far away, and the black knight might be supporting it either by taking a pawn or by using this square. So, yeah, I think it's a natural one.
And Hans Niemann, he was looking down the board on that pawn. I think he spots it. He sees that that's the right square for the king.
Hans sees it, and so does Levon. He'll find king e1.
It's been played. Levon Aronian on fire here.
Yeah, there's been like no blemishes, Levon Aronian. It's just perfect game almost. He's played so well. Hans Niemann has not done that much wrong. It was just a slightly dodgy opening. But Levon's been punishing him so brutally.
Diamonds are created under pressure, and Levon Aronian is beginning to glisten.
Wow. And yeah, to answer your earlier question, Tanya, to reiterate, I think this was the last difficult move, at least for the foreseeable future for Levon Aronian, because now this pawn is doomed. Black's pride and joy, this B pawn is dropping. Yes, there's still one last strong pawn, but that one is not going to get past the white king anytime soon.
And what an absolute joy and privilege it's been to watch Levon Aronian, not just this game, not just this match, but his whole journey here in Vegas. You know, once again, let's remind everyone, let's set the stage for what Levon's done here. Coming into it, you know, not sure of that qualification, lands himself in a position after losing that last game to Vincent Keimer in the round robin, where he has to fight Magnus Carlsen for a spot in the quarterfinals. Not something few ever in the world have managed to get past Magnus in that fight, and one of them, Levon, takes him down in tiebreaker. A huge statement by him. Goes on to win against Hikaru Nakamura. Goes on to dispatch Arjun Erigaisi, finding himself in the finals on the hunt for for that Grand Slam title, doing everything right against Hans Niemann.
Hans was reaching out for one of the white pawns. He was about to take a pawn with his knight. He retracted his hand. He's down to the 1 minute mark yet again. At this point, it's just about being practical for Hans Niemann. You have to play for tricks. I think your last bet is to try and set up some knight fork. I don't really see it right now, but if you just allow this game to prolong, the white rooks will dominate. The white rooks are so active, so many open lines, so you have to try something here and now.
So many open lines and a 3 versus 2 dynamic of the pawn on the right side of the board as well to try to create an eventual passer when it will be necessary. So you've got enough pawns on the board, you've got the open files. For Hans Niemann, what he would have dreamt of was that Levon Aronian would be playing on a time scramble right now. That's when the mistakes would happen. But look at the clock as well, 16 minutes for Lev to figure this out.
Under 30 now for Hans Niemann here. Clock continues to tick down. He's run out of options, looking for the least bad one, just trying to keep the game alive.
Oh, look at him, he's panicking. He knows this might be it. And this is the best clock handling we've seen all week, by the way, Levon Aronian. Like, he's been slow at some times, he's been fast at others, but this is so, like, in the flow. Like, he's so locked in, Levon Aronian. Hans Niemann, oh, he's only had 3 seconds left when he moved his knight forward. He didn't take a pawn in the end. Now the most obvious move is to run away with this white pawn for Levon Aronian. There we go.
Easy move, right back in the other side of the court. 30 seconds on the clock now, Niemann.
Yeah. He could try some knight fork ideas by pushing a pawn forward, for example, hoping that that pawn is captured by a white rook, and then the black knight jumps in with a check. He does it the other way. The knight checks first. But yeah, the pawn pushing forward would just be met by a rook slide. Easy moves for Levon Aronian. I think he's found all the hard ones. Now this knight is most likely to drop back, hitting the white rook, defending some pawns. But that knight is running out of good, stable squares. It will just continue getting harassed by white's rooks. 23 seconds again. Hans Niemann, the clock, not his friend.
No, his worst enemy at this point. Even worse than LEVON. LEVON has put him in such tough positions time and time again. He'll go ahead and reach for that pawn. He's one step forward, one spot away from promotion. If only he could get there.
So near yet so far.
And the white rook attacked. You've got to choose where to move. Well, the most natural would be to put it in front of that pawn, just making sure it doesn't move anywhere forward. You're hitting the knight as well. Under attack, and the king playing such a key role for Levon. He does it.
Yeah, natural move is the best move. He finds it easily. Right now, all roads lead to championship here for Levon Aronian.
But that b-pawn can still stay alive. Hans can slide his rook to defend the knight. You don't need to move it.
Yeah, the one downside is that then all the black pieces will be stuck. Like, the black rook has to defend the knight has to defend the pawn. The pawn is not moving further forward. The white rook on the 7th rank is going to go pawn hunting. The white king can now eat a very strong advanced pawn. Black is stuck. I just don't see any way that Hans Niemann can try any more tricks.
Completely paralyzed, right? Rook defending knight, knight defending pawn. None of the pawns moving forward. White's rook. And look at that. You can see it on Hans's face as well. Yeah, the dream run coming to an end.
Yeah, the fairy tale for Hans Niemann. It looked for so long, especially in the last game earlier today, it looked for so long that he'd take the win, take the lead. Just that one move earlier today could have cost him a shot at the title here, the Grand Slam. Levon takes a pawn in the meantime. The moves are flowing for Levon Aronian.
Okay, reaches for the knight. Hans Niemann will go ahead and look for the retreat here. Giving up now, it looks like that b-pawn.
Trying to land a fork.
Wants another fork, exactly. Just those couple of tricks left up his sleeve.
The worst thing is that even if you kind of blunder a fork, you'll still be a pawn up in an endgame for white in a rook endgame. So unlikely that Levon Aronian will allow rook takes pawn and a knight check, dropping one of the rooks. But if you cover this square, this isn't a stable square anyway, you can move the white king forward. You can cover it with your rook. Levon's about to make a move. Oh, the temptation to just keep blitzing, though, for Levon must be there. He knows it's so close to the finishing line. But maybe that's the one thing not to do. He knows he's objectively winning. When you've done the hard work, that's when you spend your time, invest it. Just double check, triple check everything.
It's truly elite discipline. Absolutely elite discipline.
And he brought his rook back, guarding the knight check. Hans Niemann tries to reinstate that idea. Tanya, so many tempting moves for LEVON.
And that's what, right, the problem of plenty sometimes when you have these pleasant choices. But again, to reiterate, it's Aronian's time, right, which is honestly just on his side right now. 16 minutes to work out. You can decide what you want. Do you want to push the knight out of the way and then start getting your king closer to that B pawn? Do you use your rook to attack the A pawn? Right now, the C3 pawn under fire, that would be one thing that you'd want to defend. Not allow rook takes pawn coming in with a check. And don't get your king on d4. Just a small trick there, you know, as long as knights are alive, you want to just make sure that you're a little careful, avoiding some forks.
Yeah. First move that came to my mind was...
Same.
Yeah, that one. One of these two king moves either way. One of them walks into a knight fork, one of them doesn't. So I want to move the king forward, but yeah, of course, there's always going to be tricks with knights on the board. But yeah, if this was 1 minute versus 1 minute, I would say you save this like 5% of the time. But I think with Dean against one.
You know, David, even for the championship, 5% of the time is just not what you want. And I think for Hans, considering what happened in the first game and this, it's hard to imagine what's even going on in his mind right now, where you just feel like the stars are aligning finally for that redemption that you've been waiting for more than 3 years. And then it's just slipping out.
The turmoil inside. Hans will be furious. Hans will be gutted. And it was against the man who was his best friend a few days ago, LEVON Aronian.
Yeah, perhaps gutted in the immediacy. I'll hope in the coming days he reflects on it, though, with a positive spin. Second place here in Vegas would be no small feat for any player in the field.
I think it's been a massive success, David, for Hans Niemann, whatever happens in this match. I mean, with this field, finishing ahead of Magnus, finishing ahead of Hikaru, going to fight in the finals, just the chess that he's produced, a lot of good takeaways, but this one will hurt.
Yeah, still a breakthrough result either way. Like, he's never been in a situation like this before, Hans Niemann. He's shown he belongs here. He's fantastic results, fantastic play. He's still trying tricks. He's still fighting super hard, Hans Niemann. Every trick in the book. Counterattack, knight fork ideas. Now hitting the white rook, which cannot grab this pawn yet due to the knight fork still.
Do you think coming into this match, Hans considered himself a favorite against LEVON?
I think he considers himself a favorite against everybody.
Yeah, including Magnus, I think.
Absolutely. You know, I think, again, and it's one of his biggest assets, is his confidence. He's putting it on display here, still playing through until he hears that bell ring or his king falls to the ground.
And that's how to do it. This is a good lesson for everyone at home watching, for kids, for more experienced players, even just fight to the bitter end. Set traps, set tricks. You might only save 2% of these types of positions, but it could happen to be in a tournament game, in a championship match.
I mean, if this is one of those 2%, you're sort of taking it with both hands, or at least trying it out till your last breath. But LEVON is just giving no chances at all. He places his rook, attacks another pawn. Black's knight hanging does not give Hans the time to pick up the pawn with a check. Everything will come under attack with the king moving closer to that black king. If rook takes pawn was to happen on the board, Hans Niemann tries, but trying against LEVON. LEVON in this form will not be enough in this position.
Just to point out, the black rook can take a pawn with a check. I'll just very quickly put this on the board, but the white king will step back. Hans Niemann looks devastated in the meantime. The rook attacked, the knight attacked. You can give a check, but one of the pieces will drop off on the next move. So looks like there's no real hope here. He gives a check from the other direction. The white king, though, can step across, defend that pawn we were just talking about. And all of black's strengths are falling. These two black pawns. Hans, he's trying to keep a poker face, very impressive poker face, but we saw it for a moment there.
Yeah.
Head in hands.
Some cracks forming in the facade. Reasonably so. Such a calm move there from LEVON. He's walking it into the finish.
Yeah. He's just controlled everything. The white rooks have not allowed a single fork, a single ray of hope here. And unfortunately, I think this B pawn was the key. Once that one drops, no further hope for Hans Niemann. One more check.
It's been clinical and a controlled performance by white ever since getting an advantage in this game. And you can see it on Hans, that this is about to finish. That C-pawn will eventually start marching up the board. A check given can easily be blocked. You can move the king, a head shake, and that's not a face we've seen on Hans Niemann in Las Vegas.
No, it feels like a resignation in his mind. The question is, Is it a resignation on the board? Rook sliding over to defend the check, offering the trade. Of course, Hans won't take it.
This is so clinical, Levon Aronian. He's driving away the knight, he's saving his pawn, but he's also preventing any checks when the white king slides back and finally rounds up that errant black pawn over here. Hans Niemann, we might see a resignation any moment now. He's got just under 2 minutes on his clock, but everything is hopeless at this point. He's tried every trick and they've all been rebuffed.
And what more could you ask for out of LEVON Aronian in this tournament? In Vegas, the handshake's extended. He's got no shortage of style, and his style was on full display here in the Vegas stage. LEVON Aronian will be your Las Vegas Freestyle Grand Slam champion.
Wow, what a deserving win from the Lion, Levon Aronian. He did it the hard way. He went through so many scary moments. He went through Magnus Carlsen, went through Hikaru Nakamura. Well-deserved hug there from Jan-Henrik Butner. And Levon Aronian, I mean, the nerves there, just invisible. We didn't see a glimmer from him. He was so in the flow and deserves it.
It's just unbelievable. Hugs and congratulations pouring in. What a moment this is for Levon, the Olympiad hero, the World Cup champion, and now he adds a Grand Slam to his glittering career. You know, he came into Vegas as an underdog in this field, and going on to take down Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Arjun Argaisi, and finally Hans Niemann. It's Levon Aronian who raises the roof and the trophy in Las Vegas.
Yeah, you got to be careful not to, let that disarming smile get to you, because he is a fierce competitor, and he put it all out there on the Vegas stage this week across 5 days, delivering incredible matchups again, running through a tiebreak against the world #1, taking down the world #2, and then the world #5 in his road through the upper bracket to earn his bid against Hans Niemann. And then in today's 2 games of 30-30, he gets it done in the second half of the day with clinical precision.
And here we have another match between two titans of the game that we haven't been neglecting for a while, but it's still in full flow. Magnus Carlsen still with that advantage we talked about earlier, still with an extra pawn. It's all about the light squares versus the dark squares, opposite color bishops, but Magnus should be taking this game.
Tough spot for Hikaru as well. 38 seconds on his clock to the 6 minutes of Magnus Carlsen. Magnus is the one with the onus to make a move here, so Hikaru using that time.
And it's what we've been talking about, right? The opposite color bishop complexes in this position. Complete domination on the light squares cannot be challenged. Meanwhile, Hikaru trying to set up his own domination, but he only has a queen on that centralized square and no assist at all. You know, David, if there was a world in which Hikaru could pick up that bishop and place it and set up a battery, trying to create some attacks, things might have been different, but that's far off. Meanwhile, it's a Magnus Carlsen show with his bishop being the MVP, the most valued piece in this position.
Yeah, that move gives away a pawn with check, so not easy for Magnus to make it, but there we go. The pawn drops and the black king will be relatively safe, I'm going to say, in the corner on one of these 2 squares on the side. The whole idea is that he is attacking the white rook, and if that white rook ever moves away, the black queen sneaks in on the light squares behind in conjunction with that MVP that you mentioned, Tanya.
Every single piece of Magnus Carlsen is on light squares, and I think that is super instructive on how to handle these kind of positions when you're playing an opposite color bishop middle game with the majors on the board. This is your textbook stuff. This is who you learn from Magnus Carlsen. The king also belongs on a light square.
Yeah, that's just great strategy in general. And Hikaru was trying to do the same, all pieces on dark squares, but it wasn't quite working. And the one piece on a light square, other than the queen now, this white rook might just be caught in the crossfire. You're going down a rook for bishop either way. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru sacrifices his rook for that bishop. Nope, he just solidifies his other rook. So we will see Magnus go up on material. And converting, I'm going to say, shouldn't be too difficult. But then again, if the black bishop ever disappears, then the black king might become a bit weak. The white queen ready to crack, snack on some pawns.
The problem for Hikaru's bishop is just it's on the wrong diagonal, and it's so hard to get it to improve simply because of the attack on white's king. You know, you need it to be a defender rather than an attacker. If you change that storyline, sure, the exchange sacrifice would give Hikaru a lease on life, but this one looks like it's not going to be enough. And Magnus, you know, he loves that bishop so much that he's even contemplating, does he want to give it away or not?
That's a very beautiful bishop. He also has time to use, as we see on the big screen there, 5 minutes versus under 1 minute. And look at that heart rate difference as well. Magnus, chilled. Resting heart rate, 57. Hikaru Nakamura up at 120, fighting for his life. Magnus doesn't need to rush. He can use his rooks to, for example, attack the white queen. He can maybe bring the black queen to a better square before breaking through, taking this white rook off the board. But yeah, sport for choice here, Tanya.
And this is what we talk about, right? This modern rivalry. And I think this is a point you brought up earlier, David, as well, that this is world number 1, number 2, a clash that everyone's so excited about. But every time they've met over the board, it's been a Magnus show. Hikaru Nakamura really being on the back foot, hasn't won a big match since the 22 Speed Chess Championship against Magnus Carlsen, and they've played plenty of times. And the thing is, the more that happens, the more of a mental block a player develops. And I wonder if this will be another chapter of that same book.
Yeah, it's rare to see Hikaru Nakamura just struggle against a specific opponent. I think he just doesn't have any bogey players in the world of chess other than Magnus Carlsen, which is the most frustrating thing, his closest rival. But ultimately, Magnus, his nerves are just rock solid usually in these big matches. Magnus super motivated as well against Hikaru. And big moment here. He's investing a lot of his time. If Magnus drops down to around 1 minute as well, then I could see things getting a bit messy. But Magnus, if he can keep his time advantage, somehow profit this bishop for rook, for example, and then consolidate, he should be winning.
Well, if you want to pick up that rook, you kind of do it within 30 seconds. So it's clear that Magnus has got other candidate options in his mind, other moves that he's thinking about. You know, you've got your queen, your rooks lined up, and I wonder what else he could have in mind. Checks, captures, threats is usually the way you'd want to think in such forcing positions. What do you think is going on in Magnus's head right now?
I think it's pure calculation, and Magnus doesn't really like that. He prefers playing by intuition, pieces on good squares, improve, 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 and break through later when everything's perfect. But there we see Magnus' body language. He's twiddling a pawn there. He looks very, very kind of poised. But you can see he's crunching those numbers. A brief look at the clock.
Does he do it? Does he get materialistic in this position, or does he hang on to that stunning bishop?
Yeah, I probably would, but that's why I'm not sitting out there. Bishop takes rook. It does lose a pawn, I think, a bit later, just to put moves on the board while Magnus thinks. Bishop takes rook. Oh, okay, we don't need to. He first attacks the white queen, and I think that's a very good choice. When the white queen moves, it might be vulnerable to some tricks and tactics. It's going to be on a vulnerable square either way. And yeah, no point in rushing if you know that rook is not running away anytime soon. You can take it on the next move.
Well, you pointed out a weak pawn that Magnus would be left with, right, if the bishops were to get off the board in exchange for that rook. So Hikaru needs to find a square for the queen that remains connected. I mean, there are 3 that come to mind. You want to keep that attack, the centralized one, and the other 2 that you're highlighting right now. I think Hikaru is going to pick one of these.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very logical move there. And I love what Magnus has done in terms of kind of biding his time, because now bishop takes rook. When a recapture happens, yes, the white queen's attacking a pawn, but the black rook can, if it really needs to, slide across and defend. A bit of a passive one. I don't think that's what Magnus wants to do, but at least he has that kind of resource if he needs later.
I'll tell you one thing that's not going to happen. The rook moving back to attack the queen going back, the rook moving forward, the yo-yo dance of the rook and the queen. That
no way,
is
no
not
how.
happening.
No way, no how.
Magnus playing for the win. Sorry, David.
We've seen it before from Fabiano. Like, he's bailed out a couple of times.
But I think that's the thing. Is Magnus the kind of guy who bails out here?
No. Yeah, he's up on time as well. If it was kind of clocks reversed, maybe.
Yeah, I've seen Magnus in World Championship matches needing only a draw, having it, and not bailing out from a position of strength.
Look at that heart rate, though. Magnus went up to like 75 for a second, and he's back down. Super calm. Hikaru, 130 heart rate. He's getting super nervous about this position. But I don't think he believes he's out of it, Hikaru. He's very resourceful.
You know, despite this being a fight for 3rd place, I think Magnus is pretty motivated, especially with everything that's gone on since yesterday for him, right? He first sort of makes good of his work against the youngsters, this young golden generation of Indian chess. We're taking down Pragnananda and then Arjun Aragaisi. And then who does he face? His longtime rival, Hikaru Nakamura. He said it after not qualifying for the quarterfinals. Freestyle chess in Vegas for him is about the love for chess. And I think that's the kind of moves that we're seeing him play out. This is Magnus Carlsen at his best since yesterday, but a little too late in the tournament.
A little bit too late for the top prize, but he has been absolutely on fire in the lower bracket, becoming that unstoppable force that we've known him to be. He's going to go for that rook move even before opting for the trades in the center of the board, protecting the pawn ahead of time.
Yeah, so classy, like superhuman self-control, I'm going to say. Like 99.9% of us would see a rook.
For a bishop.
For a bishop, we take the rook. But that bishop is so dominant, and the white rook cannot move. Remember, if the white rook steps up the board, the black queen... Ooh, he does move it. The black queen sneaks in behind now, though.
Okay.
Ooh.
What's the idea here, though, for Hikaru? Just...
He's going to try and weather the storm, save his king, but this looks like a terrifying check, scary check. The very minimum Magnus can bag a pawn in the corner here.
And I've just been separated from all my defenders.
And why give up a bishop for a rook when you can actually use your bishop to dominate the other rook? Look at Hikaru's rook on e3, no activation there. It's never coming out into the game. The bishop on e4 is far more important and powerful than any piece it could have picked up along the way, and Magnus going pawn hunting.
And now the integrity of the pawn chains has been threatened.
Oof. Looks like there might be some scary checks from behind. You are attacking with the queen, you are attacking with the bishop, but the black rook not doing too much right now. If you could pick that up and put it anywhere, then anywhere down in white's camp, it's just checkmate, it's over. So to get it in might need a bit of contortion a bit later.
You know, I almost walked into a blunder. Maybe actually it's not. I thought all the way to c8, but there were some checks that needed to be calculated. This is a much nicer square. Puts it on the 6th rank, but where is it headed from here? Does he want to put it in front? You know, self-pinning for mortality, a square made famous by Dingler in his World Championship match, where he put the rook on that square, won the World Championship. Is that the winning plan that Magnus Carlsen's going for?
Oh, I think it's a very strong plan. I don't really see any moves for Hikaru. I think that's the big issue. Like, no matter what Magnus did, even if he just waited, I do not see anything for the white rook to do. It's tied down defending its pawns. The white king clearly cannot move. The white bishop throws itself in the way, but that hangs a pawn. That hangs a very important pawn on the other side of the board. The black queen can now just pick off, and the black pawns just have been sitting there for so long, blocked, stunted, so close to promotion.
Yeah, you blunt one idea, but you open another for your opponent in the process.
And that's the thing, right? It's tricky to be on the defending side because the defenses are overloaded. You can stop one, but not everything on the board. And now what might have appeared as a liability, double pawns on the A line, are going to become Magnus's biggest asset.
There it is. Hikaru has no choice but to admit defeat here in his very storied matchup and career against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen once again comes out on top. He will take 3rd place here on the Vegas stage.
I feel like I'm close to being better after b5 already.
Yeah, if I can't develop quickly, it's just bad. Yeah.
Brief discussion there between players. Magnus feeling that he had a winning position, or at least a solid position from fairly early on, and just made it difficult for Hikaru ever to fight back. And as you can see, our founder, co-founder even, with Magnus himself, Jan-Henrik Buettner, up there to give his congratulations.
You know, Magnus Carlsen, the king of chess, he always finds a way, even in a bad week, even when he's out of form, out of shape, undeniable in the lower bracket. After that one blip against Levon Aronian, finds his form, takes the podium finish here in Vegas. Not one that he wanted, but he still got something to be proud of, you know. Praggnanandhaa, Arjun Aragaisi, Hikaru Nakamura, back-to-back.
Not bad at all, and yeah, if you're not at your best and you still come 3rd in a tournament with a world-class kind of field like this, then it's pretty decent. Magnus, a couple of pawns up in that final position, forcing Hikaru to resign.
Yeah, reliving the highs and lows of the day, and with that 3rd place performance from Magnus, he will keep his spot atop the overall standings within the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Again, looking ahead to our final event in South Africa later in this year. But so much of the story was rightfully about those two guys, Hans Niemann and LEVON Aronian. They gave us quite a show here over 5 days on the Las Vegas stage, but no one could do it better than LEVON Aronian today.
Wow. Inspirational, I think, for a lot of people watching. I've had so many people come up to me this week saying they were cheering for LEVON because he reminded them of themselves. He was of their generation, but he still got it. He still has the passion, the desire. It was burning through him, and still capable of mixing it with younger opposition here.
Yeah, greatness in aged Armenian wine. I mean, Levon Aronian at 42 coming in as an underdog in this tournament, and what a brilliant performance, so well deserved. I'll tell you one thing, this podium finish as we have it, Levon on top, Hans Niemann second, and Magnus Carlsen third, is not a script you could have written. And what a performance, what a show, an ultimate showdown here in Vegas.
Our beautiful bracket is complete. You see there your grand final was Hans Niemann challenging Levon Aronian, but Levon Aronian can be the only one to fill that final slot. He is your winner of the Las Vegas Freestyle Grand Slam. Let's take a look at the lower side, because there was a lot to play for today. Everything from 3rd to 7th. Magnus Carlsen overcoming his rival in Hikaru Nakamura. Then, of course, we've got Fabiano Caruana. He got it done in decisive fashion today against Arjun Erigaisi. He'll grab 5th place. Praggnanandhaa, though, up against Wesley, so he'll slot into 7th to round things out at the conclusion of our event.
Yeah, a lot to be happy about for those players today who won their final matches, but what a week it's been. Levon Aronian adding to that glittering CV, Hans making a statement, big breakthrough event, Magnus showing that he's not invincible. It's been a crazy week.
I mean, Levon a couple days ago was surprised to learn that he had already secured $100,000+. Now he's walking away with 200 grand.
Incredible.
I can't wait to have a conversation with that guy.
And imagine doing that, having this kind of a power-packed performance in front of your whole family who's here in Vegas. You know, Levon's a guy who lives for creativity, for the beauty in life. And I think clearly he was a very inspired Levon coming in here. Just apart from what happened in the round robin, you know, where he struggled to make it through. And then from that moment of that tiebreaker match against Magnus Carlsen, I mean, Levon's clearly been the most deserving, the best player here in Vegas, just simply because of the run that he's had, getting to that trophy.
That's the thing for me. You can't say that he was untested in this, right? He really had to go basically the toughest road to the final.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just, I mean, congratulations to him. And I really hope that these players are inspired. We've had Vidit with us. We've had Vincent Keimer with us. All they ask for is more. And we keep going up.
I'm inspired. I'm ready to go blunder left, right, and center, man. I'm going to go play some freestyle chess.
I'll challenge you later.
Oh, dear
we'll
Lord.
have some champagne.
Another head in hand, maybe? Another head in hand? I don't know.
On that one, I've got a pretty good record in head in hand.
That's true, you do. Yeah, I have a feeling if it was actually mano a mano, it would be a rather quick game, David.
No comment.
Oh, my goodness. 5 days of chess action. Now that you guys have a moment to take a breath yourselves.
Yeah. You know, just sort of taking it all in. I mean, sitting on that day one of these 2 group stages, 16 of the world's best players here in Vegas, fighting for their Grand Slam. You know, you had Vincent Keimer, the winner of Weissenhaus. You had Magnus Carlsen, the GOAT, the world #1 winner from Paris, and clearly a massive favorite. And then it doesn't stop there. You know, you have the 5-time US champion, Hikaru Nakamura. You have the world #3, Fabiano Caruana. You've got the world #4, Praggnanandhaa. World #5, Arjun Erigaisi. I mean, what a stellar star cast here in Vegas, you know, underneath the neon lights. And then look at the way the tournament progressed. Look at our final. One that nobody predicted, but the one that, you know, we just in the chess world could not take our eyes off. Hans Niemann, also a moment for him, James. A huge congratulations to him. Finishing runners-up in this field, incredible stuff. But Levon Aronian, the man of the moment.
Exactly right. I think for Hans, it's not going to surprise anyone that I'm sure he'll take the moment hard, like you mentioned before, but I think with just a little bit of space and a reflection on what he achieved over the course of this event, he could look back on it with pride. Losing to a Levon Aronian who looked like he was in absolute peak form, playing like an artist, painting on a canvas. I mean, an incredible, incredible final showing out of them. This is just one step on the journey as well. So let's go ahead and pull up the big picture and see how things have changed with our results here in Las Vegas. The entire tournament standings, yes, with his 3rd place finish, your leader is still Magnus Carlsen in our overall Grand Slam Tour standings here in 2025. Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, they're sitting in the 2nd and 3rd spots. Vincent Keimer, he takes 4th, but with this massive performance here in Vegas, Levon Aronian shoots up the leaderboard into solid and sole possession of 5th place. And as we come back to the studio, we are so lucky and so overjoyed to be joined by the man himself, Levon Aronian. You're the champion, my friend.
Congratulations, Lev.
How are you feeling? How's the energy?
Relieved.
Relieved?
Yes.
Did it feel like you were pushed to your limits in this event?
I mean, in the first game today, I pushed my position to the limits. And I played so stupidly that, of course, I'm relieved after not losing in the final, yeah. But in this tournament, yeah, I think, I wouldn't say my chess skill was shining, but yeah, character was showing.
Okay, I was going to ask, if you didn't feel like it was necessarily your chess that brought you across the finish line, what was it then?
The grit, yeah, the desire.
You know, LEVON, winning, huge congratulations. I think our fans, everyone watching was rooting for you so much. And part of that was just simply the road that you had to championship. Every player that you had to face, starting especially from that tiebreaker against Magnus, then having to play against Hikaru, your match with Arjun, and then a very motivated Hans Niemann. Do you think that makes the championship even more special for you, winning the Grand Slam title and taking down the players that you did along the way?
Yeah, absolutely. Beating so many strong players. Yeah, it's. I'm very proud of my result.
Which one are you most proud of?
Beating Magnus in Blitz. You know, he's not the easiest opponent when it comes to Blitz.
And to think, if you weren't able to do that, it would have been a very different look to this tournament. Wouldn't have been a chance for this top spot.
Yeah, for sure. But also, I think coming back from losing the first game against Hikaru, and just, of course, getting lucky there, but still, you know, fighting through the difficulty was, yeah, was a big deal.
How does this tournament victory rank alongside your other achievements, LEVON? You've won Olympic gold medals, you've won the World Cup. On your CV, where does this stand?
Definitely one of the crown jewels.
Amazing. Just
because I love freestyle. You know, I love the game, and to win it and to prove to myself that I can still see a thing or two is very enjoyable.
Just a couple days ago, you were surprised to learn that you'd already secured a cool 100 grand or more. Now we double it up to 200K. What's the first purchase we're making?
I actually didn't think about it, but definitely I never won anything close to that. I think I won 100K, but never 200. So these are the new goals I should opt for.
Setting high bars, right? The expectation going forward is through the roof.
If your prize found is less than 200 for the first place, don't bother calling me.
LEVON not interested anymore.
Straight to his head. Straight to his head.
Love it. But LEVON, you know, talk to us about today, coming into this matchup against Hans. There's so much that's happened in the tournament. Last time you and Hans were also here together, this very couch, you know, getting ready for the finals coming up. You had one rest day in the middle. But just so many emotions running for Hans as well, you on this big stage. Coming in today morning, what were your expectations and what was your mindset in this championship battle?
Well, Hans is a very tough opponent. He's young, very talented. I mean, there's a very bright future for him. So I was kind of thinking, well, I am the oldest participant, so, and my friends always told me, you know, you have to beat them while they're young. So it was kind of my my idea that I should be the one trying to play aggressively.
And what do you think you did better than Hans today?
Well, in the first game, I definitely didn't do anything better than him because I've blundered some tactics. I made a lot of blunders. But in the second game, I felt that my opening understanding was better than his, and I got a very nice position out of the opening, and then I was confident, I was playing fast, so yeah, there was a moment of confidence. I felt very good.
And LEVON, on the topic of your games against Hans, we are tasked here every day with choosing a move of the day. I would like to give that honor to you today. What would you say was your best move of the day?
I love that.
Maybe night before.
Night before. Let's show it.
Yeah, like a couple of moves before. Yeah. If it's not a blunder, but it looked good.
Best move according to
it was the best move in the position.
Yeah. And you'd calculated everything here. You realized you're taking this pawn, and how deeply had you seen the variation after knight takes pawn here?
No, I saw that I'm going to take the... Oh, you mean knight d4?
Knight d4.
This, I didn't think this is working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I saw that... Yeah, I think queen d3, yeah. Queen d3, knight d5. Yeah, g6, knight d5.
All under control. Knight b4, brilliant move, and it bagged you a decisive advantage. Good choice.
Not to get too into the weeds of the chess, but that first game ended in quite an interesting fashion, I think, for both players there.
Yes.
And we saw immediately the conversation taking place between the two of you. Maybe you could just give us more of the personal perspective of that moment between you and Hans.
Yeah, I don't know. I hallucinated in this endgame. I somehow thought that I can't play d3 because the bishop comes back on the diagonal, but it never does. So d3 was the move to draw the game.
Yeah, maybe we'll bring the board up and just show the closing stages of that all-important first match where Hans missed a chance.
And when I went d4, after g6 immediately, I realized...
So d3 was the move you wanted to play?
Yeah, this was the only way to draw.
Yeah. And,
but this is, you know, this bishop, opposite color bishop endgames are always so tricky. You kind of feel that, oh, they're simple, yeah, I just do this and that. But there are always this kind of tricky ideas, and yeah, I was not really enjoying myself much here because I was also seeing lots of ghosts, you know, along the way. I was thinking, oh, all I need to do is just to take this g5 pawn and that's it. And then I was like, oh my god, but the king, you know, even like if everything gets exchanged, but even with my king on d7, there's king b5. If the king gets there, there are all kinds of zugzwangs, you know, like even if I create a kind of a blockade, there's a zugzwang. So, yeah.
And did you spot Hans and his missed win? I know you were talking about the game after.
Yeah, I told him right away that king b5 is winning. I didn't see king b5, e3, bishop f4, and he promotes with a check.
Yeah.
And Hans said maybe it's still a draw, but yeah, he thought that bishop a6 is my only chance. But yeah, of course, it's an easy win. Yeah, king f4, b7, d3, b8, king f3, and now I think everything wins. But king b5 looks rather trivial.
Queen
b5. That's a draw?
King b5 apparently is a draw.
Well, it's not that trivial then.
Yeah.
Well, an illustration of the complexity of these positions and how the results can really teeter on a knife's edge. And maybe you can speak to just the demands of these 5 days for yourself and the rest of these players. We've really asked a lot of all of you. Freestyle chess is no simple beast.
Yes.
Change of time formats, lengthy days. It's been a lot about the freshness with which you've been able to come into the days, I imagine.
Yeah, of course. You know, especially like qualifying already is a huge success, I think, because I was in the group, death group, you know, because everybody except, with all due respect, I mean, Bibi Sara was, we could tell that she's probably the person that we have to prey on, you know, attack her. But everybody else seemed to be, you know, untouchable. Yeah.
And Levon, with that, you know, you get your first Grand Slam win in Freestyle Chess, a format that you love so incredibly much. And, you know, you went all in with your chess. And what better city to do it than in Las Vegas? So with this big win, I'm just wondering, what's the celebration plan for tonight?
Celebration with family. Celebration with my friends who are here. And, yeah. Packing and flying tomorrow to the next tournament in Saudi Arabia.
No rest for the weary, huh?
No.
But is this, I imagine, exhausting? Yes, but no better way to move on to a next tournament than to come off of a tournament high.
Yeah, I think I noticed that if you play well, you're full of energy, so you don't get tired.
And were you feeling that rhythm? Because we just felt every move that you were making, you know, of course there are blips along the way, the time format, freestyle chess, but overall it just felt like you really found your flow and your rhythm. When a player of your level, you know, being in the elite chess for so many years, do you guys feel it that, you know, this, everything's working, the stars are aligning, I'm getting this right?
Yes and no, that's the thing. When you feel that things are working out, everything is great, that's the moment you blunder. Then I've been there before. The moment of sheer confidence.
Don't get complacent, right?
Yes.
Actually, in reference to your kind of clinical closure to this second game, you did have a massive time advantage. We, of course, get the different camera angles, and we can see your eyes flicking over to the clock itself. Work me through some of like your internal thinking around maintaining your composure, making sure that you're sticking to your game plan versus getting, you know, kind of pulled or sucked into maybe the way and style that Hans had to play if he wanted to find an out.
Yeah, well, I saw this. I saw that I can let him have some counterplay with b5, but I saw the c5 idea, and I was kind of feeling that this should work for me. Well, I don't know if I was right or not, but I felt that this, I should be actually provoking him to make some active moves, to create some weaknesses. Because otherwise, you know, it's not that easy to break through. You're always kind of feeling a couple of pieces gets exchanged and somehow black is back into the game. That's how it normally works.
Yeah, and you know, we threw it to our chat earlier on, right? Not who they think will win the finals, but who they were rooting for. And LEVON, so many fans out there, for Hans as well, but for you. And so many people, especially given the run that you had, Lev, the community, just so much incredible love. Right now, our chat's here, they're watching you. What would you like to say to them? Maybe a message, because I just think everyone loves you right now.
Well, I'm very grateful for all the support, and you know, throughout the years, my fans have been very kind, you know, and back in Armenia and in USA, I always enjoyed warmth of people, and I value that the most, you know. So, yeah, big thank you to all of my fans and to everybody who enjoys chess, and to everybody who is contributing to making chess popular and making chess a known sport.
No better place than to bring this studio show to a close off of those words, but more importantly, that's because you have some more business to take care of. You've got to get back out to that stage to go collect your grand prize, my friend, and we'll be out there to join you in just a minute. For those of you at home, make sure you stay tuned, because the closing ceremony and the prizes for our top performers are just around the corner. We'll see you back here in just a little bit.
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. With my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to call my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, my time, my time. Time to call my key. 'Cause this is my time, my time, my time, my time. What I wanna do. My time.
I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
The city of Las Vegas, and win Las Vegas set the stage for something spectacular as the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour came to the United States for the first time ever. A new chapter for freestyle chess, lights, legends, and over 120 chess games. Las Vegas offered us passion, surprises, and stories to remember.
Wow! I mean, this is entertainment at its max at the entertainment capital of the world. No! Oh! No! This is absolute chaos.
Oh!
Whoa!
No!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Is that it? Is that the landmine check?
They got to absolutely blitz out these moves. It's too quick to follow in so many ways.
Allowing the white queen in now.
Huge infiltration.
Why? What? Pieces are
flying. For the first time, Fabiano has an opening, but he doesn't see it.
This is a script nobody could have been written. What a day of chess it's been.
There's one move, and he does not find it.
Goodness.
He did not find the move he needed to find there. He needed to play D3 as opposed to E4.
Thank you to the stars of the show, our 16 grandmasters, who delivered 5 days of unforgettable chess. LEVON, HANS, Magnus, Hikaru, Fabiano, Arjun, Pragnananda, Noderbek, Javokir, Vincent, Bibisara, Wesley, Samuel, Linie, Ray, and Vidit. You are our heroes. A big thank you to the players, commentators, organizers, and fans who made this event so special. Your energy, your insights, and your enthusiasm take freestyle chess to the next level.
It has been 5 grueling yet beautiful days of freestyle chess here in Las Vegas. We have asked everything of these 16 competitors, and they delivered every step of the way. It's just about time for us to honor the top performers here on the Las Vegas stage. And just before we do so, I'd like to welcome to the stage our incredible commentary team to help celebrate our top performers. Please give a warm welcome to Tanya Sachdev, David Howe, Judith Polgar, Peter Lecko, and Nicholas Huschenbeck. Tanya, David, Judith, Nicholas, Peter. It's good to be on this stage with all of you. First of all, this incredible commentary team, let me just say it's such a pleasure, such an honor to work alongside all 5 of you. Thank you for being so gracious and accepting me into the freestyle chess world. I'd like to just go down the line and reflect real briefly each person. 5 days here in Vegas. All of these guys put every ounce of energy that they had into it. How do you come away from this event feeling?
Wow, just incredible. So much to take in. I mean, it's a wrap right now, but I think my heart hasn't had enough. Just brilliant, brilliant chess all along. Crazy storylines, redemption arcs here. What to say, James? And I've been so lucky to be commentating alongside the very brilliant, with God-level analysis, David Howell, and you bringing on the Vegas vibes as well. It's been so much fun doing this, and our incredible audience here, just always, there on the camera. It's been awesome, guys. When it comes to freestyle chess, what happens in Vegas goes around the world.
Damn right. It's the only thing to leave Vegas is the results of freestyle chess. David?
Yeah, it's been one of the most intense weeks of my commentary career. I can't believe it was just 5 days. Some of the marathon playoffs we were witnessing, all of the players really lived up to expectation, put on a show for us. I'm definitely going to come back to Vegas. It was my first time. I've loved every single moment. And yeah, it's just been a pleasure alongside the bunch of you. And yeah, congratulations, LEVON Aronian.
Hand that mic to one of our pro streamers over here, Judith. We obviously don't get to hang with you throughout the entirety of the event. And so I want to know, what are your first reactions to what we saw happen here on the Vegas stage?
Well, I was very much looking forward to come to Vegas. The force
event of the Grand Slam, and I was curious how it's going to be, this sort of how it's going to be with the live audience. I think there were some challenges for that, for the players, but I think it's always so beautiful to see that we do have a live audience. Again, when I started to play chess, we had many like that, so I really love it, but of course also the online audience is growing, and it was fantastic to work together with my co-commentators. It was amazing, and I would like to congratulate for the organizers, investing so much energy and always trying to improve the feeling for the audience online and offline. So, and of course, congratulations for the players and LEVON Aronian.
Well, all 5 of you are stars in my eyes, but now we got to talk about the stars of the show here on the Vegas stage. And to help us hand out the top prizes to our podium finishers, please welcome to the stage our founders of Freestyle Chess. It's Jan-Henrik and Holly Buechner. Jan and Holly, let's grab some checks, Sally. We're going to start with third place, $100,000 and 15 tour points. After narrowly missing out on the upper bracket, he became the unstoppable force that we've known him to become, fighting all the way through the lower bracket for that $100,000, 18 circuit points, and retention of his top spot in the overall standings. Give it up for Magnus Carlsen. Next up, after a blistering start to his group stage, he cruised into the upper bracket, and with intense tiebreakers on his way to the finals. He was looking to make a name for himself, make a statement here in Vegas with his performance, taking second place and runner-up, 140 grand to his name, 18 freestyle chess circuit points. It's Hans Niemann. And now for the man who stood above the rest. He has a storied career, but now he's going to have to add at least one more chapter after his performance here in Vegas. After a tiebreaker against the world #1, then running through the #2 and #5 in the world, he finished it off in only the kind of style that he can. Give it up for your Freestyle Vegas champion. It's LEVON Aronian. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your top 3 finishers. And now I must turn to the man with all the ideas, Jan-Henrik Buechner. How do you feel at the conclusion of this 5 marathon days here, Freestyle Chess? You've had big visions. Is Freestyle Chess living up to them?
Yeah, I mean, we are totally excited. This has been the most amazing event. And first of all, thank you very much for the Wynn Resort. They have been an incredible host. And I think everybody can have an applause, first of all, for the host here. It's, We are so happy that we came together with the win resorts, and so that's a thank you. I don't want to take too much time. I'm always told that I talk too much, so I just take one quick minute. Just wanted to say, of course, it has been an amazing event. We have said that all enough, and I just wanted to give a little view to the future. We're going to see the next event is going to be in September 18 to 21. We're going to have a multi-hub event, what I call it. We will explain everything in our official press release. I won't take too much, but it's going to take place in several places in the world, 3 or 4. We are not sure yet exactly, but it's going to be exciting. Players will play from different locations, but together in one location, so it's going to be exciting. We're going to go back to 12 players. 6 of them are already qualified. It's the top 6 of this tournament are already for this tournament. The other 6 are going to be determined in the next few weeks. And we're going to do some changes to the format again to accommodate, but it's all going to be revealed later on. And so that's the outlook on the future. Thank you very much, and see you all around the world, and finally in South Africa.
Well, thank you so much, Jan-Henrik, for shaking up the world of chess. We appreciate you. To all the players again, all 16 of you, thank you so much for putting every ounce of effort onto the stage and really providing us with a show that is unforgettable. Want to let you all go, though. Let the celebrations ensue, my friends. Go meet your family, go meet your friends, have some fun tonight, and we'll see you next time on the Freestyle Chess stage. Tanya and David, get over here. Help me put a capper on this thing.
A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to pull my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do.
Fantastic, but I have to say,
The highlights of rolling here in Vegas. Our top 3 have been decided. We are well on our way to the next event taking place in September. You heard the dates from Jan-Henrik. It's September 18th to the 21st. So you better mark your calendars for more freestyle chess action on the road to South Africa. We want to thank all of you at home, all of you here in the audience live, for joining us and making this an unforgettable experience. Until next time, though, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
Choke on the words in my mouth. Will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about if I told